Hey guys, tonight we begin with something that will make you grateful for central heating flannel sheets and that extra throw blanket you keep at the foot of your bed. We're heading out to the open range in the Wild West in the dead of winter, not the painted sunset. West you've seen in postcards. This is the side where your coffee freezes in the cup before you can drink it. Your boots turn into ice sculptures and your mustache becomes a tiny frozen hedge. You probably won't survive this, but at least you'll get to shiver your way through history with me first. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And don't forget to tell me in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake up to the kind of cold that doesn't politely knock. It kicks in the door and sits right on your chest. The canvas wall of your bedroll is stiff with frost. The breath from you and your bunkmate has frozen in a lace of white across the inside, and every movement you make sends a crackle through the stiff blankets. Your hat slipped off in the night, so your ears are burning with that deep ache that promises frostbite if you don't cover them soon. You poke your head out and immediately regret it. The prairie is white, but not in the charming Christmas card way. This is a flat, wind-scoured sheet of ice and snow stretching forever in every direction. Your horse stands nearby, humped against the windtail, tucked, and a thin rim of ice on his nostrils. His water bucket solid. Your canteen also solid. And somewhere deep in your layers, you realize your toes are going numb. Fact is, the average cowboy didn't own much more than a wool shirt, long johns, a pair of heavy pants, a coat if he was lucky, and his hat. The romantic image of the sheepskin-lined duster was true for some, but most cowhands made do with what they had. Leather kept out the wind a bit, but in freezing weather, it stiffened so much you could stand it up on its own. And boots, unlined, thin-soled, perfect for feeling every icy rock and snowdrift. You shift your weight in the bedroll, but getting up is inevitable. Out here, the work doesn't care if you can't feel your fingers. Before breakfast, the herd has to be checked, water holes broken open, and any strays found. You slide your feet into boots that feel like they've been stored in a freezer. The leather bites at your heels, the laces are stiff, and the only thermal insulation you have is yesterday's pair of wool socks. Now stiff with sweat and frost, you wrap your scarf, really just a square of flannel around your face, but the wind still slices through. The air here is so dry and sharp it makes your teeth ache. You take your first step and feel the snow crunch beneath you, thin crust over softer powder. Somewhere out here, you'll find the herd, but they might be scattered for miles. The chuck wagon is just a shadow in the half-light. Smoke curls from its small stovepipe, and you head over hands jammed in your coat. Breakfast will be beans, left from yesterday. Biscuits you could use as hammers, and coffee so strong, it's practically an existential experience. That coffee, by the way, is brewed in a dented pot, blackened from years of campfires. The grounds are boiled straight in the water, no filter, so every sip is a gamble between caffeine and chewing grit. Still, in this cold, you'd drink anything hot. As you sip, you glance at the sky. Clouds bunch low and gray, hinting at another storm. Out here, weather can change in hours, sometimes minutes, and there's always debate among historians about whether cowboys had any reliable way of predicting storms beyond the color of the sky. and the behavior of animals. Some swear that cattle get restless before snow, others that horses will turn their tails to the wind. You watch your horse flick his ears and stare east, not helpful. Once the coffee's drained, it's time to get moving. The herd needs to be driven to water. You mount up your saddle leather, stiff as wood. The cold seeps through instantly. Your horse's hooves punch through crusted drifts, and the wind pushes at you like it wants you off this land entirely. There's a myth that cowboys always had big, roaring campfires to keep warm, but in truth, wood is scarce on the plains. You burn twisted sagebrush cow chips, or whatever you can find. Last night's fire is just a heap of embers, barely enough to toast your fingers. You think about heating rocks to tuck into your bedroll tonight, an old trick, but even that only works until the cold eats through. Somewhere ahead, a calf bawls. You nudge your horse into a trot, eyes scanning the white horizon. A lone steer has wandered off, standing belly deep in snow, unable to move. You swing down, stomp through the drift, and coax it forward. Your gloves' thin buckskin are soaked through in minutes, and your fingers feel like sticks. This is where the cowboy remedy comes in, swinging your arms hard to force blood back into them, or pressing them to your horse's flank for a hit of body heat. By mid-morning, your legs are sore from riding through drifts. Your nose runs constantly, and you've learned to breathe through your scarf to keep the air from freezing your lungs. That's no exaggeration. Inhale too fast in this cold, and it feels like knives in your chest. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you remind yourself that winter is when predators get bold. Coyotes are common wolves, less so, but both will test a weakened herd. You scan the edges of the range for movement. Nothing yet, just the endless white, the low groan of wind through the grass, and the slow plod of your horse. You'll spend the rest of this day doing laps of the herd, checking for animals in trouble riding fence lines, and hoping the weather holds. But already, you know tonight, when the temperature drops even further, this will feel almost mild by comparison. The wind hasn't eased. If anything, it's gotten bolder, slipping under your coat like it owns the place. Out here, dawn is more an obligation than a comfort you wake, because the work says so, not because the sun offers any warmth. And this morning, the sun isn't even bothering to show up. Just a pale smear on the horizon, lighting a sky the color of old tin. Your horse's ears twitch as you lead him from the rope corral, each breath from his nostrils puffing into instant frost. The leather reins feel like frozen snakes in your hands, stiff and unyielding. You run a palm over his shoulder, brushing away a crust of snow that settled on him overnight, but it's like shaking cold off a rock. It's soaked in deep. You're saddling him in a wind that makes your eyes water. The blanket, thin and threadbare, gets slapped onto his back, followed by the saddle. It's been sitting outside all night, so the stirrups bite with the kind of cold that makes you hiss through your teeth when your fingers brush the metal. Your gloves are already damp from yesterday's work, which means the chill hits faster, numbing you down to the bones. Most cowboys didn't own more than one saddle blanket. If it got wet in a storm too bad, it went back on the horse the next day, stiff and icy. Leather tack in winter required constant tending, but who had time? The truth is, the Wild West wasn't an endless summer of dusty cattle drives. Winters could make or break a cowboy. Scholarly debate continues over whether cattle work slowed in cold months or just shifted to survival mode. But either way, you're out here before breakfast, because the herd doesn't wait. You check the cinch, tugging it tighter. The wind shoves at your back, rattling the buttons on your coat. By the time you swing into the saddle, your thighs are already aching from the cold, and the horse moves in stiff, short strides until his muscles loosen. You know the feeling. First order of business. Ride out to the far end of the pasture, where a low draw offers some shelter for the herd. The path is a patchwork of drifted snow and wind-swept earth, each step an uneven gamble for your horse's footing. You keep a hand on the horn, ready for a sudden slip. The air smells faintly of wood smoke, probably from the chuck wagon, and sharper of sage crushed under hooves. In the distance, you see the cattle backs humped against the wind, steam rising faintly from their nostrils. They've been pawing at the snow to reach the grass below, but each layer of ice makes it harder. You'll need to break open a path for them. You slide down from the saddle boots, sinking deep, and begin stomping and kicking at the crust. Your toes are soon wet. The cold water seeps in, turning your socks into icy wraps. You keep moving. Motion is the only heat you've got. The cattle watch you with wide, slow blinks, chewing in that lazy way, as if to ask why you're disturbing their misery. Back in the saddle, you guide the herd toward the creek. It's mostly frozen, so you'll need to break the ice. You dismount again, grabbing the back of your axe from the saddle scabbard. The blade rings dully against the thick surface until cracks spider out and dark water glints beneath. You kneel, scoop out chunks, and let the water pool, hoping it stays open for a while. You know it won't. It'll freeze over again before nightfall. The wind changes sharper now, cutting down the valley. You pull your scarf higher, but it still finds the gap between coat and hat. Your fingers tingle, then burn. That's the first sign. You flex them, trying to force blood back into the tips. Cowboys had their own remedies for frostbite rubbing, with snow useless, holding hands against bare skin, even smearing bacon grease or bear fat over exposed areas. You're fresh out of bear fat, so you jam your hands under your armpits while the herd drinks. By mid-morning, the sky has lowered the gray ceiling, pressing down on the land. Somewhere above, geese move in a long V, their calls muffled by the wind. The horses' tails flick lazily, though the cold seems to be waking everyone up. There's an edge in the air, a kind of restless energy that makes you glance behind you for no reason. Your stomach growls, but breakfast is still a ride away. Out here, you eat when you can, hard biscuits in your coat pocket, maybe jerky if it isn't frozen solid. You chew slowly, the meat stiff as leather, savoring the salt and the illusion of fuel in your gut. There's no time to linger. The herd must be kept moving. Grazing where the snow is shallowest, water broken open twice a day if you're lucky. By now, your horse is blowing clouds with each breath, his coat damp along the neck where your knees press. You lean forward, rubbing his mane for warmth as much as reassurance. Heading back toward camp, the wind hits you full in the face. It steals your breath, flattens your hat brim, and makes your eyes sting until tears freeze on your lashes. You grit your teeth and push on, because in the Wild West winter, the only other choice is stopping, and stopping means freezing. The camp is little more than a collection of tired shapes huddled against the wind. The chuck wagon sits with its wheels half buried in drifted snow, a frozen tarp pulled over the supplies. A thin column of smoke curls up from the small stovepipe, already snatched away by the gusts. The cook called Cookie because in the West, you didn't waste imagination on job titles, is clanging a pot lid, calling you in for breakfast. You slide off your horse, leading him toward the makeshift rope corral. His hooves crunch through the snow, leaving dark patches where the earth shows through. He snorts shaking frost from his whiskers, and you pat his shoulder before uncinching the saddle. The leather creaks stiffly. You hang the bridle over the saddle horn and pull the blanket from his back. It's warm for about 5 seconds before the air steals the heat away. Breakfast today is about what you expected: biscuits, the consistency of masonry beans that have congealed into one continuous mass, and coffee so strong it could probably strip the rust off your stirrups. You sit on an upturned bucket, balancing your tin plate on your knees, and wrap your hands around the cup. That little bit of heat seeps into your fingers almost painfully at first. The truth is, cowboy winter breakfasts were never about pleasure. They were about survival. Historical records note that beans, biscuits, salt pork, and coffee made up the core of a trail hand's diet, with the occasional treat of molasses or dried fruit. Meat, when available, was often stringy beef from a steer that hadn't survived the cold, and while no one liked it, no one wasted it either. Some scholarly debate suggests that certain camps actually preferred to travel light on provisions in winter, relying more on hunting. Out here today, though, there's nothing to hunt but jackrabbits, and even those are lying low. Cookie moves among the men, topping off coffee mugs from a battered pot. His hands are red and cracked nails black with soot. He doesn't smile. No one does much in this cold, but he drops a biscuit into your plate with a nod. You bite into it, carefully, more from fear of chipping a tooth than from hunger. The fire pops weakly, fed by sagebrush and whatever else Cookie could scrounge. Wood's too precious to burn unless you find it already down, so the heat you get now is a luxury. You turn your back to it, letting the warmth seep through your coat, but it's fleeting. Across the camp, a couple of hands are oiling their saddles, working stiff leather back to life. The smell of the oil mixes with the bitter tang of coffee and the faint, unpleasant odor of damp wool steaming in the fire's heat. Someone's horse shifts restlessly, hooves thudding against frozen ground. By the time you finish your coffee, Cookie's already calling for plates back. You hand yours over, pull your scarf up again, and step out into the wind. The cold hits harder now that you've been sitting still, an unkind reminder that comfort out here is always temporary. Your task for the rest of the morning is checking the north fence line. It's a long ride, and the snow will be deeper there, where it's drifted along the posts. You saddle your horse again, cinching the strap with fingers that feel like they belong to someone else. He flicks his ears back at you, unimpressed. You swing up the leather cold under you and nudge him into motion. The world out here feels endless flat white plains, broken only by the faint shadow of hills in the distance. The wind scrapes over the snow like a file hissing in your ears. You lean forward, squinting against the glare. Even without sun, the snow reflects enough light to make your eyes ache. Cowboys sometimes blacken the skin under their eyes with soot to cut the glare, a trick borrowed from native tribes. You didn't this morning, and you're regretting it now. Halfway to the fence, you spot movement. 3 steers, their backs dusted white, have pushed against a weak section of wire. One post leans at a bad angle. You ride closer, swinging down to fix it. The wire is icy and brittle, snapping when you try to bend it back into place. You dig a pair of pliers from your saddlebag, cold enough to burn your hand through the glove, and start the slow work of retying. Your horse stands nearby, tail to the wind, looking miserable. It takes nearly half an hour, and by the time you're done, your gloves are soaked. Your breath a steady fog in the air. You swing back into the saddle, flexing your hands to keep them working. On the ride back, you pass a patch of prairie dog mounds, snow piled over their entrances. Not a sign of movement. Smart animals know better than to be above ground today. You wish you had their luxury. Back in camp, the sun has finally pushed weakly through the clouds, casting a pale light over the range. It offers no warmth, but it makes the snow glitter in a way that almost feels peaceful until the wind shifts and reminds you where you are. You unsaddle your horse again, rubbing him down briskly before turning him loose into the corral. He heads straight for the hay pile, nosing into it with the kind of single-minded focus you reserve for coffee on a warmer day. You stand for a moment, feeling the cold seep back in now that the work has paused. The day isn't even half over, and you already know tonight will be worse. The wind will rise, the temperature will drop, and the only thing between you and freezing will be a thin bedroll, a reluctant fire, and the stubborn fact that cowboys didn't quit for weather. By afternoon, the sky's taken on that heavy slate-colored look that says snow's coming whether you like it or not. Out here, you don't wait for the storm, you prepare for it, like an unwelcome guest who's already halfway up the porch. The chuck wagon gets pulled in closer to the main camp. Bedrolls are stacked under a canvas lean-to keep them from turning into frozen boards. Horses are tied tighter and closer together so they can block the wind for each other. Your job is to help Cookie get the evening meal ready before the real weather hits. He's got beans bubbling in the Dutch oven, the lid weighted down with a rock to keep the wind from flipping it. A slab of salt pork sits on the cutting board edges, rimmed in frost, and he's hacking at it with a knife that's seen more camp chores than cooking. The smell is strong grease and salt and something faintly metallic, but it's the smell of calories, and that's all that matters in this cold. You slice biscuits from a log of dough he's kept wrapped in cloth inside the wagon. They're hard already, but the heat from the fire will coax a little life back into them. Cookie sprinkles coffee grounds into the pot without measuring cowboy coffee isn't a science, it's an act of faith. The grounds boil with the water until it's black and mean. Then he'll toss in a crushed eggshell or two to settle the grit. While the food cooks, you're sent to check the herd's water again. The pond you broke open this morning has sealed over a thin skin of ice, forming like the land's trying to heal from your earlier intrusion. You take the axe to it again, shattering the surface ice chips spraying up into your coat. The cattle shuffle forward to drink their breath, rolling over the water in pale clouds. It's here, leaning on the axe handle, that you realize the wind's shifted. It's colder now, with a strange stillness under the gusts. Old hands say you can smell snow. Before it falls, something sharper in the air, almost metallic. There's scholarly debate about whether that's real or just a trick of the mind, but your nose tells you the storm's not far off. Back at camp, the first flakes are already drifting down, slow and lazy for now. The cowhands eat quickly, bowls cupped in gloved hands, steam fogging up their scarves. Conversation is brief. No one lingers when the cold's this deep. Your beans are hot, the biscuit halfway thawed, and the coffee scalds your tongue in the best possible way. When dinner's done, the real work starts bedding down the herd. You ride out with two other hands pushing strays back toward the main group. Snow's falling thicker now, the wind whipping it into your eyes. You lean low in the saddle, keeping your hat brim angled against the blast. The cattle huddle together, their bodies making a dark mass in the whiteout. You circle them, slow calling softly, making sure they don't wander. By the time you get back to camp, it's full dark. The storm's in earnest now, snow swirling so thick it's like riding through smoke. The fire's down to embers, tucked behind a wall of canvas to keep the wind from stealing the heat. You unroll your bed as close to it as you dare boots, still on coat buttoned to your chin. Out here, stripping down for bed is for warm weather. In winter, you sleep in everything you own. Your bedroll is just 2 layers of canvas with a thin wool blanket in between. You slide in, pulling the edges tight to trap what little heat your body can muster. The snow rattles against the canvas shelter, the sound constant and strange, both soft and sharp at once. Somewhere nearby, a horse shifts and snorts. Cowboys sometimes slept with their saddles under their heads, both as a pillow and to keep it from getting stolen. You do the same, though comfort is a generous word for what you're feeling. Your hands are still cold inside your gloves, your toes numb. You curl up tighter, trying to keep the warmth from leaking away. It's in these long, dark stretches that your mind wanders. You think about the stories you've heard cowhands who froze to death in their bedrolls, still sitting up by the fire come morning. About the times herds were lost entirely to a blizzard the carcasses only found when the thaw came in spring. You remember someone saying the winter of 1886-87 was the worst. Temperatures dropped to 40 below in places, and even the toughest ranches were brought low. That's not just bad luck. That's nature reminding you who's in charge. The wind howls outside, and the snow keeps falling. You shift, trying to find a warmer spot in the bedroll. It's going to be a long night, and morning will come whether you're ready or not. Morning doesn't so much arrive as it sneaks in pale and thin, without warmth or enthusiasm. You open your eyes to see your own breath curling in front of you, each exhale hanging in the still air before fading into the frost that's crusted along the inside of your bedroll. Every joint complains when you try to move hips stiff from sleeping curled up fingers, reluctant to uncurl from where they'd been clenched in your coat pockets all night. You push yourself up, knocking a light sprinkle of snow from your hat brim. The storm's passed, leaving behind a world muffled under a fresh layer of white. It's beautiful in the way that makes you mad, like the land's mocking you with its clean sparkle while you're still shaking ice out of your boots. The first chore of the day is water for the herd, same as always. You pull your coat tighter, feeling the fabric creak with frost. Your gloves left out on your saddle last night are stiff as boards. You tug them on, anyway, fingers cramped inside, and trudge toward the creek. Each step crunches in the crusted snow, sinking just enough to send a little powder down into your boots. The cattle are already moving, steam rising from their backs as they nudge one another toward the water. You break the ice with a steady rhythm, the axe blade biting through the crust, each swing echoing in the cold air. Shards clink and slide away, the dark water swirling beneath. It's a job you do twice a day at minimum, because if the cattle can't drink, they won't last long. Cowboys learned early that cattle needed shelter from wind more than from snow. A drift against a bluff or a stand of cottonwoods could mean the difference between life and death for the herd. There's scholarly debate about how much forethought went into winter range selection. Some say ranchers planned carefully, others that they just crossed their fingers and hoped the cows were tough enough. This morning, you're hoping for the latter. Back at camp, Cookies got the coffee going. The smell cuts through the cold like a promise. He hands you a tin cup without a word. You wrap your hands around it, soaking in the heat, then sip and let the bitterness chase some of the fog from your head. Breakfast is a repeat of yesterday beans, and biscuits may be a sliver of salt pork if you're lucky. The beans are hot, though, and that's enough. Once you've eaten, it's time to check for strays. You saddle up the leather, still holding the ghost of last night's cold, and head out toward the low ground, where cattle sometimes drift. The snow here is deeper, swallowing your horse's legs up to the knees. The sun's out now, but it's a pale thing, and the wind slides past it like it doesn't even notice. You spot movement, a young steer, half buried in a drift, too tired to move. You slide off, wading through the snow, and take hold of the rope around its neck. It lurches twice, then stumbles forward following your tug. You talk to it under your breath, nonsense words mostly, but the sound seems to keep it moving. Your horse waits ahead, watching with the patient disinterest of an animal that's seen you do plenty of foolish things before. By the time you've led the steer back to the main herd, your thighs are burning from trudging your breath, puffing hard in the air. The cold has a way of hiding its weight until you've been out in it for hours, then it drops on you all at once, heavy as a wet blanket. You ride the fence line for the rest of the morning, checking for breaks or drifts that might let cattle wander. Every mile looks the same, white on white, with the occasional sagebrush poking through. Your mind starts to wander. You think about warmer days, about the way the prairie smells when the grass is high and the wind's soft, about how far away spring feels right now. By midday, you're back at camp. The sun's higher, but the heat never comes. You unsaddle your horse, rub him down, and toss him a flake of hay. He digs in, ignoring you completely. You envy him. At least he doesn't have to break ice or mend fences. You pull your bedroll out into the sun, hoping to dry the frost before nightfall. It won't be much, but every bit helps. Out here, you learn to take comfort in the smallest victories: a patch of thawed ground, a cup of coffee that's still steaming, a pair of gloves that aren't frozen stiff. The day's far from over, but you know the rhythm. Now water feed, check the herd, mend what's broken, and brace yourself for another night of cold. The West doesn't give you days off. It just gives you a little more daylight to work with before the dark closes in again. The afternoon light has that strange, coppery tint that means the sun's low, even though it's barely past lunch. In winter, on the range, the days aren't just short. They feel like they're running away from you, daring you to finish your work before the dark catches up. You're sent to scout the east pasture, where the snow tends to drift deep against the gullies. It's the sort of ride where you keep one hand on the reins and the other on the saddle horn eyes, sweeping for any movement that doesn't belong. Snow has a way of hiding trouble, both in the form of a half-buried cow and the occasional predator that's decided a cold, tired steer makes for easy hunting. Your horse plods forward, each step a crunch, followed by the soft shush of snow settling. The wind has quieted for now, leaving the air eerily still. You pull your scarf down just enough to take a deep breath. It's so cold, it burns all the way down, and you're instantly reminded why cowboys often wrap their faces up to their eyes. That frostbite danger. It's not a rumor. Historical records are full of accounts of cowhands losing bits of ears, noses, and fingers to a single careless hour. You find a small group of cattle standing under a cut bank where the snow's thinner. They're pawing at the frozen grass with slow determination, a trick they learned on their own. Some ranchers swore that certain breeds, like the hardy Texas Longhorn, were better winter survivors because they could dig for forage without tiring. There's some scholarly debate over whether that was true or just cowboy pride talking. But watching these animals work through the crust makes you think there's something to it. You check them over, looking for signs of trouble, frostbitten ears, limping from hidden ice cuts, or that sluggish stance that means the cold's getting the better of them. All seems well enough here, so you turn back toward camp, keeping the creek on your right as a guide. Out here, a wrong turn in the snow could have you riding in circles until nightfall, and that's not a gamble you're taking. By the time you get back, Cookie's got the beginnings of supper going, a smell that's half beans, half wood smoke, and entirely welcome. You tie your horsebrush, the snow off his back, and make sure his blanket is on snug. If he gets chilled overnight, you'll feel it in his stiffness tomorrow. And a stiff horse in deep snow is a problem that compounds fast. Supper is beans again, with bits of dried chili thrown in for variety. Cookie claims it'll keep you warm from the inside out. You're not sure about the science of that, but you eat it anyway, soaking up every last drop with a biscuit that's still warm enough to tear apart with your hands. The coffee's hot, too, and you take your time with it, letting the steam thaw your nose while you sit close to the fire. Conversation around camp is muted. One of the older hands, a man with a beard that could double as a scarf, talks about the winter of '79 when the snow was so deep you could walk over the top of the corral fences. He swears he saw coyotes traveling in packs of a dozen, bold enough to follow the riders home. Someone else mentions the big die-up of 1886-87 when cattle froze standing in the drifts. The way he says it, you can tell those images never really leave a man. The fire pops, sending up a burst of sparks that whirl away into the dark. You pull your coat tighter, already feeling the night air edging in. It's not even full dark yet, but the stars are starting to prick through the sky, sharp and cold-looking. You roll out your bed near the wagon, where the canvas will block at least some of the wind. Tonight promises to be colder than last night, the kind of cold that seeps through layers and finds the thin spots in your resolve. You keep your boots on your hat low and your scarf pulled up, knowing you'll be glad for every stitch when the temperature drops past reason. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote yips the sound carrying clearly through the still air. The herd shifts restlessly, lowing in a way that makes the hair on your neck rise. Out here, the winter belongs to more than just the cold. It belongs to anything hungry enough to challenge it. You settle into your bedroll, the fire's glow fading on your eyelids. Tomorrow will be the same ice to break fences to check, and cattle to keep alive. And in the Wild West winter, that sameness is the closest thing to safety you'll get. The cold wakes you before the light does. It's not the kind of chill you can just burrow away from. It's a steady creeping pressure, like the prairie itself is trying to press the warmth right out of you. Your breath has frozen on the inside of your scarf, making it stiff against your face. You peel it down and instantly regret it as the air nips at your skin. When you roll over, you feel the ache in your toes. You wriggle them relieved when they still respond, slow and clumsy, but moving. Cowboys in the winter lived with frostbite as a constant threat. Some hands lost fingertips or toes, and a few lost more. The remedies were as much folklore as fact-rubbing snow on it bad idea, holding the limb over steam, wrapping it in hot cloths. Then there was the bacon grease trick, smearing it on exposed skin to seal in heat. Whether it worked or not is still up for scholarly debate, but when you're desperate, you'll try anything. You drag yourself upright and take stock. The storm hasn't returned, but the stillness in the air makes you uneasy. The herd is quiet, too quiet. Normally, there's the low murmur of cattle shifting and grumbling, but this morning, it's just the muffled sound of hooves in the snow. You stomp toward the rope corral to check on your horse. He's standing, with his head-low icicles hanging from his whiskers, but his ears flick when you approach. A good sign. First task, the water hole. The ice has grown thick overnight, nearly an inch and a half. You take the axe to it, chipping steadily until dark water shows. The cattle begin to move toward you, pushing and shoving for space at the edge. Their breath billows out in clouds, drifting over the hole like steam. You keep swinging until the channel is wide enough for a dozen heads at once, anything less, and you'll have fighting on your hands. After that, you turn to breakfast. Cookie's got coffee going and a pan of biscuits buried in coals. He hands you one hot enough to burn your fingers, and you eat it in slow bites to make the warmth last. The coffee's strong enough to make your teeth buzz, and you cradle the cup while Cookie tells you a story about a hand he knew who tried to thaw frozen boots by setting them too close to the fire, only to watch the leather curl and burn before his eyes. You make a mental note to never ever risk it. Mid-morning, you and two other hands are sent to check the western edge of the range. The snow's knee-deep in places, and you can feel your horse working harder with every step. You keep an eye out for predators. Winter drives the boldness up in wolves and coyotes. Once you hear a rustle in the willows and spot a gray shape slipping away low to the ground, you know it's watching you just as closely as you're watching it. Predators in the winter weren't just an inconvenience, they were a real danger. In bad years, they'd follow a herd for days, waiting for a calf or a weakened steer to drop back. You've heard of riders waking to find wolf tracks circling the camp, or worse, finding them in the middle of the herd at night. The only defense was vigilance and a rifle close to hand. By the time you make it back to camp, the sun is already dipping toward the horizon. The fire's going again, smoke trailing straight up in the still air. Cookie's stirring a pot of beans, and the smell is enough to make your stomach tighten. You warm your hands over the flames, the heat stinging as it reaches skin that's been numb most of the day. Night settles in quick, the sky going from pale to deep indigo in minutes. Somewhere far off, you hear the thin, sharp howl of a coyote. You pull your bedroll tighter around you and think about the stories the old hands told about winters, where the snow came so deep, the cattle starved, standing unable to reach the grass, even by pawing, about how you could lose an entire season's work to one storm. Out here every morning you wake up is proof you've beaten the odds for another day. And every night you bed down, you know the cold will be waiting to take another shot at you before the sun comes up again. The wind is already moving when you wake a steady push against the side of your bedroll that makes the canvas rustle like dry leaves. It's not howling yet, but it has that low, drawn-out tone that promises it's only warming up. You sit up, and the cold air immediately slaps the last bit of sleep out of you. No time to linger. The herd needs to be driven toward the cottonwoods before the drifts get too deep in the open pasture. You pull on your gloves, still damp from yesterday, and jam your hat down low over your ears. The first step out of the bedroll is the hardest, the snow squeaking under your boots, little crystals blowing across its surface in thin, ghostly lines. Your horse is waiting in the rope corral, stamping and blowing. He's got that anxious energy that tells you he knows a storm's coming. Horses read weather better than any almanac, and if you've got sense, you trust them. You throw the blanket and saddle on fast, no time for niceties, when you can see the gray wall of snow out west. The cattle are scattered heads down in the snow pawing for grass. You and the other riders start sweeping them together, moving slow at first so they don't spook, then nudging them toward the trees. Snow starts to spit down, dry and sharp, each flake stinging when it hits your face. Cowboys in winter had a saying, "Get 'em to shelter before the sky closes." There's scholarly debate on whether shelter really did much. After all, a grove of trees isn't a barn, but anything that breaks the wind can save lives. Out here, you take what you can get. The ride is slow. Snow is blowing straight into your eyes, making the world ahead a pale blur. Your scarf is stiff with frost, and the horse's mane is already crusting over with little white beads. When you reach the trees, you start turning the cattle in tight circles to get them settled. The snow here is calmer, muffled under the branches, though the wind still hums overhead. Once the herd's as safe as you can make them, you head back toward camp. The snow's heavier now, slanting hard enough to make your coat feel twice its weight. By the time you reach the chuck wagon, your eyelashes have frozen together more than once, and your hands ache deep in the bone. Cookie has the fire up high, a pot of coffee already steaming. You take the cup in both hands and just hold it, letting the heat seep into your palms before you dare to drink. Dinner will be quick tonight. Salt pork fried hard in the pan. Beans on the side biscuits if you're lucky. Everyone eats standing eyes on the snow piling around camp. As night comes, the wind shifts up a gear. It whistles through the rope corral and rattles the wagon's boards. You pull your bedroll close to the fire, banking on its warmth, lasting into the night. The older hands joke that on nights like this, you don't really sleep. You just close your eyes and count the hours until morning. The sound of the wind fills everything, a steady roar broken only by the occasional snap of a branch or the distant low of a restless steer. You curl into your bedroll, coat collar, high hat brim, low, and try to imagine the storm passing. Out here, that's about all you can do. Prepare, endure, and hope the morning doesn't come with more losses than you can count. The storm's still going when you crack your eyes open. It's the kind of morning where the horizon doesn't exist, just a wall of white on all sides. Snow drifts have crawled halfway up the side of the chuck wagon, and the rope corral is almost buried, the top line sagging under the weight. You sit up in your bedroll and immediately feel the stiffness in your shoulders and back from sleeping half curled against the wind. The fire's out, no surprise there, and Cookie is already crouched over the coals, coaxing them back to life with dried sagebrush. His breath fogs the air as he mutters to himself, a string of words you can't quite catch, but that probably aren't fit for Sunday service. You shuffle over boots, crunching through crusted snow, and hold your hands toward the meager warmth. Out here, whiteouts are more than just an inconvenience, they're a real hazard. Cowboys learned to ride fence lines with one hand on the wire, feeling their way home when the landmarks vanished. There's scholarly debate about whether some riders tied themselves to their horses to keep from getting separated in storms. But when you've seen the snow fall sideways for 12 straight hours, it's not hard to imagine someone trying it. The first chore is digging out the water hole. You've got to wade through drifts, waist deep, in places the snow seeping over the tops of your boots. Each swing of the axe sends up a spray of ice shards, the sound muffled under the constant hiss of wind. Your fingers go numb after a few minutes, but you keep working until the black water gleams through the jagged white edges. The herd is restless. They mill around the hole, pushing in two close hooves scraping at the ice. You shout and wave them back, but the wind swallows your voice. You have to step in, pushing against broad, damp shoulders to make space. Your gloves are soaked by the time you finish the wet fabric freezing stiff before you even get back to camp. Breakfast is quick. Coffee, gulped down, hot enough to scald, and a biscuit that's more ice than bread. No one lingers. The next task is finding the strays the storm scattered. You saddle up, brushing snow off the leather, and lead your horse into the blinding swirl. His ears are pinned against the wind, and you can feel every tense muscle under you as he picks his way forward. You ride by instinct, keeping the creek to your left, counting fence posts as you pass. The snow is a living thing, now shifting underfoot, erasing your tracks almost before they're made. You spot a pair of steers huddled against a cut bank, half covered in drift. They blink slowly as you approach, too tired to move until you're nearly on top of them. You circle behind, coaxing them forward, driving them back toward the shelter of the trees. By the time you make it back to camp, you can feel the weight of the storm pressing down. The snow's piled high against the wagon wheels, and Cookies rigged a scrap of canvas over the fire to keep the coals alive. You unsaddle your horse, his coat steaming where the blanket had trapped what little heat he'd built up from the ride. Night falls early, in a whiteout. The wind howls through the cottonwoods, rattling branches, sending loose snow sifting down in sudden sharp flurries. You crawl into your bedroll, still wearing every stitch you own, hat pulled low, scarf up to your eyes. The firelight flickers weakly against the canvas, and beyond that, nothing but the dark and the steady roar of the storm. You think about the men who rode through winters like this for years, the ones who saw the work as just part of the life. Maybe they were tougher. Maybe they were just luckier. Either way, you're starting to understand how a cowboy's winter wasn't just about skill or grit. It was about surviving each day without letting the cold take something from you you'd never get back. When the storm finally breaks, it doesn't exactly stop. It just runs out of energy, like a fighter dropping their arms. The wind eases, the snow drifts, settle, and the sky opens into a washed-out blue that almost feels foreign after days of white. The stillness is eerie. It's not warm, far from it, but after the howl of the blizzard, the quiet rings in your ears. You step out of your bedroll and stretch stiff muscles. Everything you own is damp in some way. Boots, from melted snow gloves, from breaking ice, your coat, from just existing in the storm. You slap the frost off as best you can and head for the corral. The horses look just as tired as you feel, heads low, steam puffing from their nostrils. Today's job is the one nobody likes: gear repair. Saddles, bridles, and ropes take a beating in winter, and a few days of snow can ruin what summer's dust never could. You haul your saddle into the sun, if you can call it that, and run your hands over the leather. It's stiff as rawhide edges, curling where it's dried unevenly. Cowboys swore by tallow or neat's foot oil to keep their tack alive, but you have to work it in, slowly letting the leather warm, just enough to drink it in. The rope's worse. Natural fiber ropes, manila or hemp, get brittle in the cold. You coil yours, feeling for spots where the strands are frayed or frozen stiff. A bad rope in winter isn't just an inconvenience, it's a danger. You've heard stories of hands losing a steer because their lasso snapped like a twig in mid-throw. Some debate whether rawhide riatas held up better in winter, but most cowboys just used what they could afford and hoped for the best. By mid-morning, you've got your gear back in passable shape. Cookie calls for water detail, and you trudge to the creek with a couple of other hands. The hole you chopped yesterday is already closing in with ice. You take turns swinging the axe, the sound cracking across the frozen air. The cattle crowd in again, and you wave your arms, keeping them back until the water's clear enough for them to drink without falling in. Back at camp, there's time for a quick lunch. Beans and biscuits, of course. The biscuits are a little fresher today, which is to say they only chip 2 teeth instead of 3. You chase them down with coffee, so strong you can taste the ground's grit crunching between your molars. The afternoon is spent checking fence lines. You ride slow eyes, scanning for breaks where snowdrifts have pushed the posts over. The sun, pale as it is, glints off the snow in a way that makes your eyes ache. Cowboys sometimes wore makeshift snow goggles, slits cut in leather or wood, to cut the glare, a trick borrowed from native tribes. You've got none today, so you squint through the brightness until the shadows start to swim at the edges of your vision. You find a section of fence lying flat under a drift and make a note to come back with tools tomorrow. The herd's safe for now, huddled in the lee of the cottonwoods, their dark shapes moving slow against the white ground. When you get back to camp, cookies already working on supper. There's a rare treat tonight, a pot of stew, probably from a steer that didn't make it through the storm. It smells rich, salty, and more than a little gamey, but you're not about to complain. Every mouthful is hot, and that's all you need. Night comes without ceremony, just the light bleeding out of the sky until the world's dark again. You roll into your bed, the fire crackling low, and stare at the stars overhead. They're painfully bright, the kind of clarity you only get in air this cold. Somewhere out there is the promise of spring. But right now, all you can think about is how your gloves will be frozen solid again by morning. The cold has a way of resetting the world overnight. What little warmth yesterday's sun managed is gone, replaced by a brittle stillness that makes the snow crunch louder underfoot. You wake to find your hat rimmed in frost, the edge stiff against your forehead. Even your eyelashes feel heavy, tiny icicles clinging to them when you blink. The first breath outside your bedroll feels like swallowing knives. Your scarf is frozen into the shape you slept in, and you peel it down carefully, trying not to snap the stiff cloth. The fire is out again, and cookies already hunched over the coals, coaxing them back to life with sagebrush and a few scraps of wood saved from yesterday's fence repair. Breakfast is quick biscuits warmed in the pan until they're just soft enough to chew beans that taste the same no matter how many days you've been eating them, and coffee black enough to make your pulse race. Cookie swears a morning cup will put hair on your chest, but you're more interested in the way it thaws your fingers from the inside out. Today's job is checking the far southern pasture. The ride will be long, and the snow is deep enough in places to make even the horses hesitate. You saddle up slowly, working the stiff leather straps through their buckles, and pull your coat tight against the wind. Your horse stamps once, twice, then leans into the first step, hooves crunching through crust before sinking into powder. The land here rolls more than up north, small rises and gullies breaking up the white. You follow a shallow draw, its edges tufted with dead grass poking through. Halfway to the pasture's edge, you find a calf alone, bawling softly. It's stuck in a drift snow packed up to its belly. You dismount, wading in until the powder spills into your boots, and grab its halter. It resists at first, then stumbles forward as you tug its legs, shaky but moving. You lead it back toward the herd, your horse following slowly behind. There's an ongoing debate among ranchers about whether calves born late in the season stood any real chance in winters like this. Some swore the cold toughened them early. Others saw them as inevitable losses. Looking at the little steer beside you, you can't help but think the latter. Once the calf is back with the others, you press onto the far fence. A section has gone slack, the wire sagging where the snow has pushed it down. You tighten it as best you can, pulling the strands taut until your gloves bite into your fingers. The cold makes the metal sing under tension, a sharp sound in the still air. By the time you turn back toward camp, the light is already fading. Winter days out here are stingy, handing you only enough daylight to get halfway through what needs doing. You nudge your horse into a trot, the saddle creaking in the cold, and let the wind push you the rest of the way in. Camp is a welcome sight. Smoke curling up from the chuck wagon stove. Cookies ladling out supper, a mix of beans and salt pork again, but with a splash of molasses stirred in. The sweetness is a surprise cutting through the salt and smoke. You eat with your gloves still on the bowl, balanced in your lap, watching the firelight dance over the snowbanks around camp. When night comes, it's clear and sharp. The stars look close enough to touch, and the cold feels like it's pressing down from above as much as creeping up from the ground. You pull your bedroll tight around you, boots still on hat brim low. Somewhere in the dark, a coyote calls its voice thin and stretched. You close your eyes, hoping tomorrow brings less wind and fewer strays. But knowing the West rarely takes requests, night drops like a trap, quiet, decisive, and colder by 10 degrees just because it can. You learn to feel it arrive, not by light fading, but by the way your breath suddenly looks denser in the air, the way your coat seems to shrink, the way the world sharpens until even the stars look like chips of ice. Out here on the prairie, snowbound nights are not scenic. They're negotiations. You bargain with the cold for a few hours of sleep, pay in firewood discipline, and whatever tricks you can conjure to keep the heat you've earned from leaking away. You start with the camp itself. There's a low wall of snow. You and the boys shoved upwind of the fire earlier. Just a knee-high ridge, scooped with shovels and biscuit tins, but it steals a bite from the wind all the same. You kick at it, pack it tighter, then crouch to check the ember bed Cookie's been nursing all day, like it's a sick relative. He's saved a stub of cottonwood for night-rare generosity and lays it alongside sagebrush and 2 armfuls of dry cow chips you gathered at dusk. It turns out the West heats itself with what the cows leave behind. You try not to think too hard about the poetry of that. The chips catch fast, the cottonwood slower, and the flames rise low and blue before blooming orange. Sparks whisk east and disappear into the dark, and you feel the first hint of warmth press against your shins through stiff denim. Tonight is too cold for wide circles around the herd. The plan is to keep them tucked in the cottonwoods and make short, careful checks. The cattle themselves do a lot of the work, bodies huddled tight, heads down, steam pooling over their backs. You listen. You can tell a lot in winter. With your ears, the slow, synchronized crunch of hooves means they're standing easy. Frantic, broken steps means a drift collapsing or a spook. Right now, it's the steady rhythm you want. Good. The storm's passed. The wind is manageable, and your job is to keep it that way. Cookie ladles out night coffee, thick and mean. You cradle the tin cup like it contains the last warm thing on earth. Then sip slow, because the first swallow sears your tongue. You can taste the eggshell he used to settle the grounds, a faint chalk at the edges. He offers a bonus, a thin strip of salt pork, fried brittle as glass. You hold it near the fire just long enough to coax a sheen of fat, then chew until it gives up a ghost of flavor. It's less a snack than a reminder you're still here. Save a coal for your pocket, Cookie says deadpan. He means a warm rock, which he's heated at the fire's lip. You wrap a palm-sized one in a scrap of burlap and tuck it against your belly under your shirt. It's a poor man's stove, and in 10 minutes it will cool to a faint suggestion. But for now, it's bliss. There's a trick to bedding down in the open that no picture book tells you. You don't sleep on bare ground if you can help it. Even snow is better than frozen dirt if you trap air. You stomp a rectangle, lay brush if you have any, which you don't tonight, then unroll canvas. Then the thin, scratchy wool blanket. Then canvas again. The canvas blocks wind. The wool pretends to trap heat. You loosen your bootlaces a hole or two, so your feet don't frostbite from pressure, but you don't take the boots off. Learn that back in the whiteout when you nearly cried, refreezing your socks. You stuff tomorrow's shirt inside your coat so your body heat can bully some softness into it by morning. Then pull your hat low and your scarf up until only the bridge of your nose shows. It's not enough. It never is on the worst nights. That's where the horse comes in. You glance toward the rope corral. Your gelding is standing rump to wind, head low ears, flicking at a music only he hears. He's wearing the ragged blanket you strapped after supper, but the edge of it has frozen into a small, ridiculous wing. You work a hand under his neck into the warm fur hollow where his jugular beats. Heat is shockingly immediate there, a secret summer. He shifts, then settles when he smells you, and you press the backs of your fingers to his throat until they stop tingling and start aching, a painful thaw that feels like 100 tiny hammers under the skin. Sharing body heat with a horse sounds like a tall tale, but anyone who's slept through a bad norther knows better. You don't crawl under him. Let's not be dramatic. But you do stand shoulder to shoulder, breathe into his mane, and let your coat pull heat off him like a robber. He gets your company. You get to keep your fingers. Romantic, no. Effective. You're still counting to 10 with your own hands, aren't you? You lead him a few steps to the lee of the wagon, where the canvas windbreak steals just enough bite that the air doesn't flay your cheeks. He leans into the rope, snorts a thin thread of steam, and sighs like an old bellows. You rub the base of his ears, frostbite stalks, ears, noses, thin places, and remember how the old hand with the scarf beard swore. By rubbing tallow, they're on the worst nights. Keeps the frost from gnawing, he'd said. Whether that's chemistry or superstition is still a line for scholarly debate, but you rub anyway. It's also an excuse to keep your hands busy and, frankly, near warmth. Back at the fire, you drop into a crouch and watch the sparks. There's a rhythm out here to the way the night grows. Long. Fire. Watch, heard. Check. Bedroll. Fire. Watch again. Heard. Check again. You never really vanish into sleep. You stumble along the edges of it, listening for trouble. Your mind tosses up the greatest hits of winter lore, the big die-up of 1886-87, when drifted snow and iron cold killed cattle by the tens of thousands. Men found in spring still upright in their saddles, horses frozen in place. The fact hard unromantic that many outfits went bust when the thaw finally counted losses. You know the history, even if you never lived that specific winter. Letters home ledgers, the grim arithmetic of hide counts. One mainstream fact you cling to, because it feels like a rule in a world that loves exceptions. The chuck wagon, your little mobile planet in this frozen system, wasn't a mythic invention, but a real practical rig, popularized by Charles Goodnight after the Civil War. A box of drawers and a folding belly table clapped onto a sturdy wagon so Cookie could run a whole kitchen on wheels. Tonight, your gratitude for that box of drawers and its iron coffee pot verges on religious. Your beat comes due a short loop through the cottonwoods to listen to the herd. You wrap your scarf high, grab your lantern shaded so it doesn't spook, and step into the night. Snow squeaks under your boots, that high, clean sound that only happens when it's too cold for complicated thoughts. You keep one hand on the nearest cottonwood trunk as you pass, palm sliding over furrowed bark, a breadcrumb trail in a world that has eaten all the breadcrumbs. The cattle breathe in a low chorus, a damp hush. One bawls a complaint, more than a panic, and another answers. You lift the lantern just enough to see backs, like low, dark hills. A calf blinks at you, lashes rimed in frost, then tucks its chin into the hollow of its dam's shoulder, a living equation that solves to warmth. You set the lantern on a broken stump and listen harder. There a soft, directionless scuffle behind you. You turn slow. Nothing but snow and trunks, and that's worse than something, because imagination loves a blank stage. Coyotes sing far out on the flats, thin, glassy yips braided into something almost pretty. You've heard wolves, too, in other winters, a rounder, more serious voice. Predators know what you know. Winter trims the fat from everything. Tonight you hear only coyotes, and they sound more interested in each other than in your huddle of hooves. Still, you walk the line once more. Speak soft nonsense, because your voice calms you as much as them. Then collect the lantern and head back, following your own footprints while they still exist. Back at the fire, Cookie has staged a miracle, a tin mug of hot water. Not coffee, not tea, just hot, clean water, ladled from the top of the snowmelt kettle he keeps off to the side. You sip and feel your core loosen a slow untying under your ribs. Put a potato in your pocket next time he says poker-faced. You blink. He points at the burlap sack. You've heard the trick boil. A potato, wrap it in cloth. Tuck it by your belly like the heated rock. The odd charm of it makes you grin despite the numb cheeks. Is it more effective than a rock? There are campfire testimonies both ways, and the scholarly debate barely pretends to exist, but you pick a medium-sized one and set it near the coals anyway, because hope is practical when it fits in your pocket. You crawl into the bedroll for your first ration of sleep, keeping the warmed rock in your shirt and your gloved hands tucked in your armpits. You breathe in slow through the scarf to moisten air before it hits your throat, one of those small learned behaviors that separates sleeping from coughing the night into a headache. Your toes find the boot toes and press. You wiggle them like you're dialing a telegraph, still here, still here. Somewhere in your layers, you locate a joke too, actually. One, if you ever market prairie, spa treatments be sure to include the exfoliating coffee grounds and the invigorating cow chip sauna. 2. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen from that Egypt trip your imagination took a few stories ago. Tonight even that sounds like a spa day. You doze. No dreams, just a pause. When you come back, the stars have shifted, the cold has recalibrated, and the fire has slumped towards sullen. Time for the second loop. You pass the wagon wheel, its iron rim haloed with hoarfrost. Beyond, the corral ropes look like strings pulled from a giant's mitten, stiff and white. Your horse lifts his head. When you touch him, exhales a hello. You rest your forehead against his and count 5 breaths together. You hymn the little private cloud you make. If there's a sacrament in the cowboy religion, it might be that moment, 2 creatures sharing warmth in a world that's stingy with it. The herd is still mostly. A drift sloughed off somewhere with a soft thump and a ripple of hooves answers, but the chorus settles in less than a minute. You kick a narrow path along the waterhole, knocking the new skim from the edges. The ice has that fine glass sound under your heel, the kind that says, "Yes, I will hold for exactly 3 seconds more." Choose wisely. You choose not to test it, and instead break with the axe quick and neat, then step back before your shadow lures any bold fool of a steer too close. Back to the fire, back to the bedroll, back to bargaining. You eat half the potato, because as a hand once said, if it can keep you warm, it can keep you alive 2 ways, and then tuck the rest against your belly to do its second job. You stuff your scarf under the back of your hat so your neck isn't a chimney. You seal the bedroll tight and envelope with you as the letter. You remind yourself that the chuck wagon's drawers are latched, the lantern's shuttered, the axe is stuck head down in a drift rather than laid flat where a horse might step. These are winter thoughts, unheroic, essential, unending. And then somehow it is lighter. The stars blanch. The east turns the pale gray of tin washed with milk. Your breath looks less dramatic. The snow at the edge of camp glows faintly like a low-watt bulb. Morning is not warm, it's just less night. You work your hands out of your armpits and test your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4 good. Thumb present. You flex your toes inside their leather prisons and get the reply you were hoping for. Dull, annoyed, alive. You sit up and the bedroll cracks softly where your breath has crusted it. The rock in your shirt is a lump of memory. Now the half potato has cooled to a bland moon. Cookie stirs a silhouette that becomes a man when he lifts the lid from the coals and stokes flame out of stubborn red. You murmur something that contains coffee and thanks, and he answers with a grunt that means both working on it and you're welcome. You stand brush snow from your hat brim, stamp your boots until you can feel your heels again and walk to the rope corral. Your gelding greets you by moving exactly one ear. It is the most elegant good morning you will ever receive. You scratch his withers, find that warm hollow at his neck again, and smile because that heat feels like a promise. You did the hard part. Another snowbound night survived. The day will bring its own miseries. Ice to break fences, to lift a stew. You'll pretend is not from a steer that lost the same fight you just won, but you'll take the trade. The prairie offered its test, and with a horse, a fire, a potato that moonlighted as a furnace, and a bedroll stitched from stubbornness, you passed. Somewhere behind you, Cookie bangs the pot lid like a chapel bell. The camp wakes. The cattle stir. The cold, insulted sharpens its knives for another try. You tie your scarf, pull your hat down, and step into the sting with a little private warmth still riding the inside of your ribs. It won't last long. It never does. But it got you to here where the work starts again. And that's all a snowbound night on the prairie ever owes you. The wind has teeth tonight. You feel it in the way it sneaks past every layer you've piled on, finding the cracks between scarf and collar glove and sleeve like a thief that knows exactly where you hide the silver. Snow drifts higher along the corral fence, swallowing the lower rails until it looks like the horses could just step over and wander off into the dark. You pull your coat tighter, but it's like hugging a cold boulder. The oilskin sheds the snow well enough, but inside the lining is damp from yesterday's work, and every movement sends a chill crawling down your spine. Cookie's voice calls from the chuck wagon, muffled by the wind. Something about supper being as ready as it's gonna get. Inside, The air is warmer, but thick with the smell of beans, smoke, and wet wool. You settle onto an upturned crate, boots steaming faintly, and take the tin plate he hands you. Tonight's twist on the usual fare is diced salt pork, stirred and chewy and briny, the kind of thing you'll still be tasting tomorrow morning. Cookie claims it's cowboy bacon, which makes you almost laugh, but your jaw's too stiff from the cold. After eating, it's time for the nightly check on the herd. You step out into a sky so clear it hurts to look at the stars sharp as glass. Somewhere out there, a calf bawls a sound that sets your nerves on edge because a bawling calf means trouble. You grab your lantern and head toward the noise, the snow squeaking under each step. You find the little thing caught in a shallow ditch, one leg trapped under a crust of ice. It's shaking, not from cold, but from exhaustion. You set down the lantern, break the ice with the heel of your boot, and haul the calf upright. Its sides heave, steam puffing from its nostrils. You walk it back slow, talking low and steady so it doesn't spook, though it's probably too tired to care. Old-timers out here argue about whether night checks are worth the trouble. Some swear they've saved half their herd by catching trouble early. Others think the cold itself does less damage than dragging cattle through it in the dark. Scholarly debate isn't just for folks in libraries. Out here, it's a matter of survival strategy. Back at camp, you stamp the snow from your boots and hang your gloves by the fire to dry. The warmth is almost painful, bringing your fingers back to life in sharp little bursts. You roll into your bedroll, still half dressed, because stripping down means risking losing the warmth you've managed to steal. The canvas crackles faintly as you shift, and outside the wind keens through the sagebrush. Somewhere in the dark, coyotes call again, closer this time. You can't tell if they're after the cattle or just talking to each other, but either way, it'll be another night of light sleep ears pricked for trouble. You close your eyes, letting the sound of the wind blend into the slow breathing of the horses, and wait for dawn to give you something else to worry about. The morning comes in pale and thin, the kind of light that promises nothing but more cold. You shake yourself out of the bedroll and instantly feel the bite of air on your cheeks. The fire's nothing but ash, and the faintest blush of coals, and cookies already crouch beside it, blowing gently to tease out a flame. You wrap your scarf high as you make the first pass toward the herd. The snow crunches under your boots, but the sound is broken now and then by a sharper crack, the kind ice makes when it shifts. Your horse follows lazily at first, but his ears are pricked forward, his whole body alert. That's when you see them. Off on the far ridge, just dark shapes at first tails, low moving, with a casual, confident gait wolves. A half dozen, maybe more, trotting in that ground-eating lope that says they've been at this for hours. They're not in a hurry, not spooked. They're here to test the herd. You pull the rifle from its scabbard and rest it across the saddle horn. It's not about shooting, at least not yet. It's about making noise and letting them know they've been seen. You shout a long, drawn-out call that carries in the cold air, and your horse sidesteps at the sound. The wolves stop their heads turning in eerie unison. For a long moment, they just watch you. Then, without any sign of fear, they melt back into the folds of the land. Predators in winter are as inevitable as frostbite. Cowboys swapped endless stories about wolves taking down cattle, some true, some exaggerated in the retelling. There's still scholarly debate over how much damage wolves really did versus what desperate ranchers claimed during bad years. But out here in the middle of it, statistics don't matter. You just know you can't afford to lose a steer. Back at camp, Cookies got coffee boiling and a slab of cornbread warming near the fire. It's dense and crumbly, but it's hot, and that's all that matters. You eat quickly, keeping one eye on the horizon. The herd is restless, shifting more than usual, and you wonder if the wolves are still out there just beyond sight. The rest of the day is spent patrolling the edges of the range. You ride the fence line, slowly stopping often to scan the open prairie. The cold makes the air clear for miles, but that clarity cuts both ways. You can see trouble coming, but trouble can also see you. By the time the sun dips, you're back near the cottonwoods. The herd is huddled close, their breath rising in a single steaming cloud. You loop around them, once tightening their circle, then ride back to camp. The sky is going red at the edges, fading to a bruised purple overhead. Supper is beans again, with a handful of jerky crumbled in for flavor. The fire crackles, but even sitting close, you can feel the cold, trying to take back the ground it lost. As you stretch out in your bedroll, you think about those wolves, and you're not entirely sure whether you'll hear them before you see them next time. The night is too still, and stillness on the prairie in winter is rarely a good sign. The stillness breaks just before dawn, not with a roar of wind or a fresh dump of snow, but with a sound so small you almost miss it, a single sharp bark out on the flats. Your eyes snap open in the bedroll. For a second, you think it's a coyote, but the tone is lower, heavier. You sit up and listen. There it is again, followed by the distant, unmistakable lowing of a steer in distress. You're up and moving before your mind has even finished naming the threat. Boots still stiff from yesterday's rifle slung over your shoulder, you head for the rope corral. Your gelding meets you with a toss of his head, ears flicking toward the sound. You don't bother with a leisurely saddle job, just cinch down enough to hold and swing up. The cold hits harder when you're riding into it. Each stride sends a fine spray of powder curling off the horse's hooves, the air sharp enough to slice through your scarf. The sky is that brittle pre-dawn blue, the kind that makes every dark shape stand out too clearly. That's when you spot them. 5 wolves, maybe 6, ghosting around the far edge of the herd. They move with a patient kind of hunger, one eye on each other, the other on the steers. One bold shape breaks from the group and trots closer, testing the reaction. The cattle shift, bunching tighter, steam rising off their backs. You angle your horse toward the threat, shouting loud enough to carry. The bold wolf stops, stares, then trots back to the group. You fire once into the air, the crack ricocheting across the frozen ground. They don't scatter, they never scatter, but they drift back slow as fog. You know they'll be around again. Back at camp, Cookie hands you a cup of coffee, so hot you have to cradle it through your gloves. He doesn't ask what happened. He was probably listening to the same sounds you heard. Instead, he hands you a biscuit that's more steam than bread fresh from the coals. The simple act of eating something warm feels like reclaiming territory from the cold. The rest of the day is patrolling and reinforcing. You and 2 other hands check the fence lines, looking for low spots where wolves might test a crossing. There's scholarly debate over whether predators prefer slipping under wire or just going over drifts. But you've seen enough paw prints in both places to know it's not an either-or problem. The sun comes out briefly in the afternoon, throwing light so bright on the snow that you have to squint against the glare. It's almost cheerful until you notice the long, narrow tracks winding along the ridge, the wolves keeping pace just out of sight. They're not chasing, they're measuring you. By the time you get back to camp, the light is already dying. The sky goes from gold to gray in minutes, the kind of fade that tells you the temperature is about to drop hard. You get your horse blanketed and fed, then pull your own coat tighter. Cookie stew tonight is thicker than usual, bits of potato, maybe even carrot, and you eat slowly, letting the heat work its way out to your fingers. Night comes with no sound, but the crunch of the herd shifting and the occasional pop from the fire. The wolves don't sing tonight. Somehow that's worse. You lie in your bedroll eyes on the dark shapes of the cottonwoods and wonder how many pairs of eyes are watching you from just beyond the reach of the firelight. By late afternoon, the cold has finished its daily hobby of biting every exposed inch of you, and the light is slipping away like it owes someone money. The herd is settled in the cottonwoods. Your horse is blanketed and belly deep in hay, and Cookie's fire has found the one perfect place between smothered and arson. There's a gap, always a gap between work and sleep, and winter stretches that gap wide. You can either shiver in silence and think about how far your toes are from your heart, or you can do what cowboys have always done when the wind drums on the wagon boards make a little noise of your own. It starts with the fiddle. Not a concert hall instrument, this one scarred and sweat-polished, its bow hair thinned by years of dust and bad weather, the peg box wrapped with a strip of rawhide to keep a split from growing. You pull it from the wagon, where Cookie keeps it tucked alongside flour and coffee, as if music were just another staple. The strings complain, at first metal, on ice, so you hold the fiddle over your lap edge near the fire and warm it like a newborn. You pass the bow close to the coals too, because cold hair squeaks. A little heat coaxes a voice out of it again. Somewhere behind you, a hand jokes that if you scorch it, we'll be eating roasted symphony, and that gets the first laugh of the night, small but honest. You tuck the fiddle under your chin, feel the worn spot where 100 other nights have scored the wood, and test a scale. It comes back thin at first, then wider the notes, rounding out. As the spruce remembers, it's a tree that liked sunshine once. You start a waltz, slow enough for frozen fingers to remember patterns. The girl I left behind me. Then a slip into turkey in the straw. Then something older and sadder that you don't name because it plays better when you don't claim it out loud. The cold changes sound, thins, it makes it carry. Even men who never sing hum a little when strings catch the air right. The herd hears it too. You've seen heads lift when a tune drifts their way, a reminder that even stomachs with hooves lean toward warmth in any form. Music around a winter fire is partly about defiance and partly about measure. Defiance because you're telling the wind it doesn't get all the say. Measure because in the tight little world of this camp, every tune is a unit of time. 3 tunes, and the beans will be ready. 2 more, and Cookie will forgive the universe enough to pour seconds. 1 last reel, and it's your turn to check the water hole again. There's an old fact. Every trail hand knows, and no one explains until he's lived it. The chuck wagon really did become a standard after the Civil War, thanks to Charles Goodnight's rolling kitchen, and an iron coffee pot riding in that belly box is as essential to morale as any blanket. Tonight you prove the corollary. A camp fiddle is the coffee pot's cousin. It lifts the same corners of men's faces, just by a different road. After the waltz, the harmonica comes out, mouth harp, French harp, tin misery, call it what you like. The kid from Abilene, everyone is from Abilene, or near enough warms his hands over the coals, then cups the reed box like it's a secret and starts to push breath through. It's reedy and sweet and makes you think of the lines between stars overhead. He falls into Goodbye Old Paint, a trail song that travels mile to mile like a branded steer. You answer with the fiddle low harmony, and for a minute the camp has edges. You can see firelight, men's faces loose. For once the wagon wheels, your horse's ears prick toward the sound. You keep it simple. In weather like this, fancy runs freeze first. Then the tall tales begin, as naturally as sparks running up a dark chimney. The old hand, with the beard that doubles as a scarf, leans back on his elbows and opens with Pecos Bill, or his local cousin, a man who roped a norther and rode it across the panhandle. Another claims he once thawed a canteen by putting it under his hat and thinking hard about July. Everyone groans, and he grins like a boy who just stole second base. You add a small truth disguised as a joke. You once warmed your fingers in the hollow under your gelding's neck and swear you dream of that spot on bad days. Horse Heat Cookie says ladling beans. Patent it. You say you'll bottle it next to your previous genius range-aged coffee, which is just yesterday's grounds boiled a second time until your soul stands up straighter in protest. 2 jokes down, 1 to go before your night quota is satisfied. Cards appear, the deck almost soft, with use corners, rounded faces kissed by ash and bacon grease. Nobody's playing for hard cash. Not out here, not in winter. You play for beans, literally. Cookie fetches a small sack and pours a little hill in the lid of a biscuit tin. Each man takes a palmful, the reds worth 2, the pintos worth 1, and a black-eyed pea mysteriously present stands in for 5. There's a running argument about whether you're playing stud or draw, and you settle into 5-card draw, because it's kinder to gloved hands. Pharaoh might be king of saloons. From Deadwood to Dodge mainstream historians will tell you that without blinking, but on a frozen prairie, Pharaoh needs a table you don't have. Beans don't care what they sit on. A hand throws in another raises with a scrape of pinto against tin, and someone mutters that he's bean broke already. You put in a pair and keep 2, chasing the gentle thrill of something that isn't weather trying to kill you. The kid from Abilene bluffs with the panache of a preacher with a pocket flask. You fold and save face by claiming chivalry. I don't beat children after dark. Laughter lands quick and warm, and the kid salutes you with his harmonica like it's a gentleman's hat. Between hands, someone recites a scrap of verse he swears came from a Wyoming camp, words about a dying cowboy, and a folding of hands, a melody that wants to be the streets of Laredo. You hum a bar, because you know the bones of the thing run back across the Atlantic to the unfortunate rake, a ballad that changed clothes a dozen times, crossing oceans and prairies. Scholars still argue which version seeded which, but out here nobody is footnoting. They're just following a tune that survives anything, including poor singing. The chorus lands rough and earnest, and you feel your scalp prick under your hat brim, the sensation that means a song found a vein. The tall tales swell to fill the spaces between deals. A man claims his uncle kept his feet warm by lining boots with newspaper, then corrects himself because the joke's on the timeline, no newspapers to spare. So he revises catalog pages, which everyone knows are meant for 2 noble uses. Another swears he saw a gambler light his cigar off a branding iron and not taste iron for a week. A third tells the one about the trail boss who bet beans for a month and won so many he told Cookie to stop cooking because he had his own. He ate 40 beans and died of happiness. Cookie says flatly, then pushes the pot closer to you, which is his version of a hug. When the cards pause, the pocket knives come out. Whittling is winter's slow sport. You shave curls from a scrap of cottonwood into something that might be a spoon if you keep at it through March. The old hand carves a horse with a ridiculous tail and claims it's your gelding on a good hair day. You carve a button. You need one anyway, and making it out of wood feels like stealing from a future tree. Someone inevitably carves a tiny coffin and says it's for the next biscuit that tries to chip a tooth. Cookie pretends not to hear, then tosses a fresher biscuit at his head without looking. It arcs perfect and lands in the old hand's lap like a trained pigeon. You log Joke 3 projectile pastry coming to a frontier circus near you. Dime novels make a circuit after that paperbacks, soft as laundry covers, gaudy as sunrise. Deadwood, Dick Calamity, Jane the novel's version anyway, and a gentleman outlaw who never saw mud, if the illustrator can be believed. You read a page aloud. Adopt a baritone that would embarrass the Mississippi and the camp hoots when the hero's hat survives a cannon blast. There's a quiet debate, yes, even here, about whether these stories make greenhorns stupider or just give tired men something to aim their boredom at. Historians will go on to argue whether cowboy literacy rates were higher than folks assume. You choose to notice that out here every man can follow a story well enough to laugh in the right place. Some nights, the good fun tilts toward mischief. A man produces a jaw harp and twangs a rhythm that makes your molars itch. You counter, with the fiddle, a comic chase tune, and he yields before the camp threatens mutiny. Someone proposes pitching horseshoes, and everyone points at the snow, politely explaining no. Instead, you play mumblety-peg with pocket knives in a patch of packed snow, taking turns flicking the blade to bite the earth just so. You keep it restrained. Winter has already asked enough blood of this camp without adding knuckle trophies. Cookie, despite insisting he is not entertainment, tells a story about a night so cold he boiled coffee in his hat because the pot had frozen to the wagon. The men groan, nobody believes him, but he shows a sweat-stained brim and says, proof. He also claims crushed eggshell in cowboy coffee settles grounds and adds calcium, which may or may not be true, but no one here is on a peer review board. You're halfway convinced the eggshell is a charm to ward off bad luck and worse singing. As the fire settles to a slow red bed, talk softens into the sort of subjects men pretend they don't keep careful track of home letters, the town post that might be months away. A man mentions a Christmas dance he once rode 40 miles to attend, then stood in a corner all night because he'd forgotten how to talk indoors. Another says he's saving pay for a wool coat in town. And Cookie snorts so hard the flames twitch, spring'll beat you to the door, son. You say nothing about pay. Everyone knows wages have been freezing lower than creek ice lately, and winter is where you learn whether you're working for pride stubbornness or the myth of a spring roundup that pays back the cold with interest. You pull the fiddle one more time and set a slow air. The kid follows with harmonica, soft as breath. You tip toward home on the range, and then away at the last second, not because it isn't loved, but because it's a summer song, and you don't poke bears in February. The camp listens. Even the horses are statues but for their ears. When the last note lifts and thins and disappears, you swear the cold steps back half a pace to consider you all over again. Before you roll up for the night, you make a final loop through the cottonwoods lantern shaded. The herd is drowsy and quiet frost lace on their backs glinting under the stars. You think of earlier winters, the big die-up. You didn't live, but somehow feel in your bones through the stories, and you press your palm against the nearest trunk. The bark is cold and ridged and alive. You whisper something that is either a prayer or a weather report and can't tell which. The scholarly debate over whether singing to cattle really soothes them remains robust. You do it anyway, half a verse of the waltz from earlier, soft enough to be your breath talking to itself. Back at the fire, you turn the last potato of the night beside the coals. You know the trick now. Eat half for strength, pocket half for heat. You soak your socks' toes in a tiny wash of warm water, just enough to convince them they're still part of you. Then tug them back on before they think about rebelling. You check your bootlaces not too tight, and tug your hat down like a curtain. When you slide into the bedroll, your body recognizes the place the way a book recognizes a bookmark. Somewhere beyond the fire line, a coyote offers a thin, solitary yip, and another answers miles off the line between them, strung across the dark like wire. The camp goes quiet, not from fear, but from listening. The beans that were currency an hour ago are now back in Cookie's sack. The cards are stacked. The knife blades folded, the harmonica in a pocket. The fiddle back in the wagon belly, with the flour and the iron pot, like it's one more ingredient. You close your eyes. Warmth borrowed and coaxed settles a fraction deeper than last night. The wind breathes through the cottonwoods, and for a minute, just a minute, you imagine it's applauding the band. Tomorrow, you'll wake to ice in your mustache again, and lie to your fingers about how quickly they'll thaw. You'll break water ride, fence count noses, consider wolves. But tonight, you built a little room out of tunes and jokes and gambling beans, and you kept the cold outside the door for an hour longer than it planned. On this range in this winter, that counts as wealth. You wake to the sound of something solid hitting the side of your tent. Not wind. Not snow sliding off the canvas. A deliberate thud, followed by the sound of hooves scuffing ice. By the time you roll out of your blankets, your breath already turning white in the dim morning light. The commotion has spread low calls from the herdmen shouting and a high-pitched yelp you can't place. Outside, the cold feels sharper than yesterday. Your boots crunch on the frost-crusted snow, each step loud enough to make your horse glance over from the corral. Down near the feed wagon, you see the source two longhorn steers locked at the horns, bodies straining hooves, scrabbling for purchase on the frozen ground. Their coats are dusted white with frost, and their breath shoots out in great clouds as they shove each other back and forth. It's not unusual. Even in the dead of winter, dominance still needs proving, and these two have been circling each other for weeks. What's unusual is the ice. One bad twist, and you've got a broken leg and a useless steer in the middle of a season where every animal is worth triple. You and two others move in slow circling wide, trying not to spook them into a full-out charge. A rope, a sharp whistle, a quick grab, and you've got them apart. Both sides, steaming sides, heaving, but no blood. That's a win. You walk them off in opposite directions, keeping a careful eye for the kind of slow limp that means trouble. Breakfast is late and colder than usual. Cookie apologizes with a shrug. It's hard to keep beans hot when the wind sneaks in under the wagon flaps. You eat them anyway, more for the warmth than the taste. One of the older hands mutters about how back in '79 they'd had to eat frozen biscuits like hardtack for 2 weeks straight. There's scholarly debate over whether he's exaggerating, but nobody bothers to challenge him. The rest of the day is split between chores and standing watch. You check the hay supply, lower than you'd like, and the water hole, thicker ice than yesterday. Cutting it open is slow work. and the shards are dangerous, slicing clean as a knife if you're not careful. The horses drink deeply, heads low, steam curling from their nostrils. Afternoon brings a shift in the wind, that low, constant hum turning into a sharper whistle. By the time the sun begins to drop, the temperature has sunk with it. You pull your scarf higher, shoulders hunched, as you make one last circuit of the herd. The cattle are quiet, but every so often, one lifts its head and stares off into the growing dark ears twitching. You don't see anything out there, but that doesn't mean nothing's there. Back in camp, the fire burns low more for light than heat. You eat fast the stew thick enough to stick to the spoon, and then you crawl into your blankets. Outside, something moves in the snow. You tell yourself it's just the wind. The morning starts before the light does. You're up because your toes are cold enough to argue with your brain, and because there's a certain quiet outside that doesn't feel like peace, it feels like a trap being set. You pull on your boots, still stiff from yesterday's frost, and step out into air so cold it steals the breath from your chest. The snow is hard-crusted, carrying your weight for 3 steps at a time before giving way with a crack. Somewhere out toward the cottonwoods, a single steer bawls, short and sharp. The herd is restless. Even before you see them, you hear the shuffling, the low grumbles. They're bunched tighter than usual, heads turning toward the open flats. You climb the nearest rise and scan the pale horizon. At first, it's nothing but the endless white. Then you see movement, dark specks that resolve into long, low bodies. Wolves again. Closer than yesterday, you ride out with another hand, both of you silent, except for the creak of leather and the slow crunch of hooves. The wolves pace along the herd's edge just far enough to keep their tails high and their exit easy. You shout, wave your arms, even fire a warning shot. But they only move back a few paces before settling into that same deliberate trot. There's no winning with wolves. In winter, you just have to make yourself the harder meal. The rest of the day is spent riding slow circles around the herd, keeping them tight and moving enough to stay warm. By midday, the wind picks up, carrying fine ice crystals that sting your cheeks like grit. Cookie calls you in for lunch coffee and a hunk of cornbread so dense it might stop a bullet. He tells you about a winter in '83 when a wolf pack followed their camp for 11 days straight, picking off calves whenever the men blinked. He swears the only thing that finally drove them off was a cowhand who sang so loud and so bad the animals just gave up on life. Whether it's true or not, you can't say, but you make a mental note to test your own voice if things get desperate. By sundown, the wolves are gone, but you don't trust that absence. You make one last loop, the snow squeaking under the horses' hooves, lantern light bouncing in the dark. The cattle are quiet, their breath rising in steady clouds. It's as calm as the prairie gets. Back at camp, the fire's low but steady. Supper is beans again, with a scrap of jerky crumbled in for variety. You hunch close to the flames, the smoke curling into your coat, carrying the smell of wood and salt pork. In the distance, a single wolf howls long, low, and patient. You finish your coffee, pull your hat down, low, and roll into your blankets. Out here, patience is just another kind of hunger. By mid-morning, the sky is doing that strange winter trick where it looks almost warm, thin sunlight spilling across the snow like honey over marble. It's a lie, of course. The air is still sharp enough to chap your lips raw in minutes, and the wind carries a bite that seems personal. The herd is moving slow today, picking at what grass they can reach under the crust. You ride alongside them, keeping an eye out for stragglers. One old cow is limping, favoring her back leg. You dismount to check brushing away frost from her hoof. There's ice packed in tight, wedged like a stone. You work it out with the tip of your knife, feeling your fingers go numb even through your gloves. When she finally sets her hoof down with a sigh, you give her a pat and send her on her way. Back at Camp Cookie has decided today is maintenance day, which means mending harness leather, checking wagon wheels for cracks, and stitching a tear in the canvas cover. It's work that doesn't warm you the way riding fence does, but it's the kind of work that, if ignored, will leave you miserable later. There's a kind of quiet satisfaction in it, too, watching a clean stitch pull two halves together against the wind's wishes. After lunch, biscuits hard enough to make you miss yesterday's cornbread, you take a turn chopping more firewood. The logs split with a satisfying crack, the scent of fresh-cut cottonwood drifting up through the cold. There's an ongoing argument among the hands about which burns better, cottonwood or mesquite. Some swear mesquite burns hotter, others say it smokes too much. It's the kind of debate that could outlast the winter and still have no winner. In the afternoon, you ride out with another hand to check the northern edge of the range. There's a drift there that's been growing for days, threatening to block the cattle's path to water. The wind has sculpted it into a ridge with a knife-sharp crest, and breaking it down is slow, sweaty work despite the freezing air. By the time you're done, the sun is already tilting low, staining the snow with orange light. Supper that night is stew thin, but with just enough potato to make it feel like a meal. Someone pulls out a harmonica, playing a tune that drifts over the camp like smoke. You join in with low humming, the kind that sits in your chest and keeps the cold from digging in too deep. Before bed, you walk out to the cottonwoods one last time. The herd is quiet steam curling from their bodies in the moonlight. You listen for wolves but hear nothing. The silence feels almost heavy pressing down on the snow. You turn back toward camp, your own breath loud in your ears. You know better than to trust a night like this. You feel the weather change before you see it, the way a horse feels a rider shift his weight. The air carries that flat metallic taste, like you licked a nail and pretended it was candy. And the light goes wrong, dimming at noon, as if the day got embarrassed and pulled a blanket over its head. You've had quiet nights and freezing mornings, and the wolf chorus that liked to practice by the cottonwoods. Tonight is different. Tonight is the kind of night that writes its name in the ledger with a broken pencil and a lot of exclamation points. Cookie is already battening down the wagon. Lashings, double-knotted flap ropes looped twice, muttering that the barometer's got a headache. He taps the glass frowns and hands you an extra pair of mittens, because he'll need your fingers attached by morning. You spread the word down the line cinch, everything tighter, coil the ropes where you can grab them blind, and goose the fire now while there's still a flame to bully. Somebody jokes that we should sing that terrible song from '83 to scare the weather away. You say save it as a last resort. You don't want to anger both wolves and clouds. By late afternoon, clouds roll in from the north, low-stacked and full of bad intentions. The wind that comes with them is steady as a sermon and twice as long. It pulls at scarves, worries, at canvas, and prints ripples across the snow, like the hide of some white sleeping animal. The herd bunches tight heads, down tails to the wind, that old survival calculus working the same as it did when buffalo outnumbered fences. You remember the harmonica tune from last night and hum a thread of it under your breath, not for luck, just to keep your jaw from clenching into a permanent hinge. You and the other hands ride a slow perimeter. Hooves squeak, leather creaks, and the only color left in the world is your horse's dark mane, flicking against flying frost. Every so often, a steer shivers, skin rippling, as if to shake the cold loose like a bad rumor. You talk to them. You always do the trail song voice, low, even a prairie lullaby, without too many high notes to spook the night. There's open scholarly debate whether those songs truly soothed the cattle or just kept cowboys from scaring themselves. Either way, you keep singing. If nothing else, it proves to the wind that you've still got a little air to spare. Dusk slides in sideways. Cookie bangs a spoon on the pot coffee beans. A pan of biscuits he swears had hopes and dreams until the wind stole them. You eat quick steam, into face tin, into mouth, bite into ribs, and stuff an extra biscuit in your pocket against the possibility that 2 a.m. will come with opinions. Someone says there's no such thing as bad biscuits when the wind hits 30 miles an hour. Someone else says these biscuits might be a scientific exception. Light joke number 1 for the night, and it lands because even the wind likes a chuckle. When the first flakes arrive, they're dry as salt, the kind that sting the eyes and burn your cheeks. 10 minutes later, they've thickened into soft scraps that blind a lantern at arm's length. Visibility drops from "I can see Wyoming" to "I can see my horse's ear" to "I can see my thoughts," and they look concerned. You pull your scarf higher. Your breath fogs the wool and freezes it into a perfect sculpture of your face, a look you didn't ask to wear. The shift boss calls it double night guard saddle warm horses, no one out alone. And if you lose the herd, you sing. The rule is older than barbed wire. Keep them moving slow and in a circle, any circle, counterclockwise, clockwise, you don't care. Just no straight lines into the dark where bad ideas live. You check your cinch with numb fingers. The leather is stiff, the buckle colder than a landlord's heart. Joke number 2 sneaks out of your mouth before you can stop it, and you get a laugh from the hand next to you. The good tired laugh that says, "Thanks for remembering we're human." Now the storm finds its pitch. The wind steadies into a freight train that forgot its tracks, and fine snow sneaks into places you didn't know you owned. Cuffs collar, the seam at your left knee that promised to be faithful. The herd begins a restless shuffle, the first tremor of the thing you fear. You ride to the leader's hat brim, low voice, lower, and start the song. You always start something about old rivers and older roads. A tune you learned from a man who swore he learned it from a drover who never lied. The notes float out into the white and come back to you smaller like sparrows that regret their life choices. A cow hooks her head, shakes hard, and plows forward. Another follows. You step your horse sideways, bump the shoulder, ease her back into the curve. The trick is to ask, not shove. Ask enough times, and even a stubborn animal will decide it was her idea all along. The circle forms wobbly as a wagon wheel with a broken spoke, but it holds. Behind you, 3 other riders start their own songs. In kinder weather, you'd harmonize. Tonight, you'll settle for all of you being equally off-key and stubborn. Lightning flashes, winter, lightning sheet, white and silent, and for a heartbeat, the whole world glows like bone. The herd tightens. You sing louder. Your horse sticks an ear back at you as if to ask for a different chorus. You promise new material when the wind stops trying to remove your eyebrows. Sometime after midnight, Time is a slippery thing. In a whiteout, you trade off with a fresh pair from camp. You lead your horse to the lee side of the wagon, rub him down with a gunny sack, and feed him a double measure, because you'll ask for a double shift before this is done. Your own supper is a tin cup of coffee that remembers being hot and a biscuit that tastes like bravery. You hold the cup with both hands, the heat setting off a sting inside your fingers as blood decides to return and file a complaint. People used to put hot stones in their pockets for moments like these. You settle for the cup a dance step, and the agreeable lie, that movement is just as good. Cookie squints at the storm line. 86 was like this, he says, which makes a couple of you stare into your coffee with respect. The great die-up of 1886-87 turned open-range optimism into bankruptcy. Blizzards smothered the plains' ice-locked grass under tombstone crust, and ranchers who'd bet on endless pasture learned the house always wins. That winter changed ranching, forced winter-feed windmill water, and later fewer cattle on better-managed range. You say quiet that you wish memory could be spread like hay. Cookie grunts. Memory is lighter than forage and half as filling. Back in the saddle, you take the north edge. The wind has carved drifts into waves with high, brittle crests. A lead steer challenges one paws at it, and for a second looks like he might surf. He breaks through and snorts, offended by physics. You tip your hat to the drift, nice try, and nudge the circle into a new, safer arc. Off to your left, a shape looms out of the dark. Another rider, then the outlines of cattle, then nothing again. Your senses lean hard on sound and feel the rhythm of hooves, the hush-crunch-hush of snow, the wool scrape of your scarf against your cheek every time you turn your head. Then it happens, the thing every winter hand learns to hear before it fully begins. A rolling murmur, 1,000 small sounds, pretending to be one large one. The circle hiccups. 24 animals surge forward. The murmur rises into a drum. Someone yells, "Easy," which has never slowed a cow in human history, but makes the yeller feel honest. You wheel to the point, push your horse into the flow, and sing like your rent depends on it. Your voice cracks on a high note that wasn't all that high. Joke number 3, delivered to the wind. That one's for the wolves. There's a trick to turning a half-born stampede in snow. You don't fight the front. You put the idea of turning where their feet already want to go around a swell, along a drift, across a patch of windblown grass where the footing's better. You wall off the fast lane with your horse's shoulder given opening to the side and keep the pressure like a hand on a door that's trying to slam. It's more conversation than conquest. Tonight the cattle consider your argument and dangerously almost disagree. Another flash of lightning, a crack of thunder that actually arrives this time, and the whole mass leans left as one. For a stretched out moment, you're moving with them snow, slapping your face hat, threatening to relocate to Nebraska. Then slowly, the speed bleeds away. The circle reforms bigger, now a ragged hoop in the white, and the drum beats fade into the old shuffling hush. You breathe. Your horse breathes. The storm does not breathe. It howls, which is rude, but on brand. The herd settles into its winter waltz. You take your place along the rim and pick up the song where you dropped it because promises matter even when your audience has horns and questionable taste. Historians still argue whether the cattle learned specific melodies or just the rhythm of a calm voice. You decide not to wait for the footnotes. You hum anyway. Toward dawn, the wind finds a lower gear, not calm, but less like a saw. and more like a rasp. Snow still falls, but the flakes are heavy now, the kind that build a white ledge on your horse's mane and store secrets in your hat brim. You can see 30 yards enough to count not enough to trust. On the east side, a small group has drifted into a shallow swale. You and another hand ease them out careful on the crust. One calf balks tiny hooves, stiff eyes wide with that resigned infant suspicion that the world is a hoax. You dismount, scoop an arm under its chest, and walk him a few yards, while his mother snorts hot steam onto your sleeve in a tone that says, "I'm watching you, buddy." Quirky tidbit number one: some hands swear you can warm a calf's ears with a pocket onion. You do not have an onion, so you do the less aromatic version with your gloved palms and a lot of muttering. By the time first light blushes, the clouds, everybody looks sculpted horses with frosted whiskers, men with beards, rhymed white coats stiff as pews. Someone jokes that we all look respectable enough for church, which is joke number 4 and maybe the most ambitious. You grin anyway. Respectability isn't much use out here, but humor, like coffee, stretches farther than you'd think. You count heads, or rather backs, and come up close to right. Close counts in horseshoes, and winter provided the missing is only a misread shadow, and not a drift-swallowed straggler. You ride the far side to be sure. There, half buried along the windward fence, you find a cow that went down in the night. She's alive, breath steaming in a slow rhythm, eyes dull but present. You call for a shovel for rope for 3 strong backs. You dig, you lean, you heave. The ice is heavy, the snow is heavier, and your arms declare a formal protest. But the old girl finally lurches up, legs splaying, then finds her balance. You slap her flank gently and watch her drift back into the moving circle like a small boat rejoining the current. Back at camp, Cookie cracks ice on the water barrel with the back of an axe and pours coffee that earned its color. He sets a skillet on the coals and drops in slices of salt pork that pop and spit like little opinionated fireworks. You wrap your hands around the tin cup and feel human again, a slow, stubborn warmth working inward. Somebody asks if you think this is the worst of it. You say you never say worst until the season is over. The sky has ears and a petty streak. Before you crawl into your bedroll for a quick turn of sleep, you look out over the herd. They're moving still slow, deliberate alive. The storm has slouched east to bother someone else, and a blade of pale sun tries the horizon like a shy guest. You think about the changes those old blizzards forced about barbed wire marching across the plains in the 1870s, about windmills punching wells into stubborn ground by the 1880s, about ranchers counting hay rather than prayers when autumn came. People argue whether the big die-ups were weather, or overgrazing bad luck, or bad planning. Out here, the answer is usually yes. The range remembers everything and forgives almost nothing. You ease down, pull the blanket to your chin, and let your breath slow until it sounds like snow landing. Somewhere beyond the cottonwoods, a wolf gives one last thoughtful note and then holds his peace. You imagine the herd circle still turning, even as your eyes shut, a slow, shaggy clock keeping time against the white. If the storm comes back tonight, you'll sing again. If the wolves press in, you'll make yourselves a harder meal. If the biscuits turn to fossils, you'll invent a science to classify them. Out here, the plan is always the same. Keep moving just enough. Keep warm, however you can, and keep a song in your pocket for when the wind tries to unbutton your courage. The next morning, greets you not with a sunrise, but with a gray, bruised-looking sky that hints at snow. The wind cuts straight through your coat as you step out of your bedroll boots, crunching on frost-hardened ground. Cookie's already got the fire going, but the smoke blows low and mean curling into your eyes no matter where you stand. Today's job is fence mending, a chore that feels endless out here, where the land rolls on and on. Winter storms knock posts, loose snow drifts berry wire, and the cattle, not being philosophers, test every weak spot they can find. You saddle up with a coil of barbed wire slung across your shoulder, a hammer on your belt, and your hands jammed into stiff leather gloves. The ride is slow. Snow from last night's flurry has packed into every crease of the trail, hiding rocks just waiting to trip your horse. The fence line stretches ahead like a stitched scar across the prairie. You start replacing a post, half buried in ice, driving it down with a maul until your arms ache. The sound of metal on wood echoes across the stillness, the kind of hollow thunk that carries for miles in winter air. A coyote slinks along the far ridge, its fur puffed against the cold. You keep one eye on it because hunger makes bold creatures. Out here, even a small predator can cost you a calf, or worse, set the whole herd into a panicked stampede. By midday, you've worked up enough sweat to steam in the frigid air. Cookie-packed jerky in your saddlebag. You chew it slow, jaw aching, the salt sharp on your tongue. There's an old superstition among the hands that you shouldn't whistle while eating, especially in winter. It's said to call the wind. You don't test it. The afternoon brings heavier clouds, the kind that swallow the horizon. Snow starts as a fine sift, then thickens until the air is a swirling blur. You push through until your tools feel like ice in your grip. Finally, with the fence secure for now, you turn toward the dim glow of camp. By the time you arrive, Cookie's stew pot is bubbling. You strip off your gloves, fingers red and raw, and warm them over the fire. The others are already gathered boots, steaming, shoulders hunched. No one talks much. Winter has a way of swallowing words. Later, lying in your bedroll, you listen to the muffled howl of wind across the prairie. The fire's embers pulse faintly like the heartbeat of the camp. Somewhere in the dark, the cattle shift their hooves, crunching the frozen ground. You close your eyes, knowing tomorrow will be the same fight against cold wind and time. You wake to the sound of something brittle, snapping, a noise that doesn't belong to the fire or the wagon. It's faint, then repeated a few beats apart. By the time you pull on your boots and step outside, you catch the culprit, the ice on the river shifting under its own weight. Sheets crack and groan like old floorboards, sending tremors down the banks. The river isn't wide here, but it's the herd's main winter water. Most days, you cut a hole big enough for a few cattle at a time, keeping the edges chopped clean so no one slips and gets trapped. But today, the ice has thickened overnight. It's no longer the thin, smashable crust. From last week, it's solid, several inches thick, the kind that dares you to take a swing and see who gives, first you or it. You fetch an axe, testing the edge with a gloved thumb. The first strike sends a shock up your arms, the handle vibrating against your palms. Chips fly sharp and white. It takes minutes just to make a dent. One of the older hands joins you with an iron bar, and between the two of you, you finally open a jagged oval in the surface. The water below steams faintly warmer than the air, and the first thirsty steer pushes forward. You wave it back. It's safer to let the ice settle before they crowd in. Cookie wanders down with a tin mug in hand, sipping coffee like the cold is just a suggestion. He tells a story about a winter when the river froze solid enough to ride a horse across, though halfway through you realize the punchline is that the horse fell through and Cookie had to haul it out by the tail. Whether it's true or not, you file it away under things to avoid. After the water hole is clear, you take a slow ride along the riverbank. The willows are bare, their branches crusted with rime. Somewhere downstream, you hear the crack and groan of ice shifting again. It's a reminder that winter's grip isn't steady. It flexes, tightens, and surprises you when you think you've learned its rhythm. The rest of the day is quieter. You help mend a broken sled runner, sharpen the axes, and feed the horses from the last of the sweet hay. There's debate over whether to save the hay for a worse storm or use it now to keep the animals strong. The boss decides on now, better to keep them in fighting shape than hope for a gentler February. By nightfall, the cold feels sharper. Your scarf freezes, where your breath hits it stiff as a board by the time you unroll your blankets. Supper is thick stew with a heel of bread, and the fire is coaxed into burning low but steady through the night. As you lie back, listening to the crackle of wood and the occasional pop from the river ice, you think about the strange comfort of these sounds. They mean the world is still here, still turning under its white blanket. Out here in winter, that's enough. The cold this morning has a different edge to it, not the knife-sharp wind you've grown used to, but a deep, heavy stillness that presses down on everything. You notice it in the way the horse's breath hangs in the air, in how your boots squeak less on the snow in the brittle quiet of the cottonwoods. Even Cookie, usually a one-man percussion section of clanging pans, moves slower. It's a day for hauling feed. The grass under the drifts is too short now, and the herd's been burning through their reserves faster than planned. The hay bales are stacked near the supply shed, each one stiff and bound tight with twine. You and two other hands wrestle them into the sled, your gloves stiff, your shoulders aching in that dull, deep way that's hard to warm out. The horses pulling the sled snort steam into the air, their ears flicking at every creak of leather. The ride out to the herd is almost peaceful, the runners hissing over packed snow. You pass a jackrabbit crouched under a sage bush, its fur so white it's nearly invisible. One of the men jokes, "It's the winter foreman keeping an eye on your work." You tell him to put it on the payroll. Maybe it'll last longer than the last greenhorn who quit after 2 storms. When you reach the cattle, they lift their heads as one nostril's flaring at the smell of hay. You cut the twine, the dry grass, springing out in wiry clumps, and start pitching it down in long lines. The sound of tearing hay blends with the low, impatient calls from the herd. The dominant steers push forward, first their breath fogging the air as they drop their heads and dig in. Calves dart in at the edges, quick and quiet. As you work, one of the older hands points out the sky-thin high clouds moving fast from the west. "Storm coming," he says, as if the land hasn't been in one for months already. He's not wrong, though. You can feel it, too, in the air's faint metallic tang, and the way the light seems a little too bright, like the sun's trying to burn through something thick. By the time the last flake of hay is spread, the cattle have settled their tails, swishing lazily. You make a slow pass around the herd, checking for limp's frostbite or the hollow look that says an animal's losing the winter fight. There's one cow off to the sides, heaving her coat dull. You mark her in your mind. She'll need extra attention if she's going to make it to spring. Back in camp, Cookie has the fire low and the coffee strong. He mutters about how hay used to be cheap as dirt before every rancher with sense started stockpiling for winter. You've heard him tell it 3 ways, but the truth in all of them is the same out here feed is gold, and running out means you start counting losses before the thaw. That night the wind picks up just enough to make the wagon canvas flap. You pull your blankets tight, thinking about that sick cow, the high clouds, and how much hay is left in the shed. The future's not a thing you can see out here. It's something you measure in bales, fence lines, and how deep the ice runs on the river. Morning creeps in, under a pale, brittle sky. The kind of light that makes snow look like it's been sifted straight from a flour sack, soft at a glance, but hiding all the sharp edges underneath. You hear the herd before you see them low. Calls the occasional stomp, the sound of hooves breaking through crust. The sick cow you spotted yesterday is still off to the side. You walk over boots squeaking in the frost, and she lifts her head just enough to meet your eyes. Her breath hangs in uneven clouds. You know she won't make it without help. You call for another hand, and together you coax her toward the wagon step by slow step. Cookie's already heating a mash grain, mixed with warm water and a splash of molasses, old trick for giving a weak animal a fighting chance. There's no guarantee, but you try anyway. Out here, trying counts. With her settled, you turn to the rest of the herd. Their restless heads lifting more often than usual. You scan the ridgeline and spot movement, a scattering of dark shapes against the white. Wolves again. You count 6 before they vanish into a fold of land. You ride out to the perimeter, keeping your voice steady as you sing to the cattle. The song isn't for the wolves. It's for the herd to keep them from bolting. There's scholarly debate over whether these trail songs actually worked, but you've seen how the animals settle under a low, even rhythm. It's not about the melody. It's about presence. The wolves never close in, not today. They're waiting. Maybe for night, maybe for a mistake. You finish the circuit, your horse's ears flicking toward every sound in the wind. By mid-afternoon, the clouds are stacking up again, heavy and gray. You help haul another load of hay, the bales thumping into the sled with the sound of work well done. The cattle fall on it as if they've been starved for weeks, tearing into the dry grass, snow dusting their backs. You pitch the last forkful and watch the steam rise from their bodies, mingling with the slow breath of the land. Back at camp, Cookie serves a stew so thick the spoon stands up in it. You eat by the fire shoulders thawing, and for a little while the world feels smaller, safer. But you know better. Out here, winter is patient. It waits for the moment you think it's over. That night, as you make one last round, you stop by the cottonwoods. The moon hangs low, caught in the branches, painting the herd in silver. You count them in your head, every back, every flick of an ear. They're all here, for now. You pull your coat tighter, let out a slow breath, and head back to camp. The fire's low now, just a few glowing coals under the ash. But it's enough. The hiss and pop of the wood blends with the slow rhythm of the night air, the faint creak of the wagon, the soft crunch of a hoof in snow somewhere out in the dark. You're warm in your blankets, the heavy layers trapping that small island of heat you've made for yourself. Outside, the sky has gone soft clouds drifting slow, the moon tucked away behind them. The wind has eased to nothing more than a quiet murmur, like the land itself is breathing in its sleep. Somewhere out there, the herd shifts hooves, pressing into the snow with lazy, half-dreaming steps. You can almost hear their breath, the long sigh of animals that have made it through another day. Even the wolves, wherever they are, have gone still for the night. You feel the weight of the day settle into your body shoulders, loosening hands, unclenching every muscle, giving up its quiet argument with the cold. The smells of wood smoke, hay, and the faint tang of snow linger in the air, fading into something softer. Your eyes drift closed. You know the winter isn't done, not yet, but that's a thought for another dawn. Tonight, the world is small, just the fire's glow, the steady dark beyond it, and the warmth you've kept for yourself. The prairie holds still. The night holds you. And for now, that's enough.
What cowboys really ate to survive a frontier. Winter, we begin with something cold, hungry and dusted with more frost than powdered sugar on a pancake you're never going to see. You're in the American frontier, late 1800s, somewhere between a speck on the map and the end of the line. The cattle are bedded down somewhere in the dark, steam rising from their nostrils in the moonlight, and you're waking up in your bedroll feeling like someone dipped you in an icy river and then left you out to dry, except you're not drying. You're freezing. The morning doesn't so much greet you as slap you across the face with a gust of air sharp enough to shave with. You open your eyes and realize the top layer of your blanket. Well, blanket is generous. It's a wool rectangle that's been through more weather than most buildings has frozen stiff in the night. Your breath clouds the air, like you're signaling to someone I'm alive, but only barely. Somewhere a horse snorts, hooves shifting against the hard-packed snow, and you remember you're not just out here for fun. You're a cowboy, and this is winter, and the cattle don't feed themselves. Your hands protest as you wiggle free from the cocoon of your bedroll. The leather gloves at your side are stiff as boards, the fingers curled into frozen claws. You shove them into your coat pocket like that's going to help, but it's still cold enough to feel the air creeping through the seams. You're lying on the frozen ground, because in the frontier, there's no tent for every man, just a canvas tarp for the chuck wagon and a pile of blankets for everyone else. You try to sit up, but your hat pulled low over your eyes last night has frozen to the edge of your coat. A little tug, a muttered curse under your breath, the PG-13 kind, and you're free. Standing up feels like stepping into someone else's boots, someone with worse circulation. The camp is quiet, except for the wind hissing through sagebrush and the occasional jangle of a horse's tack. The cook, every trail crew's best friend and worst critic, is already crouched by the fire, coaxing a meager flame out of wood that refuses to burn properly in this damp cold. Sparks pop and vanish in the air before they have the chance to land anywhere useful. The smell of smoke, faint bacon grease from yesterday, and raw frost mingle into something that makes your nose sting. You shuffle toward the fire bedroll under one arm, hoping for heat. There isn't much. The cook glances up at you, face half hidden under a scarf, and mutters, "You're late." You want to remind him that you've been frozen into your own bedding. But in cowboy hierarchy, the cook is above argument. He controls the coffee. And coffee is exactly what you need right now. Not the rich, aromatic brew of some city cafe, but frontier coffee, thick, bitter, and boiled so long it could dissolve a horseshoe. He dumps a ladleful into a tin cup for you, the liquid sloshing black and mean. It's hot enough to burn your tongue, but you drink it anyway, because heat, in any form, is precious. You can almost feel it searing down your throat, convincing your insides that maybe today won't kill you. Around you, the rest of the crew is emerging from their bedrolls like half-frozen prairie dogs. There's a lot of stomping boots, slapping arms, and muffled complaints. One man's trying to thaw his mustache, which has frozen into a shape best described as icicle handlebars. Another's pulling on a pair of socks so stiff they could stand on their own. The horizon is pale now, the sun creeping up like it's not sure it wants to be here either. The snow glows pink for a few minutes, and in that brief softness, you almost forget how hungry you are. Then your stomach growls loud enough to remind you. Breakfast is coming, but it's nothing fancy. The cook's got a pot of beans from last night warming by the fire, and a skillet with a few slices of salt pork curling up at the edges. It smells good, but you know better. Salt pork tastes like the ocean got in a fight with your teeth, and won. Still out here, it's fuel. And when the snow crunches under your boots all day, and the wind chews at your ears, you need every bit of it. A pair of magpies hop closer, eyeing the cook's scraps. They don't care about the cold, the hunger, or the fact that you're about to ride out into a landscape where every sound carries for miles. You envy them a little. Their job is to find something shiny and fly away. Yours is to find stray cattle and bring them back through drifts that swallow your boots. But for now you squat by the fire, coffee in hand, letting the heat sink into your bones. The sun is higher now, the pink faded to bright white glare off the snow. Your breath still steams, your fingers still ache, but the day has begun. And on the frontier, that's all the permission you get to keep moving. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you think about what's waiting when you ride back in at dusk. The same fire, the same beans, the same frozen bedroll. It's not much to look forward to, but it's the rhythm of winter out here. Endure the cold, eat what you can, and hope the spring grass comes early. Out here, survival isn't heroic. It's just a daily bargain you make with the land you keep moving, and maybe it lets you see another frost-bitten sunrise. The coffee's gone, the fire's down to sullen red coals, and the cook's already packing up the pot, like breakfast never happened. You stand joints crackling like a winter branch, and take one last look at the camp before trudging toward the chuck wagon. There's something unspoken out here. The cook controls morale, and his greatest weapon isn't beans or bread. It's that battered, blackened coffee pot. You'll see it again in a few hours, and you'll need it more than you want to admit. Cowboys in winter don't have the luxury of lingering. The cattle need checking fences might be down, and snowdrifts will swallow a steer faster than a gambler loses his stake in a saloon. Still, before you mount up, there's one more ritual to survive the second cup. Not because it's good, but because it's hot. The chuck wagon's canvas cover is flapping in the wind, each gust puffing it out like an old sail. Inside, the cook's hands move with mechanical precision, dumping grounds, pouring water, setting the pot close to the coals. The smell is indescribable, a mix of wet burlap, scorched earth, and the ghost of coffee that once tasted better in another lifetime. Frontier coffee isn't measured in scoops, it's measured in handfuls, literally. The cook grabs grounds like he's feeding chickens, toss, scatter, shrug. Boil it long enough and you're guaranteed one of two results: liquid strong enough to prop your eyelids open all day, or sludge thick enough to patch a saddle. And sometimes you get both in the same cup. You step closer, tin cup in hand. The cook eyes you, like he's deciding whether you've earned it. Out here, coffee isn't a free-for-all. Too many riders borrow more than their share and leave the rest sipping weak brown water by noon. He tips the pot just enough to fill your cup a dark ribbon, steaming in the cold. This is cowboy coffee. No filter, no paper cone, no dainty little pour-over dance. Just water grounds and a pot that's probably never been washed all the way through. There's grit at the bottom, and if you're unlucky at the top, too. That's why most cowboys drink it like they're aiming for the middle enough sips before the sludge rises to meet you. You cradle the cup between both hands, letting the heat seep in. The first swallow scalds your tongue, but that's part of the charm. The bitterness is sharp, smoky, and just this side of metallic. You tell yourself it's the iron in the water from that last snowmelt, not the rust from the pot. The cook says nothing, just ladles out another cup for a rider stumbling in late. You stand near the wagon wheel, feeling the warmth fight against the cold, creeping into your coat. Around you, men are quietly doing the same. Boots planted in the snow hats, pulled low cups clutched like talismans. Cowboy coffee has its quirks. Some add crushed eggshells to settle the grounds. Others toss in a pinch of salt to cut the bitterness. Out here, you drink it however it comes, because the real ingredient isn't in the pot. It's in the fire under it. That fire means you've made it through another frozen night, and that's worth drinking to. The stories start once the second cup hits. Someone swears they saw a cougar tracking the herd yesterday. Another claims his cousin once brewed coffee so strong it could melt a horseshoe, though no one's sure if the cousin or the horseshoe survived. You don't contribute much. The warmth is making you sleepy again, and there's work ahead. But before you mount up, you tip the cup back, swallowing the last inch with a grimace. The grounds slide across your tongue like wet sand. You cough once to wipe your mouth on your sleeve and hand the cup back to the cook. He takes it without looking, already rinsing it with a splash of cold water from the barrel. In a few hours, you'll be miles from camp. Your fingers numb again, and you'll think about this cup, like a lost friend. That's the way of coffee on the winter range. It's fleeting, bitter, and never quite enough. But you chase it anyway. Somewhere the sun's climbing higher, turning the snow blinding white. You kick your boot into the stirrup, swing into the saddle, and feel the wind pick up. The taste of cowboy coffee still clings to your teeth, a reminder that warmth is borrowed out here, never kept. The second cup of coffee is gone. The warmth fades from your fingers, and now it's time for the real breakfast, if you can call it that. The cook has been working over a sour-smelling lump of dough since before sunrise, and the whole camp knows what that means. Sourdough biscuits, not the fluffy golden ones you might see in a glossy recipe book. These are frontier biscuits, dense, chewy, and with a tang sharp enough to wake the dead. The starter that gives them life has been riding in a crock jar for longer than you've been alive. Passed from cook to cook, each one feeding it with flour water and whatever wild yeast the plains blow in. Some say it's so old, it remembers the first herd that crossed this trail. Others joke it's part starter, part archaeology, art. You wander back toward the chuck wagon, drawn by the smell, a blend of warm bread and campfire smoke, with just a whisper. Did someone burn something, the cook is crouched low, one knee on the frozen ground, pulling a Dutch oven out of the coals. He flips the lid, and a burst of steam rises, carrying that unmistakable sour tang. The biscuits look rough edges, browned almost to black tops, dusted with more ash than flour. But out here they might as well be gold. You grab one too hot to hold properly, and juggle it between your hands until you can tear it open. The inside steams the texture somewhere between bread and a dense dumpling. No butter, of course. Winter stores are low, and the cows that might give milk are all the way back at the ranch. You bite in. The crust is thick and chewy, the center tangy enough to make your jaw tighten. It's not sweet, not soft, not what you'd serve at a Sunday table, but it's warm, and it's bread. And that's enough. Each bite sticks to your ribs, a slow burn of comfort in the freezing air. Sourdough is the cowboy's bread of choice for a reason. Yeast was hard to keep on the trail, too delicate, too quick to die in the cold, and baking powder was a luxury. A living starter, though, could survive weeks on the wagon-fed scraps of flour and guarded like treasure. Some cooks kept theirs wrapped in cloth and tucked under the wagon seat. Others claimed they slept with it near the fire to keep it from freezing. Every cook had their own trick for sourdough. Some added a pinch of sugar when no one was looking. Others swore by a spoonful of lard to keep the biscuits tender. This cook, grizzled, weather-beaten, and perpetually unimpressed, just grunts and says, "It's the hands that do it." Maybe he's right. You finish the biscuit too fast, and now your fingers are cold again. The cook notices you eyeing the Dutch oven and wordlessly holds out another. Out here, food is fuel, and fuel is survival. Fuel is, no one counts how many you take as long as you keep working. The others are eating too, leaning against the wagon, sitting on saddles, crouched by the dying fire. One man breaks his biscuit in half and stuffs the other piece into his coat pocket for later. Another soaks his in yesterday's bean broth, turning it into a kind of trail soup. You just chew and breathe in the smoke, feeling the biscuit warm you from the inside out. The tang lingers long after the last bite. It's a taste that will cling to everything for days: your gloves, your scarf, even your mustache if you have one. And when you ride out into the white glare of the snow, that faint sour note in your mouth will remind you of the only thing standing between you and an empty stomach. In summer, you might dream of fresh peaches, sweet corn, or cornbread slathered in butter. In winter, you dream of these biscuits rough, imperfect, and stubborn enough to exist where everything else freezes solid. They're proof that sometimes survival doesn't need to be pretty. It just needs to be warm. The cook drops the Dutch oven lid back into place, shovels a little more ash over the top, and starts packing for the next stop. Breakfast is over. The cold is back. But you've got sourdough in your belly, and for now that's victory enough. You can still taste the tang of the sourdough clinging to your teeth, and the ghost of that brutal coffee lurks on your tongue like a camp rumor that refuses to die. Now the cook flips open a grease-black skillet, plants it over the coals, and you know what's coming from the smell alone: salt pork. Out here it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, and occasionally a personality trait. The strips hit the iron with a hiss that sounds like the snow itself is shivering. Grease pops, men step back, and someone mutters a prayer that reads less like devotion and more like, "Please don't burn me." The slices look innocent enough: pale, thick fat, marbled with streaks of meat. But you've been around long enough to know this is no gentle bacon. This is salt pork brined hard as memory salted. Like the ocean had an argument with a barrel, and one tough enough to make your jaw file a complaint with management. It wasn't born to delight. It was born to last. That's the point. In winter, when cattle are wealth not pantry, and when anything fresh is a rumor from a kinder latitude, meat has to outlive the weather. Salt is the frontier's time machine, and this block has traveled months to land in your skillet. The cook pokes the slices with a two-tined fork, the kind that looks like it started life as a pitchfork and then got demoted. He's watching for the moment when the fat loosens its grip and slides into the pan, because what you really eat first isn't the pork, it's the grease. A spoonful of that liquid gold goes into beans, onto biscuits, over everything. He pours off a little into a lard can with a lid that no longer fits, then tilts the skillet so the remaining fat cradles the meat. The camp leans in, eyes glassy, the way men get when warmth is possible. You chew your first bite carefully, which is what the cook meant when he said, "Watch your teeth." The outside is crisp, the inside a rubber band of salt and stubbornness. Flavor. Oh, it's there, loud, proud, and unrefined. This isn't the delicate whisper of smoke you get with cured bacon. It's a marching band of salt slapping your taste buds awake. You try not to wince. The cold air helps numbness, being the frontier's favorite seasoning. You tear another piece with your molars, and for a second you consider the economics of dentistry versus starvation. Dentistry loses by default. There isn't any. Joke 1. The frontier insurance plan is chew on the other side. A lot of the men dunk their slices into tin cups of hot water, first leaching enough salt to turn the rinse cloudy in seconds. One fellow swears by soaking his ration in yesterday's coffee to civilize it. You've tried that once. The result tasted like a grievance filed by your tongue. Another trick is parboiling: drop the pork in a pot of water, simmer a bit, toss the water, try again. The cook does that when there's time, which is to say, almost never. Winter's clock doesn't use numbers. It uses chores. This salt pork started its life months ago in a barrel back east, packed between layers of coarse salt, sometimes saltpeter, sometimes brown sugar, if the supplier was generous or trying to hide something. The brine drew out moisture, hardened the fibers, and told every passing bacterium. Find another friend. Soldiers ate it during the Civil War. Sailors gnawed it on long voyages, and cowboys. Well, you're doing your part to keep the tradition alive. A mainstream fact drifts through your head. The U.S. Army ration in the late 19th century listed bacon or salt pork as the standard meat issue in winter, because the stuff kept when everything else didn't. You nod to yourself like you've just confirmed a law of nature. Out here it may as well be. Someone jokes that Charles Goodnight put salt pork on the chuck wagon the same day he invented it in 1866 and never looked back. You smile into your scarf. Whether or not that particular timeline is tidy, the chuck wagon did bring order to chaos barrels of flour coffee beans, and yes, the eternal white block of pork in brine that the cook defended like a fort. If bacon was the flirt of the trail, quick smoky gone in a blink, salt pork was the spouse you woke up to for months, reliable salty, and always present, even when you wished for a little mystery. Joke 2. You and salt pork are in a long-term relationship. It provides you complain. Nobody leaves. The cook flips the slices again. A crisp lace forms where fat has rendered away. He doesn't waste a drop. A splash of the hot grease goes into the Dutch oven, where he's planning to reheat beans for supper. A smear goes over the skillet before he drops a puck of yesterday's dough to make a quick hoe cake. He slides your plate over with a grunt. You lay a biscuit half across the pork, so the grease sees its opportunity and soaks in. This is the frontier version of plating. It's not pretty, but it works, which is a sentence you could stitch on the winter sky. And when the skillet cools a hair, the cook makes his quiet rounds with a knife, scraping the brown bits, free the stuck flavor that would otherwise char and sour tomorrow's breakfast. He keeps a jar for those crisp scraps gravel, he calls them, and tosses a pinch over beans when morale droops. In a world of beige and gray gravel is confetti. Joke 3 Frontier sprinkles now with 100% more sodium. You take another bite and let your jaw do its duty. The salt pushes against the sour that still lingers from the biscuit. Together, they make a rough kind of harmony. Coffee chases it down, adding bitterness, and suddenly you're holding a complete frontier food court in your mouth. Salt, sour, bitter smoke heat. Sweet will show up at Christmas if the canned peaches survive the card game in Section 12. But for now, this is the palette. You are a winter painter, and these are the only colors that don't freeze. It's easy to imagine the barrel in its former life kept cool in a root cellar lid, weighted with a rock brine slick as ice. If the brine grew cloudy or developed a rainbow sheen, someone skimmed it and pretended not to notice. A quirky tidbit floats up from the cook's stories. Some trail cooks swore that tossing a raw potato into the brine absorbed last week's sins. Did it work? Hard to say, but men kept doing it, and belief is a seasoning too. Others sprinkled a pinch of baking soda in the soak water to tame the salt. One man tried molasses and the pork came out, tasting like a misunderstood dessert. You remember a night last winter when the barrel ran low. The cook pried at the last slab, muttering oaths he swore were culinary terms, and revealed a sad gray hunk that smelled tired. He boiled it twice, fed more wood to the fire than he had to spare, and finally tore it into shreds so fine the chewiness didn't matter. Then he crisped those shreds in their own grease and laid them on top of beans, and the camp ate in silence, because gratitude is loud enough without voices. That's the lesson of salt pork patient transformation. It fights you at first, but if you coax it, it gives up something worth the trouble. Across the fire, a younger hand yanks at his portion, like it owes him money. He asks if folks back east ate this every day. The older rider beside him shrugs and says, "Depends how poor you were, and whether the river froze." Then he adds what passes for scholarship around here. Some historians argue most cowboys preferred bacon when they could get it and used salt pork as a winter fallback. Others suggest the divide blurs because suppliers shipped whatever survived the warehouse. You nod again. Open scholarly debate suits a food that lives between categories. Not quite bacon, not quite ham. A preserved idea of meat that outlasts accuracy. Grease has mottled your gloves. The smell of pork smoke has taken up residence in your scarf, your hat, your soul. Everything you touch for the rest of the day will remember this pan. The horses will sniff you like you've betrayed them. When you climb into the saddle, the leather creaks, and you swear, even the saddle wants a taste. The wind disagrees entirely, stripping the warmth from your cheeks before you can say another slice. The sun blares white off the snow, and all that pleasant stimulation, the sizzle, the heat, the shock of salt, shrinks back into a memory glued to your ribs. You tuck a final bite into your cheek, the way some men hold tobacco, letting it soften there, until your molars can manage the rest. It's not elegant, but neither are you not in January. Elegance is what spring feels like when you imagine it from far away. Winter is practical. Winter is learning how to shave with the edge of a tin cup, and how to make a meal out of a stubborn white brick that thinks it's immortal. Joke 4. Immortality ends when the cook finds a bigger knife. There's a rhythm to the cook's motions that you've started to read the way you read weather. When he moves briskly passing plates, he's ration rich. When he lingers over the jar, counting slices under his breath, you know the barrel's bottom is nearer than the thaw. Today he moves in that middle way, measured not stingy, so you bite without guilt. Still he keeps the lard can, close lid down, as if someone might try to drink it like soup. Not impossible. You've seen a man swallow a spoonful on a dare once. The camp gave him a round of applause and a respectful radius for the rest of the day. A horse nickers. Time. You wipe your fingers on snow, which does nothing except make them hurt differently. You swing into the saddle and feel the day open in front of you. Drifted draws, fence wire, humming in the wind, cattle balled up against the weather with their rumps to the north. Your body burns the pork as fuel within the hour, salt pumping your thirst, fat feeding your furnace protein, lending what little it can to muscles that do more than they should. You think of the barrel again, and hope the cook has enough to get through the next blow. Hope is a ration, too. It keeps better than pork, and tastes of nothing, which is sometimes a relief. By afternoon, the memory of breakfast turns thin as the light. You chew a scrap of jerky to keep your jaw honest sip at the canteen, and discover what everyone knows. Salt pork turns water into a need, not a drink. There will be beans tonight to balance it. There are always beans, and the grease will show up again, sneaking richness into the pot, like an apology. When you ride back into camp, your scarf frozen crisp and your horse blowing steam, the smell of that same skillet will greet you, and you'll tell yourself you're tired of it. Then you'll eat anyway, and you'll be grateful anyway, because being tired of food assumes you have other choices. Winter takes the menu away and leaves you the necessary. You lie back in your bedroll, later snow patting the canvas with gentle fingers, and your breath makes another little cloud proof of life. Your jaw clicks once when you yawn, a friendly reminder from breakfast. Somewhere in your blanket, you'll find a flake of crisp pork that got ambitious and escaped. You consider it a midnight luxury and try not to wake the man beside you as you crunch it. In the dark, with the wind humming, the taste is simple salt, smoke, and survival. You close your eyes and fall asleep to the certainty that tomorrow's skillet will sing the same song, and you will answer with the same hunger. Beans again. You knew it before you even got close to the chuck wagon. That low earthy smell drifting through camp is as familiar as the creak of saddle leather, and about as varied as the horizon in January, which is to say not much. Still, there's something comforting in it. Out here, beans are the constant, the food that doesn't freeze, doesn't rot, doesn't run off into the hills, like a half-wild steer. The cook is hunched over a pot big enough to hide a calf in. The black iron has been through more winters than most men here, its sides pitted and slick from decades of fire and grease. Inside pintos tumble in a slow bubble, their skin splitting to reveal soft bellies. The liquid is thick somewhere between broth and mud, tinted red from chili powder, if you're lucky, from rust if you're not. You grab a tin plate and edge closer boots, crunching in snow that squeaks with every step. This is the kind of morning where the wind snatches your breath and slaps it into the nearest drift. The cook glances up and squints at you, like he's deciding whether you deserve beans today. You hand over the plate. He ladles them on without ceremony, a heavy splash that steams in the cold. You squat by the fire, letting the plate rest on your knees. The heat seeps through your trousers, and for a moment you can pretend the cold isn't gnawing at your shins. The beans taste exactly like they did last night, and the night before that, and the week before that. Smoky salty with a faint edge of something that might be onion if you have a good imagination. You chew slowly, not because you want to savor them, but because chewing keeps your jaw moving, and moving means warming. There's an art to trail beans. First, they have to soak at least overnight, so they don't fight you at the table. Then they're boiled low and slow for hours, often right in the coals while the crew works. A good cook can make them tender without turning them to paste, can balance salt and spice so you don't feel like you're eating straight from the barrel. A bad cook can ruin them so thoroughly, you'll spend the night wishing for starvation. You've heard every trick in the book for improving beans. Some swear by tossing in a chunk of salt pork to lend its grease and flavor. Others add molasses for a hint of sweetness, though that's more common in chuck wagons with better supply lines. A few drop in a dried chili or two, enough to make your nose run and your eyes water, which is just another way of staying warm. There's even that one oddball who insists on a spoonful of coffee grounds in the pot. No one knows why, and no one argues too loudly, because out here eccentricity might be the only seasoning left. Mainstream history floats into your mind. The cowboy diet on cattle drives often revolved around beans, coffee, and biscuits, not because of tradition, but because they were cheap, portable, and impossible to ruin beyond edibility. You could feed a dozen men for days with one sack, and the beans didn't care if they bounced along the trail in a canvas bag for weeks. That practicality is why they stayed on the menu long after anyone wanted to see them again. Someone nearby cracks a joke about beans being musical, and it gets the usual groans. Flatulence humor might be low-hanging fruit, but it's been hanging there since the first man boiled legumes. The truth is, beans were both blessing and curse. They kept you alive, but they made the air in the tent at night thick enough to cut with a knife. There's no polite way to say it, but the wind outside isn't always the coldest thing you face. The fire pops, sending a spray of sparks into the white air. You tilt the plate to scoop the last of the broth, the grease leaving a thin shine on the tin. The beans stick to your teeth, to your gloves, to the memory of every trail you've ever ridden. You wipe your mouth with the back of your hand and glance over at the pot, still 3/4 full. You'll see them again at supper, maybe dressed up with a shred of jerky if the cook's feeling generous. Quirky detail: some trail hands swore you could tell a cook's worth by his beans alone, and they'd rank them like other men ranked horses. Tender but firm was the highest praise. Crunchy was an insult that sometimes ended in fists. There was even an unspoken bean hierarchy: pintos at the top, navy beans for those who didn't mind a bit of mush, and black beans when supplies ran strange. Lentils were an exotic visitor no one trusted entirely. You finish, set the plate aside, and stand letting the cold rush back into your knees. The beans settle in your stomach like a small stove, slow-burning heat that will last until midday. Out here you don't eat for pleasure. You eat for endurance, and beans, for all their monotony, never fail to deliver. By the time you ride out, the pot will be back over the fire, refilled with water, and left to simmer all day. Tonight they'll taste just a little different, not because of any new ingredient, but because hunger changes the recipe every time. And tomorrow they'll be beans again. Always beans. By now the beans have settled in your belly like ballast in a ship's hold, and you're thinking about something tougher, something you can gnaw on while you write a food that doesn't need a fire or a plate. That means jerky, not the soft peppered strips you might find in a clean plastic bag at a gas station, but the kind of jerky that could survive a flood of prairie fire and an ill-tempered mule kicking it across camp. The cook keeps it in a burlap sack tied tight with twine, tucked under the wagon seat where it stays dry. You've seen him open that sack before. It's like watching a man haul a board out of a carpenter's shop. The smell hits first smoke dust and something faintly metallic from the meat's long acquaintance with the tin wagon floor. Jerky is frontier insurance. You could ride all day, lose the trail, and still chew your way back to camp with a strip in your pocket. It's made by slicing meat, thin beef, buffalo deer, whatever was available, salting it like you're trying to pickle the memory of it, and drying it over low smoke for hours or even days. Done right, it keeps for months without spoiling. Done wrong, it just spoils more slowly. You pull a strip from the sack. It's as stiff as rawhide edges curling from the long drying. You have to bend it slowly, testing the give before your teeth even have a chance. The first bite is less of a bite and more of a negotiation. Your jaw works back and forth until the fibers finally yield. There's flavor there, but it's locked up tight, and you earn every hint of it. Salt dominates, but there's a shadow of smoke, and if you're lucky, a ghost of whatever spice the cook might have had when it was made. Jerky has its own etiquette out here. You never take more than one strip at a time unless you're riding out for days. You never put it back in the sack after it's touched your mouth. No one needs that. And you don't leave it in your coat pocket too long, or the heat from your body will sweat the salt into a greasy bloom. Some cowboys soften their jerky in coffee or bean broth before eating, but most just chew it until their jaw feels like they've been talking for hours. It's the same principle as tough conversation. You keep at it until something gives. You chew, the fibers break down, and slowly the flavor deepens. There's a satisfaction in it, a reminder that you're eating something built to endure. Historically, jerky wasn't just a cowboy staple. Indigenous peoples of the plains made it long before the cattle drives, pemmican, a mix of dried meat fat, and sometimes berries, could keep a person alive through winter. Cowboys adopted the practice, but dropped the berries, sticking to meat and salt. Scholars still debate whether cowboys' jerky was significantly different from earlier traditions, or just a rougher version made in bulk. Quirky trail fact: some riders claimed jerky made from buffalo stayed edible for years. Though edible is a loose term, one old hand swore he once ate a piece so old it crumbled like paper in his mouth. He considered that a win. Others argued that the best jerky came from venison, lean and less greasy, but deer weren't exactly lining up for slaughter in midwinter. Jerky is also one of the few foods you can eat without stopping your horse. You just pull a strip from your coat, tuck it into your cheek, and chew as the miles pass. It keeps you busy, keeps you warm, and sometimes, if the wind is strong enough, keeps your face from freezing by forcing you to move your jaw. You finish the strip with a final snap of sinew, spitting out the last bit of gristle. Your jaw aches, your teeth feel like they've been through a test, and you can still taste the smoke lingering at the back of your tongue. It's not luxury, but it's survival you can carry in your pocket. And on the frontier, that's worth more than gold. After days of salt beans and leather-tough jerky, your body starts sending messages, not polite requests, but demands for something sweet. Out here, sweetness isn't an everyday pleasure. It's a rare visitor you greet like a long-lost cousin who might leave you richer or just drink all your coffee. This morning, the cook is working on molasses biscuits. The very words make your mouth water in a way beans never could. He's crouched near the fire, rolling dough on a scarred wooden board, his hands dusted with flour and a hint of brown stickiness that tells you the jar's been opened. Molasses isn't sugar. It's sugar's darker, moodier sibling, thick slow to pour, with a taste somewhere between burnt caramel and damp wood. In the frontier kitchen, it's gold, in a jar hauled from a supply depot or traded from a riverboat shipment months back. If you're lucky, it's from sorghum grown nearby. If not, it's cane molasses shipped from far-off plantations, the label long gone, the jar reused a dozen times. The cook tips the jar, letting the thick ribbon fall into the bowl of flour and lard. It lands with a sound like a boot stuck in mud, then disappears under his mixing. He doesn't measure. He just knows. The smell rises as he works, rich, dark, promising. Biscuits like these aren't the lofty clouds you might imagine. They're squat, heavy things baked in the Dutch oven with a scattering of hot coals on the lid. The molasses gives them a deep brown crust and a moist, almost sticky crumb. They're sweet, yes, but not candy sweet. There's a bitterness under the sugar that makes you slow down and notice each bite. You get your biscuit while it's still hot enough to sting your fingers. The crust flakes under your teeth, the inside, tender and warm. The molasses blooms on your tongue, cutting through the lingering salt of breakfast's pork. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sweetness work through your senses, like heat through cold hands. Quirky fact: cowboys sometimes used molasses as a quick energy boost on the trail, dipping hardtack or even jerky into it. You've seen it done, though you've never quite had the nerve to try molasses jerky. Sounds like a culinary argument you're not ready to have. Mainstream history whispers in the 19th century West molasses was cheaper than refined sugar, and unlike delicate candies, it traveled well. Many chuckwagon cooks preferred it for baking because it kept goods moist longer in the dry air. Scholars note that in some camps, molasses biscuits were the only sweet thing men might taste for weeks at a time. Around the fire, the mood shifts when molasses biscuits appear. Men lean in, talking more, laughing easier. You notice fewer glances toward the cook's pot, fewer muttered complaints. Sweetness does that. It softens the edge of a hard morning. One writer even pockets half his biscuit for later, though you doubt it will survive the next hour. You finish yours, licking the stickiness from your fingers, and feel almost civilized. Almost. Because the truth is, you'll be back to beans by sundown. But for now, the molasses lingers on your tongue, and the day ahead seems a little less grim. The memory of molasses fades fast when the wind picks up and bites at your cheeks. Sweetness is a warm dream. The cold is the reality that wakes you. By mid-afternoon, you're too far from camp for anything fresh, and the only thing between you and hunger is what's in your saddlebag. That's where the hardtack lives. You pull it out, a thick, pale square with edges sharp enough to cut a finger if you're careless. Hardtack is not bread. It is not cracker. It is survival disguised as masonry. Flour water may be a pinch of salt if the cook was generous, all mixed into a dough that's rolled thin, pricked with holes, and baked until it's as hard as the winter ground. Then it's baked again, because the goal isn't just dry, it would survive the apocalypse dry. You wrap it against your saddle horn. The sound is somewhere between wood and bone. You take a bite, or try to. The first contact sends a shock through your jaw. You angle it differently, testing the corners like a thief checking a lock. Eventually a piece splinters off, grainy and bland, and you start chewing, and chewing, and chewing. Quirky frontier trick: some cowboys softened hardtack by dipping it in coffee or soup, though soft was a generous word. Others broke it with the butt of a knife or the heel of a boot before eating. You've even heard of men soaking it overnight in a bit of water, then frying it in grease the next morning for a dish optimistically called skilly-gally. You think about trying that someday on a day when you're less hungry and more curious. Mainstream history has plenty to say about hardtack. It was a staple for soldiers in the Civil War, and sailors long before that. On the frontier, it had the same advantage it always had. It didn't go bad, not even when damp. It might mold if stored carelessly, but most of the time it just persisted. Some pieces have been found decades later, still technically edible. Whether you'd want to test that is another matter. The taste is exactly nothing. No sweetness, no saltiness, no aroma. It's the food equivalent of a blank stare. And yet it fills your stomach, and it pairs well enough with jerky or beans when you need variety and texture, if not flavor. A gust of wind cuts through your coat, making you hunch lower in the saddle. You chew the last bite of hardtack down to paste swallow and feel it land in your gut with all the grace of a dropped stone. It will stay there heavy and stubborn all the way back to camp. In a way, you respect it. Hardtack isn't here to charm you. It's here to endure and to make sure you do too. Snowflakes drift sideways, thin and sharp as needles stinging your cheeks in little bursts. The herd's out there somewhere, huddled in a low draw, but for now the work is closer to camp. You hear the clang of a battered tin pot before you see it hanging crooked from a tripod of iron rods over the fire. The cook's crouched beside it, gloved hands fumbling with the lid, and a plume of steam rises into the white air. Snowmelt stew. You can tell from the smell, thin mineral and faintly metallic, that the water came from shoveling heaps of fresh snow into the pot that morning. It's the only way to get water without chipping ice from the creek and hoping it's not frozen solid all the way down. Melting snow isn't glamorous, but it's a cowboy winter reality. It takes a shocking amount of snow to make even a quart of water. The cook keeps feeding in handfuls like he's stoking a fire, each one hissing into nothing the second it touches the hot bottom. The stew part is generous. This one's more of a hopeful broth with ambition. You see a few hunks of potato, some onion skin, a strip or two of last week's salt pork cut into dice. A scattering of beans that somehow escaped yesterday's pot bobs on the surface. It's the sort of meal that depends entirely on the cook's willingness to part with his scraps. You take a cup careful with your gloves. The heat pushes back the cold in your fingers. The first sip is, well, it's warm, and that counts for something. There's a faint smokiness from the fire, a whisper of fat from the pork, and that clean, almost empty taste of melted snow. You know it's just boiled water with leftovers, but in the middle of a freezing day, it feels like a gift. Quirky trail tip. Some cowboys swore that snowmelt stew tasted better if you melted the snow, slowly adding it after the pot had warmed, but before it boiled. Keeps it sweet, one old hand used to say. Whether that's true or just another piece of camp lore is anyone's guess. You've tried it both ways, and mostly it just depends on how hungry you are. Mainstream history. Fact chuck wagon cooks were masters of stretching ingredients, especially in winter, when resupply could be weeks away. Stews like this, water bulked with a little meat, a few vegetables, and sometimes flour to thicken, were the norm, not the exception. Some historians note that the cowboy stew recipes written down in later years are far richer than the real thing ever was on the trail. Around the fire, the men drink in silence. Steam curls from each cup drifting up to disappear in the gray sky. You hear the soft clink of spoons against tin, the crack of wood shifting in the fire, the far-off whinny of a restless horse. For a few minutes, the cold seems less cruel. You notice the cook fishing something from the pot with his spoon, an old bay leaf, limp and colorless. Someone must have traded for it months ago. He flicks it into the snow without ceremony. Out here, even seasonings have short lifespans once they've done their job. The second sip is better than the first. Your tongue's adjusted to the plainness, and now you can taste the faint sweetness from the onion, the salt from the pork, the earthy depth of the potatoes. You let it linger, not because you're savoring it, but because once it's gone, there's nothing else until supper. One man asks if anyone remembers the last time the stew had fresh carrots. A few chuckles answer him. Fresh anything in winter is like rain in summer possible, but not something you bet on. The cook doesn't even look up. As you drain the cup, you feel the warmth spreading down into your chest, pushing back the chill, just enough to make the wind feel like a nuisance instead of a threat. You hand the cup back, watching the cook refill it for the next man. The steam fogs his glasses, and for a moment he looks almost gentle. Then he snaps the lid back on, protecting the little warmth left inside. Snowmelt stew won't win any prizes, but it's one of the few hot things you can count on when the land's locked in ice. You step away from the fire, back into the sting of the wind, and tuck the heat of it into your memory. You'll need it later, when the snow starts falling harder and the herd's nowhere in sight. By late afternoon, the sky bruises to a dull purple, and the cold shifts from uncomfortable to personal. You can smell supper long before you see it. Wood smoke laced with the faint tang of iron, and something sharp enough to make your mouth twitch. That sourdough flapjack night. The cook's got the griddle going, balanced over the coals, a slick of pork grease shimmering on its surface. He's pouring batter in slow, steady circles, each one spreading into a misshapen disc. The edges bubble, the middle swells, and the smell, well, it's like breakfast decided it didn't care what time it was. This batter isn't just flour and water. The soul of it is the starter, alive, bubbling, smelling faintly of apples gone wrong. It's the same starter that gave you those tangy biscuits days ago, now stretched with water flour, maybe an egg if one's survived this far into winter. The result is a flapjack that's chewy rather than fluffy, with a tang that bites back at the sweetness, you might add. Sweetness is optional, of course, because syrup is a rare treasure. Molasses will do if you've got it. Sometimes it's just a drizzle of grease or a smear of jam traded from a passing freight wagon. Tonight, the cook's got molasses the jar sitting in the snow to keep it from running away too quickly. He ladles a spoonful onto your plate, where it oozes lazily across the surface of your flapjack, like it's considering the journey. You take the first bite, while it's still too hot, the steam puffing up against your nose. The outside is crisp from the grease, the inside soft but springy with that sour note singing through. The molasses deepens it, smoky sweet and dark. You chew slowly, letting the tang and sweet wrestle for your attention. Quirky detail, some cowboys mixed coffee into flapjack batter for extra flavor, or just to use up coffee gone stale. You tried it once. The result was edible, but jittery, like the flapjack itself wanted to talk all night. Mainstream history, fact flapjacks or griddle cakes were a staple in trail cooking because they could be made with the same ingredients as bread, but in a fraction of the time. The sourdough starter meant you didn't need baking powder, which might be scarce. Some chuck wagon cooks guarded their starter like a family heirloom, feeding it daily and refusing to share the mother with anyone outside the crew. Around the fire, the sound of forks against tin mingles with low conversation. Flapjack night always loosens tongues. Men talk about towns they've passed through, saloons with decent whiskey, or the dream of a proper meal at a table with real plates. You eat and listen, the food warming you from the inside out. The second flapjack hits your plate before you've finished the first. You don't protest. Out here it's understood that anything hot should be eaten without delay. You sop up the last molasses with the final bite, wipe your mouth with the back of your glove, and lean back, full, but not heavy. The cold is still waiting just beyond the firelight, but for a little while, with flapjacks in your belly and the smell of grease and wood smoke in your clothes, you can almost believe winter's losing. The cold comes in waves tonight, rolling through camp like a tide you can't see but feel in your bones. You pull your coat tighter, breathe into your scarf, and listen to the hiss and pop from the Dutch oven. That sound means one thing: beans again, but not the plain sort. Tonight, they're cowboy chili beans. Now, if you're picturing the kind of chili served in restaurants back east, rich red sauce, tender meat topped with cheese, you can stop right there. This is a frontier winter chili beans, a little meat, if there's any left to spare, and enough dried chili peppers to make your lips tingle and your nose run. Out here, the spice is less about flavor and more about warmth. The cook ladles you a generous portion into your tin bowl. The beans are soft, the sauce dark and thick from long simmering. You spot a few chunks of beef, probably from the last steer, butchered before the snow set, in floating among the beans. like treasure in a muddy river. The smell is deep and smoky, with that pepper edge that makes you brace for the first bite. You sit by the fire holding the bowl close to your face, letting the steam work into your skin. The first spoonful hits you with a wave of heat, not just temperature, but spice. It's not overwhelming, but in the frozen dark, even a hint of heat feels like a miracle. The beans carry it well, their soft flesh soaking up every bit of the chili's tang. Quirky trail fact: some cowboys swore by adding a splash of coffee to chili beans, claiming it deepened the flavor. Others crumbled hardtack into the bowl to thicken it. One particularly memorable cook once stirred in a handful of jerky shavings. The result was chewy smoky, and just salty enough to make men fight for seconds. Mainstream history note: while beans were a cowboy staple chili as we think of it today, was more of a Tex-Mex creation evolving from Mexican chile con carne. On the trail, access to dried peppers varied, but when cooks had them, they used them liberally, not just for taste, but to help preserve the pot over a day or two. The cook here doesn't waste peppers. He rehydrates them in the same water he'll use for the beans, so nothing is lost. He crushes them by hand seeds, and all before dropping them into the pot. That's why the chili tonight has a bite. It's been building all day, coaxed out by slow heat. Around you, men are leaning over their bowls, eating fast. Chili beans warm more than your stomach. They warm your fingers gripping the tin, your throat as the steam curls upward, even your chest as the heat settles in. It's a temporary shield against the wind's icy fingers. Halfway through, you hit a piece of beef. It's tender, but still holds a bit of chew, the flavor infused with smoke and spice. You slow down for that bite, savoring it. On the trail, meat in your beans is like finding a coin in the dirt. You take a second to appreciate it before someone else notices. The fire pops again, sending a spark skyward. Someone tells a story about a cook who once made chili so hot that the men swore it melted the frost off their mustaches. Another man claims he knew a rider who carried dried peppers in his saddlebags year-round, using them to liven up any meal, even breakfast. Whether those tales are true or just the kind that grow in the telling, they fit right in here, where the night is long and the food is the only bright spot. You finish the last spoonful, scraping the sides of the bowl. The warmth lingers, creeping into your toes and fingertips. The wind is still out there, rattling through the wagons, but you're holding a little fortress of heat inside you now. You hand the bowl back to the cook, who's already ladling for the next man. The smell of chili beans clings to your gloves and scarf as you walk toward your bedroll. You know it'll be back tomorrow, maybe thickened, maybe stretched with more beans. But for now, you've eaten your fill, and the cold feels just a little less sharp. If chili beans were the warmth you needed, tonight's dessert is the dream you didn't dare hope for: canned peaches. The can appears like a magician's trick pulled from the chuck wagon's storage chest by the cook with a faint smile that says he knows exactly what he's holding. The label's long gone, rubbed away by months of rattling over dirt and snow. You can only tell what's inside by the feel of the weight and the faint slosh when he shakes it. But when the lid is punctured and that sweet, heavy aroma escapes, there's no mistaking it. Peaches packed in syrup thick as melted gold. You watch the cook work his opener, the kind that's really just a sharpened iron hook. It's slow going. The can's edges curl inward like they'd rather keep the treasure to themselves. Finally, the lid lifts, steam curling in the frigid air. The smell is intoxicating sunlight, orchard grass, the memory of summer. Men gather without meaning to drawn like moths. The syrup glistens, amber and glossy. Inside are peach halves, soft, but holding their shape, floating lazily in the liquid. The cook ladles them out carefully, making sure each man gets at least one full piece. Out here, this is diplomacy. You don't give one man more than another, unless you want trouble. You take your portion, the tin cup warm in your hands. The first bite is almost overwhelming. The fruit is tender fibers breaking apart the second your teeth touch. The syrup coats your tongue, sticky sweet, the kind of sweetness that makes your eyes close without you realizing it. For a few moments, the snow, the wind, the endless monotony of beans and jerky, all of it fades under this syrupy wave. Quirky frontier practice. Some cowboys saved the peach syrup to mix with coffee, swearing it made the drink fancy. Others poured it over biscuits or hardtack, letting the dry bread soak up every drop. One man you knew once drank it straight from the can and spent the next hour smiling like he'd just robbed a bank. Mainstream history fact canned fruit became more common on the frontier in the late 19th century, as railroads and commercial canning made it easier to transport goods over long distances. For cowboys in winter, it was a rare link to a world of fresh produce they wouldn't see again until spring. Some historians point out that canned fruit was often used as a reward after especially hard drives or in the dead of winter when morale was low. The cook here seems to understand morale well. He doesn't rush the servings. He lets each man savor the moment. Around the fire, the usual low murmur of voices is replaced by a kind of contented silence. You catch the flicker of a smile on more than one wind-chapped face. Your second bite is slower, letting the syrup seep into every corner of your mouth. The peaches taste faintly of tin, but you don't care. That's just the price of preservation. You remember summer peaches from your childhood sticky juice running down your wrist, the fuzz of the skin catching the light. But this is different. This is sweetness, pulled from the other side of the continent, carried in iron walls, through storms and sun, to end up here in your hands, in the middle of nowhere. Someone leans over and asks if you're going to finish the syrup at the bottom of your cup. You give him a look that says he's lucky you're not armed. You tip the cup back, letting the thick liquid slide down, coating your throat in gold. For a moment, you're warm all the way through. When it's gone, you feel a small ache, part hunger, part longing. There won't be another can for weeks, maybe months. The cook sets the empty tin by the fire where it catches the glow like a trophy. You pull your coat tighter as you walk away, but the sweetness lingers in your mouth, a little rebellion against the winter's gray. Out here, that's as close to luxury as you're going to get. The sweetness of peaches is a memory now tucked away, like a lucky coin in your pocket. The next morning greets you with a different kind of treasure-fresh snow, so deep it muffles every sound. Your boots sink with each step, and the air feels sharp enough to cut. Somewhere near the chuck wagon, you hear the steady thud of a cleaver. That means only one thing: salt pork. The cook's got the slab laid out on a scarred wooden board, a pale-streaked brick of fat, and meat marbled like winter ice with frozen mud. Salt pork is not bacon, not the kind that curls and sizzles. This is pork preserved so aggressively in salt that it could probably survive a year buried under the prairie. Its main virtue is that it keeps, and that you can slice it as thin or thick as you dare. He cuts strips, each one stiff and cold, and tosses them into the skillet. The pork hits the hot iron with a hiss, like an angry snake. Smoke rises immediately, thick gray, and carrying that unmistakable smell of fat, turning to gold. In seconds, the edges curl, and the meat darkens. You hold your tin plate, ready. The first piece lands with a soft slap, glistening with hot grease. It's hot enough to burn your fingertips, but you tear into it anyway. The salt hits first, sharp and biting. Then comes the chew, tougher than bacon, but softer than jerky, with just enough fat to coat your tongue. Quirky cowboy habits: some men saved the rendered fat, pouring it into a tin for later use in biscuits, flapjacks, or to slick a frying pan. Others dipped hardtack into it for a kind of makeshift toast. You've even seen salt pork, fat, rubbed into leather boots to keep them from cracking in the cold. Mainstream history fact: salt pork was a staple not just for cowboys, but for sailors and soldiers for centuries. It was cheap, it traveled well, and it provided the fat needed to fuel long days of hard labor. The heavy salt content acted as both preservative and seasoning, which was why many frontier dishes didn't need additional salt at all. The cook here knows just how far to take it long enough to crisp the outside, but not so long that the meat dries out completely. The result is a strip that squeaks faintly between your teeth, giving up its flavor in bursts. Around the fire, the men eat in silence, focused entirely on their plates. Every now and then, someone tilts their plate to catch the pooling grease with the edge of their biscuit. It's not graceful, but it's practical. Out here, nothing with calories goes to waste. You finish your strip, the salt lingering like a dare on your tongue. Your lips feel dry, but the warmth in your belly tells you it's worth it. You wipe your fingers on your trousers and glance toward the skillet. The cook's already dropping in another round, the smoke curling around his hat brim. The day ahead will be long snow to clear cattle to check gear to mend. But for now, you've got salt pork in your stomach, heat in your hands, and the smell of cooking fat clinging to your coat. Out here, that's not just breakfast. That's armor. The morning after Salt Pork Day is always the same. The air smells faintly of smoke and grease. Your gloves are stiff, where the fat cooled into them, and the cook is already rummaging in the wagon for the next meal. Today, his hands come up holding something unexpected, a small sack of dried apples. They're not much to look at, brown, shriveled light as paper. But the smell when he opens the bag is a ghost of autumn, faintly sweet, faintly tart, the memory of orchards, long gone to frost. These apples didn't grow anywhere near here. They were picked months ago, sliced, and left to dry on screens in the sun before being packed tight for travel. Without them, winter's fruit ration would be exactly 0. The cook's plan is simple apple fritters, not the soft glazed kind you might find in a bakery, but a frontier version, rough-heavy, cooked in a skillet, blackened by decades of campfires. He drops the dried slices into a pot of boiling water, letting them plump and soften. The steam that rises is fragrant enough to make the men pause mid-task. When the apples are ready, he chops them roughly and stirs them into a thick batter made from flour water, a pinch of salt, and luxury of luxuries, a spoonful of molasses. The skillet is slick with yesterday's pork fat, and when the batter hits it, sizzles and browns instantly. You hover near the fire, watching the fritters puff in places and crisp in others. The smell is warm and inviting, a mix of fruit, caramelized sugar, and smoke. When one lands on your plate, it's misshapen and golden edges dark, where the batter kissed the hottest part of the pan. The first bite burns your tongue, but you don't care. The outside is crisp, the inside tender, the apples soft and sweet tart. The molasses deepens everything, adding a rich note under the brightness of the fruit. You chew slowly, letting the flavor pull you somewhere warmer. Quirky trail trick, some cooks dusted fritters with flour before frying, claiming it helped keep them from sticking to the pan. Others used a splash of coffee in the batter for a hint of bitterness. You've even heard of fritters fried in bear fat, though whether that's resourcefulness or recklessness is up for debate. Mainstream history, fact-dried fruit, was a common ration for soldiers and travelers alike, prized for its portability and shelf life. In cowboy camps, dried apples were often eaten plain, stewed into a kind of mush, or added to baked goods when the opportunity arose. Scholars note that recipes from chuckwagon cooks often exaggerated the amount of fruit used. In reality, every slice was stretched as far as possible. Around the fire, fritters vanish almost as quickly as they appear. A few men save half for later tucking them into coat pockets, like precious coins. You eat yours down to the last crumb, licking a smear of molasses from your fingers. The warmth from the food settles into your chest, and for a moment the cold feels like it's on the other side of a closed door. The cook sets the empty skillet aside and wipes his hands on a rag. "That's it," he says simply, "and you know there won't be more until next time a sack of dried fruit makes its way to camp." You pull your coat tighter and head out to the day's work with a little sweetness still lingering. Out here, meals like that don't just fill your stomach, They remind you there's more to life than just surviving the cold. You smell them before you see them, a cold animal musk threaded through the metallic air, faint as a rumor, and twice as exciting. The wind comes down off the ridge and brings it straight into camp, snatching the breath out of your scarf and replacing it with possibility. Somebody says buffalo, the way a starving man says supper, and just like that, every head turns. The cattle you're tending look up too, ears pricked, as if they've heard an older language rumbling under the snow. You step out beyond the wagons and scan the pale hills. At first, there's only winter, a folded quilt of drifts, and sage the sky, a scabbed-over gray. Then the hillside moves. What you thought was a line of rocks lifts and lowers dark humps rolling like waves against the wind. A scattered herd, 20, maybe 30, nose through the crust, shouldering aside the day. You can hear their breath when the gust slackens, a steady, gentle grumble, the sound of steam meeting ice. Nobody speaks, not for a long minute. Then the cook mutters, "Meat for weeks," and the spell breaks. You're already checking your rifle. It isn't fancy. It doesn't need to be. The buffalo carry more meat than your crew can dream of in January, and the question is not whether you'll try, but how you'll do it without wrecking the work you're paid for. You are not a professional hide hunter. You're a winter cowboy with a hungry camp, a dwindling barrel of pork, and a wind that eats calories faster than men can shovel beans. Today, the menu might change from salt, smoke, and regret to buffalo and surprise buffalo. Joke 1, you flip the chalkboard and write chef's special, which is the same as yesterday, only bigger. The foreman weighs the choice face, unreadable under frost. Drive the herd away and stick to the cattle, risk a shot, spook the beeves, and spend the next 2 days gathering them out of the breaks. Or try it careful, smart, quick. He finally nods once. 2 hands. Take a quiet circle. Don't run 'em. Your name is one of the 2. Your stomach answers for you. You swing into the saddle feeling the familiar complaint of leather stiff with cold. The other rider touches his hat. You both angle out wide, letting the wind carry your scent away, keeping your horses' heads low. The buffalo aren't blind. They just don't waste energy. You move with the terrain, like you were born in it, easing along a line of buckbrush, using a drift as your cover. When you lift your head again, you're close enough to taste the frost on their coats. They are not cattle. They are old as a hymn, shoulders rolled high, heads down in the snow like plows. Calves stand close to cows, tails tucked, steam rising from nostrils in soft banners. A bull turns to look at you, eyes dark, beard rimed with ice. You've never been stared at by a hill before. It's like that. Your horse shifts, not from fear exactly, but from the weight of the moment. You dismount. Hooves crunch once and then settle. The cold loads your breath like a rifle loads, powder slow, deliberate. You slide the rifle free. Even through gloves, you feel the bite of steel. You pick the angle the way you pick a line through a blizzard, carefully aware of the 1,000 ways to go wrong. The other hand settles 20 paces, left a shape against a willow. The shot when it comes is smaller than it will be in your memory. The crack goes out and comes back in the same breath. The herd bunches, sways, then surges a few steps, instinct pulling them into a knot. You cycle the action, eyes searching. The bull you chose stumbles, steadies, and then goes to his knees. You hold your breath a second longer because nothing about this should be sloppy. He settles. Snow jumps all along the draw as the living mass adjusts itself, decides, and finally flows away around the shape you've made. The ground shakes as they go. Not a stampede, nothing panicked, just that deep ancient insistence of bodies moving together, because together is safer. You don't whoop. Nobody raises a hat. You just stand for a moment in the blue silence after hooves feeling your heart knock, tasting a little iron on your tongue. Then you move. The job after the shot is work, and work suits you. The other hand comes in from the willow. He rests his palm on the animal's flank for a second, like a thank you in a language that doesn't need words. You both do the same. The foreman rides up with a sled and 2 horses from camp. The cook's there, too, breath-puffing like a locomotive eyes already measuring portions, imagining kettles. A mainstream fact nudges at the edge of your thoughts by the 1870s, and early 80s buffalo herds on the southern plains were collapsing under waves of commercial hide hunting and railroad access, millions killed in a handful of brutal seasons. You've seen bones whitening on flat skulls piled for fertilizer. Out here, a winter cowboy might go a year and never see a herd this close anymore. That makes the moment feel heavier. Knives come out, not to revel, just to do what must be done. You keep it neat, wary of blood on fabric that will freeze like glass. Snow helps. It cools, cleans, holds the world steady. The cook sets aside the tongue with a solemnity he reserves for coffee and curses. He says it'll simmer slow with onions, which suddenly seem possible again. A hump rib section gets special attention too. He's been waiting for that, a trench roast in clean snow and coals when the wind slackens. Quirky tidbit: more than one cook you've met calls hump ribs frontier. Prime swearing the meat bastes itself if you rig it right with willow pegs. You don't argue with men who can bribe the weather into tasting better. You trim without waste. Thick slabs for fresh roasts tonight if the cold holds, and the wolves mind their manners. Long even strips destined for the jerky line tomorrow, salted. Smoked strung on rawhide, like laundry, that knows how to feed you. The sweat goes into a sack. Tallow will be rendered in the Dutch oven, poured off into cans, to turn biscuits tender and lamps brave. Bones are set aside for marrow winter butter. You scoop with a spoon when the fire is high and morale is low. You work until your breath is more ice than air. Then you work a little more. Someone cracks a joke about writing a thank you note to the wind for stepping in as assistant butcher. The wind replies by numbing every finger again. Joke 2. You promise to recommend it on its performance review right after you regain sensation in your thumbs. You flex your hands down a swallow of snowmelt coffee that tastes like iron filings and relief, and keep going. There's talk around the carcass, low and practical. Where to set the racks, how to pick a spot where smoke can rise and not blind the camp. Whether to use willow or cottonwood for slow coals. The foreman decides on a draw south of the wagons, sheltered from the worst gusts, but open enough to keep air moving. You nod, because even decisions about wind feel like food decisions now. Everything is food once buffalo enters the day. An open scholarly debate phrase floats into the circle. Somebody mutters that historians still argue whether outfits like ours regularly took buffalo, or mostly left it to the hide men. Another claims cowboys rarely had time to hunt. Their bosses hated the risk of spooking the beeves. A third shrugs and says, "Depends on the winter and the distance to town," which is as much a theory of history as you'll ever need out here. You decide the truth is like smoke, real present, and always shifting toward wherever the wind insists. By late afternoon, the meat's on the sled, and the sled's tracks are etched clean across the white. The herd is a memory, now a smudge of moving dark, far off, already part of another weather. Back in camp, the cook orders a trench, dug a long, shallow bed in the snow, lined with hot stones pulled from the fire. He lays the hump rib section over green willow, covers it with canvas and snow, then piles on coals, like he's tucking in a child with a fever. The smell that leaks out, even now, is rich enough to make men grin at nothing. While the roast thinks about being dinner, you hang strips on a line strung between 2 wagon wheels, each piece salted, each edge squared, so it dries even. The wind so rude to your cheeks becomes a partner pulling moisture out, firming the flesh until it's on its way to becoming insurance you can pocket. You consider briefly slicking your mustache with a finger of tallow as a joke, then imagine the cook's face and reconsider. Joke 3. New frontier hair pomade. guaranteed to attract coyotes and repel polite company. Night drops fast, blue to black in a single breath. The fire's a living thing now, backbone straight heart, bright. The cook lifts the canvas, checks the roast with 2 fingers and an old knife, and nods. He sets the tongue to simmer in a smaller pot with onion and a bay leaf he guards like a keepsake. A second pot receives a handful of trimmings beans and the last of the dried chilies tonight. The chili will be less hypothetical and more carnivorous. First slices go to those who froze their hands worst, which is always a subject of exaggerated debate. You take yours and sit down on a log that's mostly ice pretending to be wood. The bite is tender in that buffalo way, rich without greasiness, robust without shouting. It tastes like grass turned into muscle, turned into warmth in your chest. You close your eyes a second because your jaw remembers salt pork and jerky and can't quite believe kindness is allowed. A mainstream fact older than the chuck wagon, older than your outfit, walks into the meal plains tribes, perfected preservation, long before cattle ever saw these grasses. Pounded dried meat mixed with rendered fat, and sometimes dried berries became pemmican, a food dense enough to carry a person across seasons. What you string on lines tonight, and what you render into cans tomorrow, is a shadow of that knowledge altered by your tools and your hurry. But the winter logic is the same. Make summer last in your mouth when the world says no. You think that as you chew and the bite grows bigger than your hunger, the tongue comes off slow and gentle. Sliced thin, it shimmers in the firelight, tender as a secret. Someone makes the face of a child offered medicine. Someone else takes 2 pieces and declares he's been healed of everything since Kansas. You try it and taste something soft, almost sweet. You promise yourself you'll remember this when it's beans again tomorrow, and the wind has sharp teeth. By the time you lick your fingers clean, yes, even you, the stars are out cold and crowded. The wolves sing a county over, just checking whether there's anything you plan to share. You glance toward the drying racks, toward the sled, with what's left to break down in the morning, and feel that gentle material relief that only comes when the future has calories stored inside it. You crawl into your bedroll with smoke in your hair and buffalo in your bones. Your jaw doesn't ache tonight. It purrs. You think about the debate the men had about whether cowboys hunted much, and you decide that whatever the history books settle on this winter evening will sit there like a warm coal under the pages, steady and glowing. Maybe the herd won't wander close again before spring. Maybe you'll go back to salt pork and jokes about beans and the coffee that could strip paint. But tonight, your breath makes a little cloud of gratitude, and the blanket settles heavy, and the land, which is stingy with gifts, lets you keep this one. When sleep comes, it comes like hooves fading across snow, leaving the ground still and your stomach calm. You dream of a hillside, breathing of a trench, whispering warmth of a wind that for once takes your side. You wake before the sky has quite made up its mind to be mourning the canvas of the line camp snapping like an old jaw in the wind, and your first thought after locating your boots by smell, not sight, is food. Not fancy food, survival food. The kind that lives in a sack, keeps its secrets in a tin, and doesn't complain when it freezes solid. You reach for the coffee first, because of course you do. The grounds clatter into the pot like gravel, and you pour in yesterday's melted snow, which tastes faintly of pine needles and the ghost of a coyote, then set the blackened pot near the coals until it remembers what boiling is. Strong enough to float a horseshoe, that's the goal, although you don't have a horseshoe handy to test it, and anyway you're not wasting horseshoes on science this early. With the first swallow, you're awake enough to tackle the dilemma of the flapjack barrel, also known as flour. If the barrel's been good and tight, the flour's dry. If it hasn't, you're about to bake a small thunderhead. You measure by memory and knuckle scatter in a pinch of saleratus baking soda to your 21st century sensibilities, and stir with the spoon that's also your stew ladle porridge paddle and occasional snow shovel. The batter sulks in a bowl that once knew beef tallow intimately. When the pan is hot, you lay the batter down in circles, and it hisses like a snake with an attitude. A flapjack flips with a wrist snap, but yours flops, and you settle for a fold that could politely be called rustic. It's fine. You're feeding a face, not impressing a duke. Besides, there are no dukes on this half-frozen range, only you two other hands who snore in alternating keys and cattle, with a genius for walking away from shelter at the worst moment. You smear the flapjacks with whatever sweet you've managed to protect from the cold. Maybe it's a stub of molasses black as midnight and twice as sticky. Maybe it's sorghum. Maybe it's sugar if the tin hasn't gone clumpy and the mice haven't signed their names. Butter rare as a friendly banker. You do have bacon grease saved in a can, and in winter it's practically butter with a different accent. You dip one flapjack corner into that gleam, close your eyes, and it's almost a feast, or at least a memory of one. Joke one arrives on schedule in your head, the one about flapjacks. So tough a cowboy used one to roof a leaky lean-to. You're tempted to test the theory, but the roof leaks in 6 places, and you only made 5 cakes. Mid-morning brings the sacred bean pot warm and bossy beside the fire. You lift the lid, and the day lifts with it. Pintos swollen to the size of musket balls. A cube of salt pork fat floating like a white island onion if you had it chilly. If you traded for it, and a fizz of coffee poured into everything, because coffee is less a beverage than a creed out here. You stir slow, letting the beans remind you of last night's boil. That's the trick every day. Builds on the last like a log wall, never washed clean, always nudged forward. On good stretches, the pot is a perpetual stew, a rolling resume of your week. On bad stretches, it's just hot water with a rumor of bean. Out on the drift fence, you chew jerky that could risole your boots. Your jaw writes letters of complaint to the management. But management is you, so nothing is filed. You cuss amiably and suck a sliver until it stops fighting. The jerky was cut thin back in October, hung over a smoky fire, and coaxed into immortality with salt. If there's a mainstream truth about winter cowboys, it's that cured meat and dried beans do the heavy lifting. You grew up thinking cowboys ate steak every night, but scholars love throwing a wet blanket on that campfire. Some argue you ate far more beans than beef, the herd being the savings account you did not cash without cause. You do kill a lame steer now, and then yes, or butcher a beeves after an ice storm if it's past saving, but that's triage, not a menu. The debate will rattle on long after you're gone, but today, the jerky wins because it travels, and because your pocket doesn't mind the grease. By noon, the wind has teeth. You notch firewood with a hatchet whose handle someone wrapped in rawhide, and you're grateful for the bite of it in your palm, proof there's still feeling in your hands. Lunch is slapjack and sow-belly flour fried in bacon fat, until both become crisp philosophies. You tip the skillet chase the brown with a heel of bread and decide this is what civilization looks like in January. A pan a handle, a decision. A quirky tidbit circles the fire like a curious magpie. Someone back east invented portable soup, a boiled-to-glue stock cut into cakes meant to dissolve into broth. You've seen a tin once, tasted it twice. Its beef flavor condensed into moral advice. Useful sure, but nothing beats bone broth done. Your way knuckles and joints simmered low while you hum to the pot, and the wind hums back. At the line camp you keep a crock of sourdough starter, a pet. You feed flour and water, and in return, it keeps you alive. You call it Old Judas because it betrays you at least once a week by sulking when it's cold. Still you coax bubbles from it by tucking the crock near the coals like a shivering pup. And by night you tear off biscuits that steam even in this air as sharp as pins. Sourdough is an old song in the West. Miners and teamsters carry it like a relic. Some say from French bakers in St. Louis. Some swear from trappers who learned fermentation up the Missouri. And still others swear Alaskan sourdough lore drifted down like snow. You don't settle the origin fight. Historians still debate how precisely sourdough culture migrated camp to camp, but you do settle biscuits into gravy with the solemnity of church. Trade is your winter spice rack. A few cartridges at a lonely post buys red chili dried apples, and on a good day coffee that doesn't smell like barn dust. From the Lakota boy who rides in with his uncle, you barter pemmican pounded dried bison mixed with rendered fat, and chokecherries for a length of calico and a sack of salt. Pemmican is bright fuel in a small space. Fur traders swore by it, and now you do too, biting off walnut-sized fires for your belly. You've learned to respect foods that don't freeze, mean parched corn, hardtack, the weird medical taste of wintergreen berries. If you're lucky enough to sit a spell with a Cheyenne grandmother who laughs at your hat and shakes her head at your boots, you learn how to roast prairie turnips and how to tuck dried squash strips into your bedroll without breaking them. You nod grateful, and she waves you off like a child. Supper leans heavy on Dutch oven magic. You bank coals, set the oven drop in a chunk of salt pork with beans and a nail's worth of chili, then crown the lid with coals. The oven works like a small iron promise. It doesn't ask much except patience. While it works, you steal from your own stores a sliver of cheese, hard and brave. A dried apple ring, like the memory of summer, shaved thin. You've seen cooks in big outfits. Goodnight's chuckwagon men whip up apple cobbler in winter that would make a saint weep dried fruit, rehydrated with a splash of coffee and a glug of syrup if the can survived the trail. You're not Goodnight's cook, but the chuckwagon itself is a comfort to think about that rolling pantry Charles Goodnight rigged in the 1860s. So a trail herd could cook civilization from a box. Mainstream fact there, the chuckwagon organized food into sanity when cattle drives were chaos. Your camp is smaller, colder, and stingier, but the idea holds. Order the food, and the rest might follow. 3 jokes into the long dark one. Coffee counts as soup if you chew it enough. 2, a cowboy salad is a biscuit with green mold. You trim it off, and you pray you guessed right. 3, mulligan stew can be anything you throw in the pot, from turnips to hope to the last onion skin, though you vow never to repeat the time a fella added a horseshoe for iron and forgot to fish it out until someone chipped a tooth. You laugh, you wince, you stir. Humor is salt. It keeps everything from rotting. When the snow piles waist high, you ration like an accountant who owes himself money. You cut the coffee with roasted chicory or parched barley runoff to stretch it. You shave the salt pork thinner than a politician's promise. You count beans by the handful and teach yourself not to envy the cattle their cud. Scarcity writes a new etiquette. The man who finds a mouse in the flour wins the right to chase it first. The man who burns the biscuits must share the best one, because penance tastes better with butter that you do not have. When your mind wanders to fresh fruit, you clamp it back like a mule's mouth on a bit and bite a dried apple ring as if summer could be reconstituted by will alone. You learn tricks that feel like witchcraft. Baking powder loses nerve in the cold. Tuck the tin into the inner pocket of your coat while you wrangle the fire. Beans sulk and won't soften. A pinch of soda coaxes them along, though the old-timers grumble about the taste. Grease goes granular. Render again, whispering apologies to the pan. Frozen eggs, when you can get them. Beat them with the handle end of a spoon and pretend they were always meant to be sherbet. None of it's pretty. All of it's edible. The open question that rides with you that you don't answer out loud is how often line camp cowboys truly starved versus merely went to bed, mad at supper. Diaries point both ways. Some claim they never wanted some detail. 3-day stretches of nothing but coffee and wind, so you file it with the rest of winter's arguments and keep stirring. If the weather backs off for an hour, you set a small trap line of hope. Snowshoe rabbits leave tidy signatures near the willows, and a brace of those skinned with stiff fingers turns your bean pot from survival to celebration. You stew them slow-thickened with biscuit crumbs, and you remember you are a person who can coax flavor from a day that was having none of it. On days when the traps come up empty, you tell yourself you prefer vegetarian cuisine anyway, and you take another bowl of beans, while your friend across the fire swears that somewhere someone is boiling a beef tongue tender as Sunday, and that you will meet them in the afterlife and exchange recipes. Night stretches. You pour a last dribble of coffee into your tin and taste grit grounds and sand, and whatever fell in while you weren't looking, which is a lot, because the wind is a thief. You let the grit settle, drink the top, and decide that's your future. Let the worst sink and sip what you can. Before you sleep, you check the bean pot, ease it closer to the banked coals, and cover it, like you would cover a child. That pot is your continuity, your calendar, your proof that tomorrow will have a taste of today. You slip into your bedroll wearing everything you own, hear the cattle shift like a giant, slow-breathing lake, and make a mental inventory of what remains, flour half a sack. Beans enough if you're kind, salt pork a noisy memory, coffee exactly as much as you're brave enough to admit. Enough you decide if the wind behaves and the trails don't ice to glass. Enough if you keep the fire sly and the jokes warmer than the stove. Enough if you keep choosing to eat, like this is a life rather than a delay. You settle the bean pot murmurs and you tell yourself a quiet truth. Winter doesn't love you, but the food you've nursed all day is the tenderest apology the cold can manage. If it sounds like you're romanticizing a pan of beans and a tin of coffee, you are. That's how you stretch flavor to reach February. And when morning comes clawing again, you'll start with the coffee, because, of course, you will. And you'll try the flapjack once more, and maybe today it flips clean and lands shining a small private summer on a plate in a world made of ice. By late January, the cold has stopped trying to surprise you. It simply exists, a constant companion that leans on your shoulders and nips at your ears until you stop reacting. What does surprise you is the cook's sudden declaration shouted over the wind, "Stew tonight." That word means different things in different places. In a city, stew might suggest tender cuts of meat, fresh vegetables, herbs tied with string. Out here it means a pot of whatever can be made into something that steams. Tonight, that's a small pile of venison from a deer. One of the hands snared near the cottonwoods, a few tired carrots gone soft in the root sack, a handful of potatoes that have survived the frost, and a whole lot of hope. The meat is lean, too lean for a real feast, but the cook fixes that by chopping in chunks of salt pork. As the pot heats, the fat renders and spreads through everything else, coating each bite to be with the promise of actual flavor. The venison browns fast in the Dutch oven, searing until the smell pushes through the cold and wraps itself around every man in camp. You're on wood detail, breaking small branches over your knee and feeding the fire so the pot keeps its slow, confident bubble. The cook throws in onions sharp and sweet at once, followed by carrots and potatoes, their skins scrubbed, but left on, because nobody's wasting time peeling in this wind. Then comes the water splashed in until the meat is just barely covered. The cook shakes and salt grinds pepper from a dented tin shaker, and luxury of luxuries adds a pinch of dried thyme he's been hoarding in a matchbox. The scent changes immediately, shifting from something hot to something that might make you close your eyes while you chew. Mainstream history, fact frontier stews were rarely thickened with flour the way city stews were. Out here, thick meant more fuel to cook it down, and more risk of burning the bottom. Instead, the starch from potatoes or beans would do the job naturally over hours. That's exactly what happens now. The liquid clouds slowly as the potatoes break down, turning the stew into a kind of edible blanket. Quirky trail tidbit. Some cowboys dropped a cleaned horseshoe into the pot, swearing the iron put strength in the food. You've never tried it, partly because it sounds like superstition, and partly because you'd rather keep your horseshoes on the horses. By the time the sun drops behind the hills, the pot is sending up clouds of meat-scented steam. The cold air grabs the moisture instantly, making it vanish just inches from your face. But the smell lingers. When the cook finally ladles the stew into tin bowls, the heat hits your hands. First then your nose, then everything else. The first spoonful scalds your mouth, and you don't care. The venison is tender from hours in the pot, the pork fat giving it a richness it didn't have before. The carrots are soft, but still sweet, the potatoes dissolving into the broth, until every bite feels like it's holding your ribs together from the inside. Conversation around the fire is slow, almost reluctant. Everyone's too busy eating. The only real sound is the scrape of spoons against tin and the occasional hiss from the fire when a bit of stew bubbles over the side of the pot. When you're done, you tip the last of the broth straight from the bowl into your mouth, feeling it chase away the ache in your jaw and the chill in your bones. You wipe your mouth on your sleeve and lean back full in the way only a hot meal on a freezing night can make you. And for a moment, just a small, stubborn moment, you almost believe winter isn't winning. The next morning, the camp smells like wood smoke, cold leather, and something faintly sweet. That last bit is a clue you know before you even crawl out of your bedroll that the cook's been into the molasses barrel. Sure enough, when you shuffle over to the fire, there he is with a pan of what he calls cowboy gingerbread, though you doubt it's ever met real ginger. The batter is a humble thing. Flour saleratus, molasses, a pinch of sugar if there's any left, and a bit of rendered fat instead of butter. He stirs it with the same spoon he used for beans last night, and you catch a whiff of onion. He doesn't notice, or maybe he doesn't care. Out here, flavors are just neighbors learning to share space. The Dutch oven is already hot, the lid balanced carefully over a nest of coals. He scrapes in the batter, sets the lid back on, and shovels a layer of glowing embers over the top. That's the trick heat, from above and below. You take your place by the fire, warming your hands, while the air slowly fills with the scent of baking. It's a luxury smell like something you'd expect in a real kitchen, not a half-frozen camp miles from the nearest town. Mainstream history: fact molasses was more common than refined sugar on the frontier. It kept well-traveled better and was cheaper to buy in bulk. Cowboys used it not just for baking, but to sweeten coffee drizzle over cornbread, or even mix with water for a quick burst of energy. Quirky tidbit: some old-timers swore by molasses as a cure for winter coughs, taking a spoonful mixed with vinegar. You've tried it once, it works, but mostly by scaring the cough out of you. When the cook finally lifts the lid, the top of the gingerbread is a deep dark brown with a faint sheen from the fat. He cuts it into rough squares and passes them out. You bite into yours, and the sweetness blooms instantly, thick and deep, cut with the tang of the saleratus. The texture is dense but tender, and it sticks to your ribs the way winter food should. Someone jokes that the cook should open a bakery. Another says he did once, but the bakery burned down the day after it opened. Nobody asks whether that's true. We're all too busy licking molasses from our fingers. By the time your piece is gone, your hands are warm, your stomach is heavy, and the wind feels just a little less sharp. Winter hasn't let up, but for one morning, you've got sweetness on your side. By mid-afternoon, the sky has that heavy pewter look that means snow's on the way. You can feel it in your teeth in the ache of the saddle leather when you cinch up in the way the cattle bunch tighter without anyone telling them to. Snow means colder nights ahead, which means the cooks decided it's time for winter chili, the kind that would scandalize anyone who's ever had fresh tomatoes. There's no red ripe produce out here in January. Instead, he starts with dried chilies, the kind wrinkled like an old man's hands pulled from a sack traded months ago. He crumbles them into a pot of hot water to soften the steam stinging your nose and waking you up better than coffee. Next comes a mix of beans pintos, kidneys, whatever was left in the bottom of the chuck wagon barrel, each one soaking since morning. For meat, he's got strips of buffalo from that January hunt already smoked and dried. He chops them into small pieces and drops them into the pot where they start to swell and darken as the heat works its way in. The smell is rich and smoky, with a faint sweetness from the meat. Mainstream history, fact on the frontier chili was often just a stew with beans, meat, and dried chilies thickened, if possible, with cornmeal. It was a practical dish, easy to make in large batches, and it warmed you twice, once when you ate it, and again when the spice hit. Quirky trail tidbit. Some cowboys carried chili bricks, a mixture of dried meat, sweet chilies, and masa that could be dissolved in hot water to make an instant meal. You've tasted one. They're not bad, as long as you don't think about how long they've been in someone's saddlebag. The cook adds coffee to the pot, a trick you've seen before. It deepens the flavor and makes the chili look darker, richer. He stirs slow, letting the beans break down a little, thickening the broth naturally. No one asks how long until it's ready. We all know the answer is when it's done. When it finally is, the chili comes out in steaming bowls. You take a cautious bite, and the heat from the chilies blooms in your mouth, spreading warmth all the way to your fingertips. The buffalo is tender now, the beans soft and creamy, the broth thick enough to coat the back of your spoon. You close your eyes and take another bite, slower this time, letting the spice and smoke and heat push back against the cold that's been gnawing at you for weeks. Snow starts falling while you eat the flakes big and soft, landing in your hair and melting on the rim of your bowl. You finish, set the empty tin down, and feel the warmth settle deep in your chest. Winter can come tonight. You're ready for it. The snow that started during chilly night hasn't stopped. By morning, the camp is buried up to the wagon hubs, the world muffled into silence, except for the creak of ropes and the soft grunt of cattle, shifting under their crust of white. You shake off your blanket and half expect to find frost growing from your eyebrows. The cook's already up moving with the slow precision of someone who knows every step costs heat. He's got a plan, snow cream. Now, snow cream on the frontier isn't the fluffy dessert you might think of from childhood summers. Out here, it's a morale trick, an excuse to make use of the endless drifts in a way that feels like luxury. He takes a big enamel pan and scoops in clean snow from a drift away from the horses because nobody wants to guess what's in the yellow stuff. Then he brings out the molasses again and a tin of evaporated milk, so dented it looks like it's been in a fistfight. The milk hisses as it hits the snow, steaming for a second before vanishing into cold. He stirs it with the ladle, the snow clumping and shrinking as it soaks up the sweetness. Then in goes the molasses, thick and dark, winding through the white in slow ribbons until the whole thing turns a creamy caramel color. Mainstream history fact canned milk was a staple on the frontier by the late 19th century, thanks to Gail Borden's process for preserving it. It was lighter to haul than fresh milk, lasted through months without spoiling, and could be used for baking coffee, or in this case, an improvised frozen treat. Quirky tidbit. Some trail cooks swore that the best snow for snow cream was from the first fall of the season, claiming it was cleaner, because it knocked all the dust out of the air. Others refused first snow, entirely saying it was nature's chimney sweep and tasted like soot. When the mixture's done, the cook passes it around in tin cups. You take a cautious spoonful. It's cold, shockingly. But the sweetness from the molasses and the creaminess from the milk make it feel like a holiday in your mouth. It's absurd eating something frozen when you're half frozen yourself, but it works. Your brain forgets to complain for a few minutes. Around the fire, the men eat in silence, the only sound the scrape of spoons against tin and the occasional chuckle when someone gets brain freeze. You finish yours and lick the spoon, because wasting sweetness in winter should be a hanging offense. For a moment, with molasses on your tongue and snow melting against your teeth, you almost forget about the wind outside the camp. It'll still be there when you step away from the fire, But so will the memory of this little cup of winter luxury. The storm clears overnight, leaving a sky so sharp it feels like you could cut your fingers on it. The snow out on the flats is crusted hard, glittering like somebody spilled a sack of glass beads. It's the kind of morning where the air burns your nose with every breath, and even the cattle look offended. The cook's up early again, hunched over the Dutch oven. This time he's making what he calls prairie hash, which in cowboy terms means whatever needs using before it freezes into a single block. You see potatoes, some sprouting pale knotted fingers, salt pork diced into cubes, and the heel of last night's buffalo roast. There's also half an onion looking more like a relic than a vegetable, and a scattering of dried sage leaves crumbled between his fingers. The skillet goes on the hottest part of the fire, and soon the smell of frying pork fat cuts through the cold. The potatoes go in next, sizzling on contact edges, turning golden almost immediately. The cook stirs them with a flat spatula, scraping up the good brown bits and tossing in the onion before it burns. Last comes the shredded buffalo, which soaks up the fat like a sponge. Mainstream history fact hash was one of the most common cowboy breakfasts on the trail. It used up scraps, filled the belly fast, and could be eaten with bread or flapjacks if you had them. It also meant you didn't have to waste precious fuel on boiling or long stewing. Quirky tidbits some outfits spiced their hash with canned tomatoes, if they had any, turning it into a kind of frontier goulash. Others swore by a splash of coffee to loosen up the pan and deepen the flavor. Today, your cook opts for the latter, tilting the pot just enough to let the liquid sizzle in. When he finally plates it up, if you can call slapping a heap onto a tin plate plating, the hash is crisp in places, soft in others, the meat threads curling and dark. You take a forkful, and the sage hits first, followed by the smoke of the buffalo, then the deep, almost bitter note of the coffee. The potatoes are everything you want them to be, hot, salty, and just greasy enough to leave a sheen on your lips. Around you, the men eat fast, heads bent over their plates, the fire painting everyone in flickers of orange. Someone jokes that the cook should bottle the smell and sell it to cowhands as cologne. Another says he'd wear it if it came with breakfast every morning. By the time your plate is empty, you can feel the heat from the hash working its way into your chest, making the day ahead seem slightly less impossible. Winter may still own the land, but for the length of one plate of prairie hash, you feel like you've stolen something back. By late February, the cold has turned sly. It doesn't roar anymore. It just waits for you to forget it's there, then seeps back in through every seam of your coat. The cattle are tougher now, hardened to the weather, but you and the other hands still need a daily fight to keep your strength up. Tonight, the cook decides the answer is biscuits and gravy. It starts with the biscuits. Out here, that doesn't mean delicate fluffy rounds like a city bakery. These are frontier biscuits, dense enough to keep their shape after a fall from the chuck wagon, and heavy enough to make a dent in your hat if you drop one. The cook stirs flour, a pinch of salt, and saleratas together in a wooden bowl, then works in cold chunks of lard with his fingertips until the dough looks like pebbled sand. He adds just enough evaporated milk to bring it together, then drops rough spoonfuls straight onto a greased skillet. While they bake over the coals, he starts the gravy. Salt pork goes in first, diced small, hissing the moment it hits the pan. Once the fat's rendered, he sprinkles in flour, stirring until it soaks up the grease and turns the color of toasted leather. Then comes the milk evaporated again, thinned with water poured in slowly while he stirs like the pan owes him money. The mixture thickens, flecked with black pepper from a battered tin shaker. Mainstream history fact biscuits and gravy were a staple not just for cowboys, but across rural America in the 19th century. They were cheap filling and a perfect way to stretch small amounts of meat. On the trail, the gravy often made up for the dryness of biscuits baked without proper ovens. Quirky tidbit, some cowhands called the dish cowboy plaster because it could fill the cracks in your stomach. Others joked it was good for patching holes in boots, though nobody wasted gravy on leather unless they were desperate. When the biscuits are ready, The cook cracks them open and ladles the gravy on top the steam, curling into the cold night air. You take your plate, the weight of it comforting in your hands, and dig in. The biscuits are firm, but warm, soaking up the peppery gravy until each bite is a soft, salty comfort. The bits of pork are tiny, but full of flavor, little bursts of smoke and salt against the creamy backdrop. Around the fire, the mood softens. Maybe it's the warmth of the meal. Maybe it's the way everyone eats slower, savoring each mouthful like they're stockpiling heat for later. By the time your plate is clean, the cold feels further away, held back by the simple alchemy of flour, fat, and fire. The last weeks of winter are the hardest. Not because the cold is worse, it's often softer now, with days where the sun feels almost warm, but because you've eaten through nearly everything you put away in the fall. The sacks in the wagon are light, the jars rattling loose in their boxes. Even the bean barrel has to be tilted to scrape the bottom. That's when the cook turns to what he calls trail end stew. It starts as a foraging trip. You and another hand stomp out across the frozen ground, looking for anything the snow hasn't buried. You find a patch of wild onions where the drifts have melted back their green tips bright against the dull earth. In a half-collapsed shed near the line camp, there's a burlap sack with a few shriveled turnips, and you knock the ice off them like breaking the shell on a boiled egg. Back at camp, the cook's already got the pot going. He drops in the onions and turnips along with the last handful of beans, a few scrap ends of jerky, and what's left of the salt pork, mostly fat by now. But fat means flavor. He adds water and a pinch of sage, then lets it sit over the fire while you work the day away. Mainstream history, fact late winter cooking on the frontier, was often about stretching the least into the most. Meals became simpler portions, smaller, and creativity more valuable than the ingredients themselves. Some historians note that these lean weeks shaped the flavor of regional dishes for years afterward. Quirky tidbit: one old trail recipe for late winter stew called for adding a stone to the pot for luck. The superstition went that as long as the stone stayed in the stew, you'd never run out entirely, because, of course, you could always add more water. By the time you get back from checking the herd, the smell from camp is richer than you'd expect from such humble ingredients. The stew is pale with bits of turnip and onion floating among the beans, but it's hot, and it tastes like relief. The jerky has softened into chewy morsels, the salt pork fat has melted into the broth, and the sage gives it just enough bite to keep it from being bland. It's not the best meal you've had this winter, but it's honest food proof you can still wring comfort out of almost nothing. And as you sit by the fire with your tin bowl watching the last real snows of the season drift down, you can almost believe spring is coming. The thaw doesn't come with fanfare. One morning you just notice the snowmelt dripping off the wagon tarp and the air smelling faintly of wet earth instead of pure ice. It's not warm. Spring out here is still weeks away, but it's enough to remind you that the worst is nearly over. Tonight's supper is the season's last pot of dried apple cobbler, and it feels like a celebration. The apples are leathery from months in a sack, but when they simmer in the pot with water sugar and a pinch of cinnamon from the cook's private stash, the air fills with a sweetness you haven't smelled since autumn. The dough topping is simple flour lard, a splash of milk. But once it bakes, it turns golden and soft, soaking up the spiced syrup beneath. Mainstream history fact: dried fruits like apples, peaches, and berries were essential to frontier diets. They were light to transport, lasted all winter, and offered rare bursts of vitamins in months when fresh produce was impossible to find. Many pioneers credited these preserved fruits with staving off scurvy. Quirky tidbit: some chuckwagon cooks liked to hide a single clove or star anise in their cobblers, claiming it brought luck to the crew. Others swore the luck was just an excuse to stretch expensive spices by making them harder to find in the pot. Everyone crowds close when the cobbler comes off the fire. The cook serves it straight from the Dutch oven, the syrup bubbling up around the edges of the biscuit crust. It's still too hot, but you can't wait. You take a spoonful and nearly burn your tongue. The apples are tender, the sauce rich with sugar and cinnamon, and for the first time in months, dessert feels like more than a memory. Around the fire, talk turns to the work ahead, mending fence, checking for lost calves, and maybe if the weather holds a trip to town. But for now, the only thing that matters is this bowl of hot, sweet proof that you've made it through. The fires burn down to glowing coals, now sending up the occasional hiss as a snowflake drifts in and meets its end. You lean back against your bedroll, feeling the heat fade slowly from your boots, your hands still faintly sticky from the cobbler syrup. The night is quiet in that deep, almost timeless way the prairie gets when the wind finally rests. Above you, the stars are sharp and countless scattered across the black in patterns older than the trail, older than the cattle, older than the stories men tell to pass the cold. Your breath curls upward, vanishing into that endless space. Somewhere out in the dark, a coyote yips, once then falls silent again. The others are settling too, bedrolls, unrolled hats pulled down, low murmured jokes fading into soft snores. The cook has packed away his pans, the last wisp of wood smoke curling from the fire, like the final line of a long letter. Your belly is warm, your shoulders loose for the first time in months. And though you know tomorrow will bring mud work and the stubborn chill of early spring tonight, there is only the simple weight of rest. You think of the months behind you, the snowstorms, the salt pork, the strange ingenuity of snow cream, the long nights when the wind seemed like it might never stop. And here you are. So you close your eyes. The fire's glow lingers against your eyelids, and the prairie settles around you, vast and steady. Whatever comes next will come. For now you've earned the quiet. You've made it through the winter.
Why whiskey was the only medicine? In a Western winter, we begin with something cold enough to crack your teeth, lonely enough to make you talk to your boots, and just desperate enough to turn the saloon into your local pharmacy. We're heading out to the American West in the dead of winter, back when the only thing between you and pneumonia was a dusty bottle behind the bar. You probably won't survive this, but don't take it personally. You step off the creaking stagecoach into a wall of white. Snowflakes slap your face sideways because the wind doesn't believe in subtlety out here. The wooden sidewalks are half buried, the road nothing more than a suggestion under layers of ice and trampled drifts. Somewhere, a shutter bangs in the gust, but you can't tell which building. It could be the Mercantile, or it could be the abandoned shack where a family froze solid last year. It's the kind of winter that eats the light by mid-afternoon, turning the horizon into one long shadow. And you, poor foolish, you came here with a cough, not the polite kind that clears after a sip of water, but the deep chest-rattling bark that makes strangers step back a full pace. In the West, that sound isn't get well. Soon it's we'll see if you make it till spring. You ask around for the doctor, but the answer's the same from every bundled-up face. Ain't here. Rode out to Carson weeks ago. Which means the next stagecoach might bring him back, or might bring his replacement if the blizzard got him first. What's left? The saloon. The swinging doors groan like they resent the extra work. Inside, the air is warmer, but it's the kind of warmth you get from too many bodies and too little fresh air. Smoke hangs low enough to sting your eyes. The wood stove is glowing, but it's as much for thawing poker hands as it is for heating the room. Behind the bar stands the town's unofficial pharmacist, the barkeep. He's got one remedy for everything from frostbite to heartbreak amber sharp, and served in a glass that might have been rinsed last Tuesday. You tell him your symptoms cough fever, maybe a chill that hasn't left since you crossed the pass. He nods like this is standard because it is and reaches for a bottle. 2 bits, he says. No diagnosis, no second opinion, no promise that this will help. Just the clink of coins and the burn of whiskey down your throat. Here's the first hard fact in the 19th century American West, especially in winter whiskey, wasn't just a drink. It was the medicine. Genuine pharmaceuticals were rare, often outdated, and sometimes dangerous in their own right. Quinine for fevers. Sure, if you could get it before the snow sealed the trail. Laudanum for pain. Possible if you didn't mind your cure being a Victorian cocktail of opium and alcohol. But whiskey was local plentiful, and everyone knew how to use it. Or thought they did. The logic was simple. Whiskey burned, so it must burn the sickness out. Fever, sweat it with whiskey. Toothache, numb it with whiskey. Frostbite, well, rub it on, then drink some more for the shock. And while modern medicine might roll its eyes, there's a reason this habit stuck alcohol is an antiseptic. It killed some bacteria in wounds. It loosened a cough. It made contaminated water safer, though safer didn't mean safe. And perhaps most importantly, in a place where winters were long and isolation was longer, it gave you something warm in your belly and a reason to gather in one room, swapping stories instead of shivering alone. The quirky detail. Some Western towns actually put whiskey on the official supply list right next to flour bacon and beans when outfitting for winter. Army forts issued rations of medicinal spirits during cold snaps officially to maintain morale, unofficially to keep the garrison from staging a mutiny when the stew froze in the pot. But here's the open debate. Historians still have. Was whiskey actually helping people survive Western winters? Or was it quietly killing them faster? Alcohol can constrict blood vessels, making frostbite worse, and too much in freezing temperatures can dull your reflexes right when you need them most. There are cases in frontier records where death by exposure came suspiciously close to drank himself to sleep in the snowbank. And yet, for every cautionary tale, there's a family diary thanking a midnight swallow for keeping Grandpa alive through a coughing fit that could have drowned him in his own lungs. Back in the saloon, your shot glass is empty, but the heat is still spreading, part real warmth, part placebo. You glance toward the frost-blurred window. Outside, the wind howls like it's looking for a way in. You could walk back to your boarding room, but the barkeep is already refilling your glass without asking. The unspoken rule here is simple. If the snow is falling sideways, you don't go back out unless you're carried. You sip slower this time, letting the sting sit on your tongue before it slips down. Around you, half the room is coughing in the same ragged rhythm. No one looks alarmed it's winter. Coughs are like creaking floorboards, ever present, only dangerous if they change suddenly. A man at the corner table is swaddled in 3 coats, a scarf, and an old cavalry blanket, nursing his medicine one swallow at a time. He claims he rode in from 40 miles north, where the snow was so deep it buried the corral fence. Everyone nods because even if he's lying, it's believable. By the time you leave or are helped to the door, you'll have swallowed enough whiskey to warm your chest and numb your teeth. Whether it cures you is still a mystery. But you'll sleep easier, and in a western winter, that might be all the medicine you're going to get. The wind hasn't let up. If anything, it's gotten meaner overnight, sharper, like it learned a few new insults in the mountains before sweeping down into town. You wake to frost creeping along the inside of your window, curling patterns on the glass, like nature's idea of wallpaper. The cough is still there, but now your head feels stuffed with wool, and the joints in your fingers protest every movement. In the West, these are what pass for early symptoms. Out here, nobody bothers naming the illness until you're either back on your feet or 6 feet under. You shuffle down the street, boots crunching through snow that squeaks with each step. That squeak means it's below zero, colder than a banker's handshake. The general store is still shuttered, the doctor's office still dark. There's one place lit from within yellow light, spilling out onto the drifted boardwalk, the saloon. The truth is, in a Western winter, the saloon wasn't just where you went for a drink. It was the pharmacy, the clinic, and sometimes the last place a sick man was seen alive. Barkeepers knew more about treating frostbite than some medical graduates, mostly because they'd seen it every winter. And they weren't squeamish about pouring whiskey into a wound while holding you steady. Fact, in the late 1800s, many Western towns had no permanent physician at all. Doctors were itinerant, riding a circuit between settlements, chasing patients the way a prospector chases gold. If you were lucky, your town might get a few weeks of their attention each year. The rest of the time, the man with the most bottles behind the counter was your go-to. And while whiskey was his main tool, barkeeps also kept jars of herbal bitters and patent tonics, almost all of them just whiskey with extra flavors. Some pleasant, some suspiciously reminiscent of furniture polish, quirky tidbit. Some saloons hung signs that read, "Medicinal purposes," only to skirt local liquor restrictions during temperance pushes. Never mind that medicine was defined by whoever had the money to buy it. The label gave everyone permission to drink without guilt, and it gave barkeeps legal cover. The scholarly debate. Whether this reliance on whiskey delayed the arrival of real medicine in the West. Some historians argue that communities got so used to treating every ailment with liquor that they didn't invest in attracting trained medical professionals until the railroads brought them by accident. Others say that in the face of isolation, whiskey wasn't just a stopgap, it was the only option keeping people alive long enough for better care to reach them. You step inside. The barkeep doesn't ask what's wrong. He just sets a glass down and uncorks a bottle with the ease of long practice. The whiskey sloshes in amber and thick in the lamplight. You take a swallow. It's warm, then hot, then suddenly almost too much, and you can't tell if your eyes are watering from the alcohol or the fact that the smoke from the stove is rolling right toward you. Around the room, other patients are in various stages of treatment. A man with frostbitten ears cradles a mug that steams faintly. It's whiskey, cut with hot water, a frontier toddy that supposedly draws the cold out. In the corner, a woman sits with a child in her lap, dipping a rag into a glass and wiping the boy's forehead. It's a risky move, alcohol, and children aren't exactly recommended, but the fever's making him sweat through his shirt, and she's out of other ideas. Someone at the faro table coughs so hard his hat tips forward. Without missing a beat, his opponent slides a shot glass toward him. No one here pretends it's just for fun. Whiskey in winter isn't a luxury, it's an all-purpose tool. You can drink it, clean a wound, with it even soak a rag in it, to use as a compress for toothaches or sprains. You might also, if the night turns ugly, throw it into a lantern to improvise a weapon. But that's a different kind of medicine. By mid-afternoon, the snow is still falling, and the saloon is busier than the church on Easter. People aren't just here for the drink. They're here because the warmth and company are part of the cure. Loneliness is as dangerous as frostbite in a frontier winter. A man who drinks alone in his cabin might not wake up, but a man who drinks here has a dozen others to shake him awake before the cold claims him. You're halfway through your second dose when a ranch hand bursts in trailing snow like a cloud. He's carrying a half-frozen bottle from his saddlebag payment for a debt, he says, or maybe for the barkeep's help delivering a calf last month. Out here, whiskey is currency, bribe, and bandage all in one. It's worth more in January than gold dust in July. When you finally stand to leave, the cold air hits you like a wall. You can still feel the burn in your throat, but your hands are steadier, and the cough has eased for now. Maybe it's the whiskey. Maybe it's the warmth. Or maybe it's the knowledge that you can come back tomorrow and repeat the ritual. In a Western winter, medicine isn't always about chemistry. It's about hope, heat, and something that tells you you're not done fighting yet. And tonight, that something still comes in a glass. The wind is still howling when you wake, but now it's got company. The sound of creaking wood from the rafters above, groaning like the whole building's thinking about lying down for the season. The fever broke in the night, or maybe it just got bored and wandered off, but you're left with a pounding headache that feels like you've been kicked by a mule wearing church shoes. That's when someone bangs on your door. It's not the barkeep. It's Old Man Tully, the stage line dispatcher. He's got news the doctor's back in town, which sounds hopeful until you remember the last time the doctor was here. He charged more for pulling a tooth than for delivering a baby, and he smelled like he'd been testing his own cough syrup all morning. You bundle up boots, creaking scarf, frozen stiff from last night's breath, and make your way to the one-room shack marked with a crooked sign, Dr. Amos Prentice, physician and surgeon. Inside, it's barely warmer than outside the heat from a small iron stove battling the air that seeps in around the door. Dr. Prentice is hunched over a battered medical bag, laying out his arsenal. A few glass bottles, some bandages, a jar of pungent salve, and of course, a half-empty bottle of whiskey. Fact frontier doctors often carried more liquor than laudanum because it had more uses and fewer supply problems. Whiskey could sterilize instruments, clean wounds, and knock a patient unconscious for minor surgery, all without spoiling in the cold. Real anesthetics were expensive, perishable, and dangerous to transport over frozen passes. Whiskey, on the other hand, could be bought from the nearest saloon if the bag ran dry. Quirky detail. Some doctors didn't even bother hiding the brand advertising that they used Old Crow or Red Eye in surgery, as if the quality of the whiskey said something about their skill. It didn't. Prentice gives you a once-over, asks a few perfunctory questions, then pours a splash of whiskey into a tin cup. 2 fingers. Now 2 tonight, he says, and stay warm. He scribbles something on a scrap of paper that looks vaguely like a prescription, but you both know it's just for show. No pharmacy in town to fill it. No medicine to be had, even if there was. The scholarly debate here, were frontier doctors really practicing medicine, or were they just formalizing what everyone was already doing? Some historians argue they were essential, bringing structure and some measure of scientific knowledge to a region otherwise dependent on folk remedies. Others think they were little more than educated improvisers working with the same tools as everyone else, mostly whiskey, hot water, and prayer, but charging extra for the privilege. Your treatment doesn't feel much different from what the barkeep served yesterday, but at least this time There's a stethoscope involved and a sense that someone's paying attention to more than your coin purse. By the time you step back into the snow, you're clutching the tin cup like it's gold. The doctor might leave again tomorrow, pulled away by another town with sick children, or a ranch hand with a crushed leg, and you'll be back to the mercy of the saloon. But for now, you've got a plan. A swallow of whiskey for the cough, a blanket for the chill, and maybe just maybe enough heat in your veins to last until morning. Back in your room, you sit on the edge of the bed, looking at the amber liquid in the cup. It catches the light from the stove, glowing like a tiny piece of the sun. You drink slow this time and let it settle in your chest. Outside, the wind screams against the walls, but you close your eyes and almost believe you're winning. In a Western winter, the doctor might carry a bag, but his real prescription is still the same as the bar keeps, and it's just as scarce when the snow piles higher than the roof. You wake before dawn to a noise you can't quite place. It's not the wind, though, that's still shrieking like it's got something personal against your ears. No, this is sharper, faster, a sound like splintering ice. Then you realize it's the river. Or rather, it was the river. The freeze came fast overnight, sealing it in a white crust that groans and pops like an old man's knees every time the current tries to shift underneath. You're supposed to cross it today. The cough hasn't gone, but the bottle you got from the doctor is half empty already, and the rest won't last. The only other medicinal whiskey in reach is at the trading post 2 miles past that frozen river, and if you wait for the bridge to thaw, you might as well start carving your own headstone. Fact, in many Western settlements, winter supply runs depended on rivers staying just frozen enough to cross, but not so brittle you'd fall through. There were no year-round roads, no reliable rail lines this far out. Waterways were both highways and hazards, their surfaces changing hourly with the weather. You pull on your coat, scarf, and boots, each one still stiff from yesterday's frost. By the time you reach the riverbank, the air is a knife in your lungs. The ice stretches across in mottled shades of blue and white, the edges spiked with frozen reeds. You tap the surface with a stick. It holds. But the sound hollow, uncertain, makes your stomach tighten. Quirky tidbit. Some frontiersmen swore by the whiskey test for ice, pour a shot near the edge and watch how it spreads. If it froze solid before you could finish the bottle, it was safe. More likely, it just meant you were drunk enough not to care. You step onto the ice, feeling it flex under your weight. Each foot forward is a gamble. Your breath hangs in the air like smoke, and the only other sound is the muted crack of shifting plates below. Halfway across, you stop to catch your breath, listening for the warning creak that means you're about to meet the river face first. The scholarly debate, whether whiskey actually gave people the courage or the recklessness to make these crossings. Some argue that a shot of liquor steadied the nerves and kept limbs warmer just long enough to survive. Others point out that false warmth could convince someone to take a step they'd regret right before the ice swallowed them. You make it across heart-pounding legs stiff from the cold. The trading post looms ahead, its log walls half buried in snow. Inside, the air smells of fir smoke and something frying in old grease. The trader eyes you, then the frost in your beard, then the coins in your hand. You ask for whiskey. He hesitates. In winter, selling your last bottle is like giving away your own coat. It's possible, but only if the price is right. When he finally hands it over, you cradle it in both hands, as if it might vanish. It's heavy real, and you imagine the burn already, Back outside, the wind cuts through your coat like it's made of paper, but the bottle in your grip feels like victory. You still have to cross the river again, but the idea of failure seems smaller with that amber promise sloshing at your side. By the time you reach your cabin, your face is numb, your legs ache, and your hands are raw from clutching the glass. But you're alive, the bottle's intact, and in a western winter, that's about as close as you get to winning. Morning brings no sun, just a dull pewter light filtering through the frost-caked window, turning everything inside your cabin the color of unwashed wool. The stove's gone cold. Your breath billows in the air, like you're smoking without the tobacco, and your cough is now a steady barking rhythm. Every exhale scratches your throat raw, and every inhale tastes faintly of pine smoke and regret. You eye the bottle you risked your neck for yesterday. It sits on the table squat and unapologetic. You're not looking for a drink. You're looking for relief. Out here, cough syrup isn't cherry flavored and poured from a labeled bottle. It's poured straight from the whiskey jug, measured by the slosh rather than the teaspoon. Fact: in the 19th century, American West whiskey was widely prescribed for respiratory ailments like winter lung, a catch-all term that covered everything from bronchitis to pneumonia. The alcohol thinned, mucus numbed the throat, and relaxed coughing spasms. Was it a cure? No. Did it make you feel better for an hour? Absolutely. And sometimes that hour meant the difference between sleeping and lying awake, hacking yourself hoarse. You pour a shot into a tin cup and hold it up to the light. The amber gleam is almost cheerful compared to the gray pressing in from outside. You sip slow, at first letting the burn spread through your chest. The heat rolls down, pooling in your stomach like a tiny campfire, while the vapor coats your throat just enough to dull the rasp. For a moment the cough holds off. Quirky tidbit: some settlers mixed their whiskey with honey lemon, or even cayenne pepper if they could get it. The honey soothed the lemon, cut the taste, and the cayenne, well, it distracted you by setting a whole new part of your mouth on fire. The scholarly debate here: was whiskey genuinely therapeutic for winter lung, or just another case of treating the symptom instead of the cause? Modern medicine would point out that alcohol dehydrates you, never ideal when you're sick, and suppresses immune function. But out on the frontier, that argument carried less weight than the fact you could breathe easier after a swig. In a world where pneumonia could kill you in a week, buying a little time wasn't nothing. The cabin creaks as a gust hits. Outside, the snow is falling, thick, heavy flakes that erase your footprints within minutes. The world feels muffled, quieter than it should be, except for the occasional cough that still forces its way out. You take another sip, not enough to tip you over, just enough to feel it settle in your ribs. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you remember the preacher's sermon about strong drink and its dangers. You also remember that same preacher sending his deacon to the saloon for a remedy when his voice gave out last month. Hypocrisy runs warm in the gullet too. By late afternoon, the whiskey has done its job. You're still sick, but you've been able to stoke the fire, mend the tear in your boot, and even patch the drafty seam in the wall. Without that burning swallow this morning, you might have spent the day curled under the blanket, coughing yourself weak. Instead, you've stolen a little strength back from the winter. The bottle's lighter now, the cough will be back by night, and you know this isn't a cure. But in the ledger of survival, one quiet day without the rattle in your chest feels like a profit. And out here, profit is rare enough to savor. The night creeps in early, the kind of deep cold that seems to sharpen its teeth on your bones. You've banked the stove, tucked yourself in with every scrap of wool and fur you own, and still the frost is forming on the inside of the walls. You wake several times shivering, not because the fire's gone out, but because the cold out here doesn't need an invitation. It seeps through woodcloth and skin, like it owns the place. By dawn, the cabin feels less like a shelter and more like a glorified icebox. Your joints ache from the chill, your breath fogs the air, and your hands are stiff enough to make simple tasks a chore. It's the sort of morning where you don't need a thermometer to tell you it's dangerous. You just notice the water in the wash basin has frozen solid indoors. The bottle on the table is calling. You know it's not medicine in the textbook sense, but in the West whiskey's usefulness on mornings like this isn't just about what it does inside your body. It's about what it does in your hands. Fact: in frontier winters, a full glass bottle of whiskey could double as a hand warmer, especially when it had been kept close to the stove or carried under a coat. Alcohol's lower freezing point meant the liquid stayed pourable even when other supplies turned solid, and the thick glass held heat longer than a metal flask. Travelers would often warm the bottle, wrap it in cloth, and cradle it during long sleigh rides or frigid watches on a ranch fence line. You set the bottle by the stove until the glass is comfortably warm to the touch. Holding it against your chest feels almost decadent, like you've smuggled a little piece of summer into the room. You take a small sip, not for the cough this time, but for the way it spreads a flush through your face and fingers. It's a temporary trick, you know, but one worth using when the cold gnaws this hard. Quirky tidbit: some cattlemen swore that sleeping with a warmed whiskey bottle under their coat kept them alive on sub-zero nights. Whether it was the heat, the liquor, or just the comfort of the thing, no one bothered to argue. The scholarly debate: does using alcohol for warmth actually help, or does it lull you into a false sense of security? Modern science warns that alcohol dilates blood vessels, drawing heat to the skin and away from vital organs. Great for feeling warm, not so great for staying alive if you linger in the cold too long. But on the frontier, too long could be measured in minutes, and sometimes those minutes were all you needed to make it home. Outside, the snow has stopped, but the air is brittle and still. You step out, bottle wrapped in your coat, to fetch firewood from the lean-to. The cold snaps at any exposed skin. Your breath hangs in long plumes. By the time you're back inside, your cheeks are stinging, but your hands are still functional, thanks to that warm glass cradled between them. You set the bottle down, top still sealed, and just watch the condensation bead on its surface. In a place where the simplest comfort, a warm seat, a hot drink, a steady fire can mean the difference between making it to spring or not, the line between luxury and necessity blurs. You're not fool enough to think whiskey can outmatch winter. But on a morning like this, when the frost is creeping closer and your bones are slow to wake, it's a small, stubborn victory to hold the cold at bay for even an hour. The sky turns pewter again by mid-afternoon, a sure sign you're in for another long night. The wind hasn't started yet, but you can feel it coming, the way the light dulls, the way the snow in the street seems to pause, waiting for the next shove. In town, people are moving faster, tying down shutters, checking stovepipes, and making one last dash to the saloon before the storm traps them in their homes. You're one of them. Not for the poker tables or the gossip, though both are fine distractions. No, you're here for a different kind of prescription. The barkeep doesn't ask what you want. He knows. A bottle, not a glass, not a shared pour, but the whole thing. You're not planning to drink it all tonight. You're planning to survive the next 2 days if the wind does what the sky's promising. Fact: in many Western towns, whiskey was as much a winter staple as flour or beans. A bottle could be rationed in sips for illness, splashes for cooking, and generous swallows for thawing a body that had come in from a snow-choked trail. Families kept it in the cupboard next to the lamp oil and baking soda, not because they were drinkers, but because it was a tool one that stayed usable when other remedies froze solid. You tuck the bottle into your coat as you step back into the street. Already the air is shifting a low hum in the distance where the wind is gathering. The snow under your boots is loose too light to crunch. Soon it'll be airborne, stinging anything in its path. By nightfall, you've banked the stove and wrapped yourself in every blanket you own. The bottle sits on the table within reach, not for indulgence, but for reassurance. When the draft snakes under the door and the cold licks at your toes, you pour a small swallow. The heat isn't just in your mouth. It blooms in your chest and works its way outward, a slow wave that makes the dark feel less like an enemy. Quirky tidbit: during especially bad storms, some settlers would mark each passing hour with a tiny drink, a ritual to keep time when daylight and darkness blurred together in the whiteout. It wasn't about getting drunk. It was about proving to yourself you were still awake, still here, still counting the hours. The scholarly debate: was this slow, sipping a smart psychological trick, or a dangerous slide toward dependence? Some historians see it as a primitive version of microdosing warmth and morale. Others argue it fostered habits that ruin more lives than the cold ever did. The truth, as usual, probably sits somewhere between the two. Outside, the storm arrives in full. Snow slams against the cabin like handfuls of gravel. The roof creaks under the shifting weight. You pour another measure, this one smaller than the last, letting it linger on your tongue before swallowing. The sound of the wind dulls for a moment, replaced by the thump of your own heartbeat in your ears. You're not drunk, and you don't plan to be. There's a fine line between steadying your nerves and losing them entirely. But as the night stretches on and the cold presses harder, the bottle is more than liquid. It's proof you came prepared that you have something left to use if the fire dies or the fever comes. By the time you drift into a shallow sleep, the wind is still raging. But the bottle is there half full, standing like a small amber sentinel against the dark. By morning, the wind finally tires itself out, but it leaves the town looking flayed. Snow drifted high against doors. Fences swallowed, the street narrowed to a pale trench between blank white walls. Your stove is down to a sullen glow. Your woodpile is skinnier than you remember, and the bottle on the table is no longer a comforting presence so much as a problem with a cork. You have enough for 2, maybe 3 careful swallows, less if the cough comes back hard. The storm has peeled the shelves in every place that matters. Flour low at the mercantile lamp oil, stretching thin, and at the saloon, the barkeep counting bottles, the way a rancher counts calves after a blizzard. You lace your boots, shrug into your coat, and step into air that smells clean in the dangerous way too bright, too brittle, the kind of morning that snaps axe handles and good intentions. The snow gives with a soft collapsing sigh under each step. It's quiet enough to hear a wagon a mile off, which means you also hear the door of the trading post crack open and a voice call out before you reach it. If you're here for spirits, You better have something worth a swallow. Inside the room holds that mixed perfume of winter trade, old leather tallow smoke, damp wool thawing by the stove, and the animal weight of furs stacked head high along the wall. Beaver fox, coyote muskrat, soft currencies, each bundled by size and quality cinched with rawhide thongs. The trader has his ledger open, his pencil stuttering with cold. He doesn't ask about your health. Everybody's health is bad. He asks what you've brought. You put your offering on the counter, a neat roll of rabbit pelts from snares you set before the storm, a handful of brass cartridges you can spare, a strip of jerked venison. It looks like enough to you. It doesn't look like enough to him. He glances toward the shelf where the dwindling line of bottles leans like winter wheat, and you see the arithmetic in his eyes, cost of freight. When the trail opens, risk of breakage, the way whiskey turns into a town's temper when it's scarce. Fact, west of the Mississippi in the late 1800s, cash was famously shy in winter. With freight stalled and cattle off the trails, people paid in what they had: robes, pelts, cut firewood, cured meat, even handmade nails and lamps. Gold dust circulated in pockets close to the big rivers and the camps, but in snowbound settlements, barter was the bloodstream. And whiskey. Whiskey was high-grade barter, less perishable than meat, more divisible than a steer, easier to trade down into mouthfuls. It moved from shelf to pocket to table like a second amber currency when paper money meant nothing, and the bank was 3 mountain passes away. The trader huffs through his mustache, then lifts a pelt to the light. Good winter take, he admits, but you're late. Everyone's coughing. Everyone wants the same bottle. His hand hovers over the ledger as if he can will a better price into being. He tallies your rabbits low. He tallies your cartridges high, ammunition winters like silver in a place this remote. Then he names a number that, if it were in coin, would feel like a punch. For 1 bottle. For a swallow, a smaller number still mean. You feel the skin between your shoulder blades tighten. It's not just greed, it's winter math. If he sells you a bottle today, he has fewer bottles for the rest of the week, and the cough in his own house has been loud at night. You picture him pouring careful measures into a tin cup for a child the same way you would. Suddenly, the price tastes different. Not fairer, just more complicated. You don't have coin, but you have fur. So do others. All morning, men and women come in with their traps, small harvests, bundled in stiff burlap, a beaver that will stretch the ledger's eyes. A couple of foxes with winter prime coats that shine like frost. Sometimes only a pair of scrawny rabbits that look as embarrassed as the trapper. They barter, and the whiskey moves in inches. The trader draws a line on a bottle's label with a pencil that is a share, a promise of so many swallows over so many days. It's bookkeeping against fever. Quirky tidbit folks around Taos and Santa Fe called the harsh local stuff Taos Lightning Whiskey, cut young and bottled mean. In some settlements, a chalk mark on the glass wasn't just a tally, it was a credit line. You'd drink down to your mark, owe the rest in hides come spring. And if you paid square, you kept your notch, your private dose line year after year, like a bar tab carved in glass. You trade high, maybe overpay, and your own pencil line ends up stingy. But it's something. The trader produces the bottle with the resigned ceremony of a man handing over a family heirloom to a pawn shop. He watches you pull the cork, waiting to see if you'll drink now. You don't. You wrap the bottle in a scrap of wool and tuck it inside your coat. You don't trust your hands. Stepping back into day-blind winter light, you pass the saloon. A sign you've never noticed looks suddenly official to you. Medicinal spirits sold by the dram. There's a price list chalked crooked on a board, higher than last week, lower than next, and under it an extra line furs accepted. The barkeep is buying pelts. He doesn't want to sell drinks he can't afford to pour. That's not just commerce, that's triage with receipts. You head home slow, careful because the bottle is worth more than you. A hunter you know is coming up the street with a buffalo robe over his shoulder, rare this late, thick and black, steaming in the cold. He's walking like it's heavier than it is. He nods at you, once eyes flicking toward your coat where the shape of the bottle is a secret nobody honors. You nod back and keep moving. Out here, everybody pretends not to see each other's desperation until the second drink. Inside your cabin, the stove is sulking itself warm again. You watch the shelf on the wall become a pharmacist's cupboard. By proximity, alone, a small jar of coughwort leaves a crock of honey the bottle. You swallow once small, and the line on the glass doesn't move, which means it does. The fire pops in the grate, and your lungs loosen like you bribed them. You resolve not to touch it again until night. Your resolve lasts an hour. By late afternoon, the town's economy sounds like stove lids, lifting boots, scuffing, and the squeak of fur against wood as parcels change hands. A wagon rattles through with sacks of oats, and a rumor that the trail west will open in a week if the wind stays south. That rumor is worth half a bottle all by itself. The barkeep hears it, raises his prices by a hair, then lowers them by a hair when somebody starts coughing in the corner. He isn't cruel. He is winter savvy. Here's where the debate curls like pipe smoke across the ceiling. How much did whiskey bartering stabilize communities in a freeze, and how much did it wreck them by March? One set of historians argues that spirits let cash-poor, snow-locked towns stretch scarce resources, converting pelts and labor into warmth, anesthesia, and morale, an emergency currency that kept the sick from dying alone and the cold from finishing the job. Another set counters that scarcity plus alcohol is a chemical that explodes slowly, encouraging adulteration, stoking violence when credit lines snapped, and hollowing savings that should have gone to coal quinine or a better roof. The ledger doesn't settle clean. You've tasted adulteration before, not the clean burn of corn or rye, but something that bites wrong, like the barkeep's nephew watered the batch with snowmelt and improved it with a whisper of kerosene. Nobody admits it. Everybody knows. There's a nervous joke that the medicine's been aged in a barrel once used for lamp oil, and the barkeep doesn't laugh. You don't either. Not because it isn't funny, but because if the joke is true, you'll drink it anyway. Survival doesn't file complaints. It signs for the package and hopes. Another fact you can hold still long enough to examine: by the 1870s, army posts across the plains were technically dry on paper, yet an unofficial trickle of medicinal issues still found men on the coldest nights. Officers wrote primly about discipline. Quartermasters wrote privately about frostbite and morale. The forts were little towns with taller fences, and their winter math matched yours. Keep a small amount moving. Keep the worst at a distance and trust spring to forgive the ledger's sins. As the sun slants, a woman knocks on your door. Eliza from the edge of town, cheeks red with cold and worry. Her father's rattle in the chest has gone from old man's winter to something darker. She heard you made a trade. You could lie. You don't. You wrap your bottle again and follow her. Two other neighbors are already there when you arrive, hats in hands, like visiting a church, each with their own measured glass, one from a stash. He swore he'd sworn off another from the barkeep, with a chalk mark of credit and a look that said, "Pay me in spring or don't. I'll still be here." You ration, not bravely, carefully. A damp cloth with a few drops to cool a forehead. A spoonful cut with honey to quiet the spasm in the lungs long enough for sleep to take a turn. There is no illusion that the whiskey kills the illness. It kills the panic. It buys an hour where the breath comes slow enough to be counted. In the formula of winter, that hour is a coin more precious than any minted back east. Quirky thing you never expected to learn. In some camps, they flavored whiskey with spruce or juniper in winter, not for taste, so much as to hide the taste when the batch had gone sideways. Someone hands you a cup with a green note to it. It smells like Christmas and fence posts. You drink it because it's warm, which is often enough to be good. The room loosens a degree. The old man's breathing evens. Conversation shrinks to whispers, then fades, entirely replaced by the small domestic sounds that mean a night might be survivable. The hiss of the kettle, the settle of timbers, the long relieved sigh of someone who has slept at last. You slip your bottle back into your coat, feeling the liquid slide and scold. You've lost a finger's worth and gained a foot of daylight for a neighbor. In the arithmetic of the plains, that's profit again, even if your ledger looks thinner. On the walk home, the cold resets your face into a mask, but your mind keeps moving. You count what you have left. You count what you can trap in 3 days if the weather holds. You count favors owed and favors kept, because those are a currency too. The sky is washed, bone brilliant with stars that seem closer for the cold. You laugh once by yourself when your boot slips, and you recover with the elegance of a newborn colt. The sound steams the air and startles an icicle. Joke 3 of the day, you tell the night you'll take your payment in the form of not falling on your backside. The night accepts. Back in your cabin, you mark the level on your bottle with your own pencil line. The private covenant of winter. This much for tomorrow. This much for the next day. This much kept against the moment when a knock at the door is harder than the wind. You tuck it high on the shelf where your eyes have to work to see it. Out of sight helps, though not enough. You drink water heated to almost tea, which is frontier, for we ran out of tea months ago. Sleep comes slow, but decent, stitched together by the afterglow of that last measured swallow and the small pride of having bartered well enough to own it. Outside, a fox threads the silent streetlight as blown ash. Inside, the bottle cools the glass, tightening with a faint winter ping. In the ledger of a western winter, you've learned what a swallow costs. Sometimes it's pelts. Sometimes it's pride. Sometimes it's the promise to come spring with beaver enough to pay your chalk mark down to glass. Tonight it's a few rabbits, a handful of cartridges, and a slow hour of breath that doesn't sound like goodbye. You decide it's a fair trade, and for once, the cold doesn't argue. Morning breaks with the sound of boots crunching in the snow, a slow, deliberate rhythm that means only one thing: the doctor is making his rounds. Out here, doctor is a flexible term. Sometimes he's a retired army medic. Sometimes he's just a shopkeeper with a steady hand and a taste for whiskey. But in winter, anyone carrying a bag of instruments and a flask automatically earns the title. You've woken to a nagging cough and a chest that feels like it's been stepped on by a mule. The stove is warm, but your breath still fogs the air. You know what's coming. You've seen it before. Fact. In much of the American West during the 19th century, whiskey wasn't just a comfort, it was the most accessible anesthetic disinfectant and cure for a staggering range of ailments. From tooth extractions to childbirth, the bottle was both the first and last line of defense. Frontier medicine operated on a mix of folk remedies, limited supplies, and sheer stubbornness. The doctor hangs his coat, pulls up a chair, and pours a shot into a tin cup. You're not sure if it's for you or him. Turns out it's for both. Warm the inside before we open you up, he mutters, which is only slightly comforting when he's holding a scalpel. You take the shot. It burns in the throat, floods your chest with heat, and for a moment blurs the pain enough that you stop caring what he's about to do. He pours another splash over a strip of linen and presses it to your skin. The sting makes you swear under your breath. Quirky tidbit. Some frontier doctors insisted on testing each batch of whiskey themselves before using it medicinally, purely for quality control, of course. The exact dosage of this testing seemed suspiciously generous. The scholarly debate: was whiskey truly useful as a disinfectant? Or was it more about its symbolic reassurance? Modern evidence suggests high-proof alcohol can kill some bacteria on contact, but most whiskey of the time wasn't strong enough to sterilize effectively. Still, the ritual of pouring it over a wound and into the patient was part of the healing theater, helping both parties believe they were fighting the sickness with everything they had. The doctor listens to your chest, shakes his head, and prescribes bed rest blankets and a finger of whiskey every few hours. You're not convinced it will cure the cough, but it might make staying in bed less miserable. By evening, the bottle has a few more inches gone, and the worst of the chill in your bones has eased. Outside, the wind has picked up again, whispering along the eaves like it knows where you keep your weakest boards. You tuck the bottle under the blanket near your feet. The heat seeps slowly through the glass, warming your toes as you drift into a half-sleep. In the West, medicine wasn't about miracles. It was about making the cold nights bearable enough that you woke to see another morning. Tonight at least, you have a fighting chance. The next morning, the cough has settled deep, lower than your ribs somewhere. It can rattle without permission. Each breath feels like pulling air through wet cloth. You know that if you lie still, it will only tighten its grip, but moving makes you dizzy. Out here, dizziness in winter is dangerous. It's how you end up lying down in the snow just for a minute and never getting back up. You force yourself to the table. The bottle stands there like a stubborn friend, half empty now, but still offering that dull, familiar promise. You pour a swallow into the same dented tin cup the doctor used yesterday. The smell is sharp enough to make your eyes water. You drink. The burn flares, chases the chill from your throat, and for a brief few minutes breathing feels less like a chore. Fact: on the frontier, whiskey was also used as a carrier for other remedies. Herbs roots even crushed tree bark. It preserved these additions through the long winter months, kept them drinkable, and disguised their bitterness. Frontier tonics could be anything from ginger steeped in spirits for stomach trouble to willow bark in whiskey for pain relief. You decide to make your own. From the cupboard, you pull a small jar of dried yarrow leaves, traded for a rabbit pelt back in autumn. You crush a pinch into the cup, pour the whiskey over it, and let the heat from the stove coax the two together. The scent is earthy bitter, but layered with that warm sweetness that only comes from good aging, or at least not bad aging. Quirky tidbit: some settlers swore by cowboy, cough syrup, equal parts whiskey molasses and vinegar. It was as foul as it sounds, but the vinegar cut through mucus, the molasses coated the throat, and the whiskey made you stop caring how it tasted. You sip slowly, letting the liquid roll down, coating every raw patch in your chest. It's not a cure, you know that, but it buys you the strength to stand, stoke the fire, and pull your boots on. The scholarly debate. Were these whiskey-based herbal remedies effective because of their ingredients or because of the alcohol's effect on the patient's perception of pain? Historians disagree. Some argue that the herbs often had genuine medicinal properties. Yarrow, for example, has mild anti-inflammatory effects, while others believe the whiskey simply masked symptoms long enough for the illness to run its course. Outside, the day is cold but bright. You fetch more wood from the lean-to, splitting logs until the sweat freezes on your back. By the time you step inside, the Yarrow whiskey has worn off, but the warmth from the work and the fire's crackle keep you upright. You pour another small measure this time without herbs, and sit near the stove boots, off steam rising from your socks. You've learned something important. The bottle isn't a magic answer, but it's a tool, a way to hold the cold and sickness at bay just long enough to do what survival demands. And in a Western winter long enough is sometimes the best you can hope for. By the time the next storm rolls in, you've settled into a rhythm. A swallow in the morning to ease the cough. Work until the cold tightens your chest. Another sip in the afternoon to take the edge off the ache in your back. Evenings saved for a slower pour, something to carry you into the long dark without staring at the ceiling, listening for the roof to give under the snow. This storm comes heavy and wet, the kind that piles fast and crushes fence rails. The sound on the cabin roof is less like wind-driven grit and more like soft fists thumping in a steady rhythm. You keep a kettle on just in case the weight tries to break through and you have to melt snow in a hurry. Fact heavy. Snow was more dangerous than bitter cold on the frontier, not because of the temperature, but because of the way it buried homes, sealed chimneys, and collapsed barns. Clearing it meant hours in the open air, and whiskey was as much part of the toolkit as the shovel. A quick swallow before heading out gave you a false but welcome burst of warmth and the illusion of energy. You step into the storm with a shovel in one hand and the bottle wrapped in cloth under your coat. The snow blinds instantly sticking to your lashes and settling in your beard until you feel like you're wearing a frozen mask. You work by feel, scraping along the roofline, tossing heavy clumps down to the yard where they land with soft thuds. Halfway through, you take a break, leaning against the wall to drink. The heat floods your chest, makes your hands ache as blood comes rushing back to your fingers. For a moment, you can pretend the storm isn't winning. Quirky tidbit. Some frontiersmen believe that rubbing whiskey directly on the skin before heading into a blizzard kept frostbite away. In truth, it just made you smell like you'd been drinking, which could explain the popularity of the technique. The scholarly debate. Did alcohol actually help people work longer in extreme cold? Or did it shorten their safe window by masking the body's warning signs? Modern understanding says the latter. But historians point out that for short, intense bursts of labor, like clearing a roof before it collapsed, the mental boost might have been worth the physical risk. By the time you finish, the cabin is clear and the bottle is lighter. You haul more wood inside, knowing you might be snowed in for days. The wind is starting to howl, now the kind of sound that works its way into your bones if you let it. You pour one last measure, sit by the stove, and watch the firelight ripple through the glass. Tonight you won't drink to get warm. You'll drink to remember that you've kept the storm outside where it belongs. That's the closest thing to a victory you'll find in a Western winter. The storm doesn't stop so much as slow down like a tired fighter who's landed most of his punches, but still throws the occasional jab to keep you humble. By morning, the drifts outside are chest high in places, wind sculpted into ridges sharp enough to cut your gloves if you ran your hand along them. The world is white and strangely silent, no distant hammering from the blacksmith, no voices from the street, not even the usual barking of the stray dogs. Your cough has eased for now, though your throat still feels like sandpaper. The bottle on the shelf has maybe a quarter, left its contents reduced to a slow, syrupy swirl. You know better than to drink the rest too fast. Out here, you never finish a bottle unless you already know where the next one's coming from. Fact. On the frontier, running out of whiskey in winter wasn't just an inconvenience, it could break the barter chain. If the saloon supply failed, there was no backup for medicinal use, no trade leverage, and no way to soothe the fevers and pains that winter inevitably brought. Families sometimes pooled their last ounces into a communal bottle guarded almost like cash in a lockbox. You decide to check on the neighbors. The walk is slow each step, sinking deep into the drift, the snow squeaking in protest. The first stop is the Perkins place. Their roof is bowed under the weight, but the chimney's smoking steady. Mrs. Perkins meets you at the door, bundled to the chin, and when you mention you still have some whiskey, her eyes light just enough to betray how low their own supply is. You pour her a small jar's worth no charge, though you know she'll find a way to repay you come spring. Maybe with eggs, maybe with a pie when flour's less precious. On the frontier, debts aren't always marked in ledgers. They live in the memory of who showed up when it mattered. Quirky tidbit. Some towns held whiskey bees in winter, a kind of gathering where each household brought a small amount from their stores to combine into a single communal batch. It was shared out in emergencies only with an unofficial council deciding whose need was greatest. The scholarly debate: did these communal reserves truly prevent suffering, or did they just delay the inevitable depletion of scarce resources? Some historians argue they created a fairer system in desperate times. Others think they encouraged reliance instead of preparation. You make 2 more stops each time, giving away a little and taking nothing in return. By the time you trudge back home, the bottle is nearly empty, but the quiet gratitude you saw in each doorway warms you more than the whiskey could. That night, you save the last swallow for yourself, not out of greed, but because you've earned it. You sit by the stove, glass in hand, and think about how quickly winter teaches you the real value of what you have. Out here, whiskey isn't just liquor, it's connection, it's currency. And when the cold comes hard, it's sometimes the only medicine you can get. By the next day, the sky is a thin, washed blue, clear enough to let the sun glance off the snow in blinding sheets. You squint, just stepping outside, but the brightness brings no warmth. If anything, the air feels sharper now, like it's been honed overnight. The kind of cold that doesn't just sting the skin, it slips straight into the gaps between your ribs and stays there. The bottle on the shelf is down to its last inch. You've been rationing like a miser, but you know you'll have to go hunting for more before the week's out. The saloon might still have stock, but prices will be steep. Failing that, there's always old Jake's place, a squat cabin on the far edge of town, where he sells medicinals that smell like paint thinner and taste like revenge. Fact. In many remote western towns, legitimate whiskey often ran out before winter did. That's when locals turned to homemade spirits moonshine, rot gut panther sweat, or whatever name the locals coined to disguise its bite. It was rarely aged, often dangerously high in alcohol content, and sometimes cut with things that had no business inside a human body. You pull on your coat, scarf, and mittens, then start the slow trudge toward old Jake's. The snow crunches underfoot, the sound oddly loud in the quiet. His place comes into view, leaning to one side like it's tired of standing up to the wind. The smell hits you before the door, does a potent mix of wood smoke, sour mash, and something chemical. Jake greets you with a toothless grin. "Running low, are ya?" he says, as if that's not the story for half the town. He pours you a sample into a chipped mug, and the fumes alone make your eyes water. You take a cautious sip, and it burns like swallowing a campfire while chewing nails. Quirky tidbit: some frontier moonshiners deliberately added a drop or two of kerosene or turpentine to their batches, not for flavor, but to prove the strength. The logic was that if you could taste it, it had to be potent enough to do the job. The scholarly debate was drinking moonshine in winter an act of resilience or recklessness. Some historians view it as a practical necessity, a dangerous but viable alternative when supplies ran out. Others argue it caused more harm than good, leading to cases of blindness poisoning or worse. You buy a small jug, not out of confidence, but because the alternative is nothing. Wrapped in burlap, it sloshes cold against your side as you head home. That night, you mix a small measure with honey to mask the flavor. It works. Barely. The burn is still there, but the warmth it brings is familiar enough to fool your body into thinking you've done yourself a favor. You set the jug beside the stove and tell yourself you'll only use it in emergencies. But in a Western winter, the line between need and emergency has a way of moving closer every day. The jug from old Jake's sits on the table like a dare. You've poured from it twice now, both times for the cough, both times promising yourself it would be the last until you really needed it. The trouble is, in a Western winter, really needed starts to cover most hours of the day. Morning brings frost so thick it looks painted on the window, swirls and curls like some artist was showing off. Your breath hangs in the cabin long after you've exhaled. The stove is hungry, so you feed it the last of last night's wood, then pull on your coat to go split more. Fact: whiskey wasn't just a drink in winter. It was often part of the workday's routine. Ranch hands, trappers, and even mail carriers took small swigs before heading into the cold, swearing it kept their blood running right. The alcohol's false heat made labor feel easier, at least for a while, and the burn was a familiar kind of comfort. You decide to bring the jug outside, tucking it into a pile of wood near the chopping block so it stays cold but doesn't freeze. Each time you pause to catch your breath, you take a measured sip. It's harsher than saloon whiskey raw, almost metallic, but the warmth spreads fast, loosening your shoulders and keeping your fingers from going stiff too soon. Quirky tidbit: some woodcutters swore the best time to drink was right after a hard swing of the axe, said the motion shook the liquor into the blood faster. Whether or not that's true, it made for a fine excuse to pause every few logs. The scholarly debate: did this habit genuinely help people work longer in the cold, or did it mask fatigue to the point of danger? Modern science would argue for the latter, but historical accounts show many winter laborers swore by their flask as much as their tools. By the time the woodpile is rebuilt, your legs are tired and your nose is numb. You haul an armload inside, set it by the stove, and pour one more swallow, just enough to feel the glow spread while the fire catches. You tell yourself the jug will last a week. Deep down, you know that's a lie. But out here, surviving the day always comes before surviving the month. By late afternoon, the clouds roll back in thick and low, carrying that heavy stillness that always means snow. You're sitting at the table with a jug from Old Jake's, staring at it like it might reveal how many days of winter are left if you just look long enough. The liquid inside is darker now, maybe from the honey you've been adding, maybe from the way light bends through glass when the fire's low. You've been saving the better part of what's left for the evening, but your chest feels tight again, and the cough has been nipping at your heels all day. You give in, pouring a swallow into the tin cup. The smell is still harsh, but you notice you've stopped flinching at it. That's either a good sign or a warning, probably both. Fact: in the late 19th century, many Western households kept a dedicated medicine bottle of whiskey separate from any social supply. It was reserved for sickness, injury, and the occasional night when the cold refused to let you sleep. The bottle might sit untouched for weeks in summer, but in winter, it could be the most guarded item in the cabin. You take the cup to the window, watching the first flakes fall, big, slow ones drifting down, like they're in no hurry to bury you. Across the street, the Perkins boy is hauling in, kindling his breath, puffing white. You wonder if his mother still has the jar you gave her last week, or if she's already rationing her own medicine down to drops. Quirky tidbit: some folks used whiskey as an ingredient in winter, cooking poured into pies, puddings, or even stews. It wasn't about getting tipsy. The alcohol burned off, but the flavor and warmth lingered. Whiskey pie was a Christmas treat in some settlements, though most years it was just a fantasy mentioned around the stove. The scholarly debate was keeping a separate medicinal bottle a sign of discipline, or did it simply encourage people to drink more often under the guise of treatment? Historians split on this, with some seeing it as a practical precaution, others as a convenient excuse. You sip slow, letting the heat roll through your chest. Outside, the snow is falling harder, now muffling the world. You top off the stove, add another log to the pile beside it, and wrap a blanket around your shoulders. The jug goes back on the shelf, its shadow flickering in the firelight. Tonight, you tell yourself you'll only drink again if the cough comes back. But the truth is, you'll pour another before bed, because in this weather, the difference between needing and wanting is as thin as the glass between your hand and the fire. The snow keeps falling all night, a steady whisper against the roof. By morning, the cabin feels smaller, the walls closing in under the weight outside. You stoke the fire until it's greedy and orange, but the cold still lingers in the corners like an unwanted guest. The jug on the shelf is lighter again. You don't remember pouring that much last night, but memory can be slippery when the dark is long. Today, you need to fetch water. The barrel inside has frozen over, and the well is a short walk past the edge of town. You wrap the jug in cloth and slip it into your coat pocket, not for trading, but for the kind of heat you can't carry in a bucket. Fact: Westerners often carried a pocket dram in winter, usually a small flask or bottle no bigger than a man's hand. It was considered part of the cold weather kit, alongside mittens, a knife, and matches. Whether it was used for a quick sip during chores or as a bribe for help, its presence was rarely questioned. The path to the well is half-buried snow, curling up over the edges like the lip of a wave. The air is so sharp it makes your eyes water, and the first sip from the jug feels like a defiant act, heat blooming in your chest even as the wind bites harder. Quirky tidbit: some frontier wells were deliberately lined with whiskey barrels, not because anyone wanted a hint of rye in their drinking water, but because the wood was sturdy, watertight, and easy to come by if a saloon was switching casks. Still, folks swore they could taste it on cold mornings. The scholarly debate was carrying whiskey on outdoor trips, a sound safety measure or a dangerous crutch. Historians argue over whether the short-term warmth outweighed the dehydration and dulled reflexes alcohol brought. On the frontier, most people didn't care about the debate, they cared about staying upright in the wind. You draw your water, the rope stiff in your gloves, and start the slow trudge back. The jug stays warm against your ribs, a small comfort in a world of big discomforts. Back inside, you set it on the table, untie your scarf, and listen to the fire pop. There's still enough left for a few more days if you're careful. But winter isn't in the mood for careful. It never is. Overnight, the cold doesn't just settle, it organizes. By dawn, it has installed itself as mayor, judge, and sheriff, and it posts a notice on the sky roads closed until further notice. The town wakes up to a silence that isn't peaceful so much as administrative. No bell of the stage, no jingle of harness, no plod of freight teams curling around the bend with crates stacked like promises. The snow in the main street looks unbroken enough to be a photograph. Even the dogs seem confused, as if they forgot where sound comes from. You stand on the boardwalk and listen hard the way people do when they're hoping to hear wagons before they come into view. Nothing. If hope made a noise, it would sound exactly like this wind, combing adrift and finding nothing worth moving. Inside the mercantile, Mr. Hatch has turned his ledger sideways to make more room for the word back-ordered, flour kerosene, coffee lamp, chimneys, quinine nails, and whiskey circled twice like a child's wish on a Christmas list that never had a chance. He looks up as you step in, and you can tell by his expression he's halfway through a talk he's already given a dozen times. He gestures toward a plank set across two barrels, with the last of the glass on display. 5 squat bottles, one tall, a single corked jug that might be molasses or might be salvation. The prices chalked above them are higher than pride and lower than panic. Fact in bad winters on the frontier trade routes didn't simply slow, they froze solid. Stage lines stopped. Freight outfits hunkered at depots waiting for crews to dig the drifts. Even rail lines, when you were lucky enough to have one nearby, could vanish beneath weeks of blizzard locomotives stalled like iron cattle. After the notorious winter of 1886-87, ranchers called it the Big Die-Up because so many head and hopes never saw spring. When transport died, towns turned inward. Whatever you had on the shelf had to last until the thaw, and anything that stung, numbed, or burned suddenly counted as medicine by popular vote. You lean over the counter as Hatch cuts a new mark on the chalkboard. Freight from the east, you ask. He taps the wood with his pencil. Syrup stuck in Abilene, powder stuck in Dodge, whiskey stuck in a warehouse with a padlock on the door and a clerk who's got a cough. I can telegraph complaints, but the wires don't shovel. He says it without heat, like a man reciting the weather to himself. You've seen the maps. The road west skates along the river, then rises into open country where the wind can really show off. If the drifts out there have rolled over the trail stakes, The teamsters will be camped with the freight tarp tight, drinking whatever they didn't sell, last stop a survival measure, and a business decision in the same swallow, which means the supply waiting for your town is lighter by the sip before it ever arrives. The barkeep wanders in behind you, cheeks red, coat crusted with ice. He and Hatch communicate like rain gauges, a nod. That means short a blink. That means very. He buys nothing. There's nothing to buy, but he asks to borrow the chalk and writes a second board for his own doorway, Medicinal Spirits Limited. 1 dram per person, while routes remain closed. No tabs, no arguments. The words sting and soothe at the same time. Rationing feels like punishment until you remember it's what adults do to keep tomorrow from stealing today. A small laugh slips out of you anyway, quiet, mostly at yourself. 1 dram per person, you mutter. I guess we all become very precise patients. Congratulations, Hatch says dryly. You're cured of being generous. Back at the saloon, the barkeep locks the storeroom and ties the key to his belt with baling twine. He sets a single bottle on the bar, like a priest laying out the chalice. The line starts before he flips the sign to open. People cough into sleeves, stamp snow from their boots, and then speak very politely funny, how scarcity refurbishes manners. The barkeep pours in, thimblefuls, collects coins and thanks, and adds names to a small list headed favors owed when trails open. No one calls it a tab. The word feels too summary. Quirky tidbit. On some routes, when tempers and temperatures both fell dangerously low, teamsters used a gunpowder proof on whiskey they suspected had been watered for extra profit, a pinch of powder in a saucer, a splash of liquor, then a flame. If it flashed blue and steady, the bottle earned respect. If it fizzled, someone upstream had been generous with the snowmelt. Now and then, a freight agent swore he could judge proof by listening to the bubbles rise. When he thumped the cask, he called it reading the weather in the barrel, which is a poet's way of saying guessing. You take your 1 legal dram and leave with the afterglow blooming in your chest like a stubborn flower. It's not enough to warm hands. It is enough to remind the mind that warmth exists. That reminder is its own medicine. You stretch the feeling by walking the long way home, where the drifts have trimmed the street into a corridor. The sun tries a weak smile through thin cloud. It's polite, like a store clerk apologizing for the empty shelf. By evening, rumor arrives faster than freight. A sled outfit left the railhead at first light, running narrow runners and big horses, spokesmen promising to skim the crust. Sled freighting is winter's loophole, the way certain men refuse to believe in impassable. If they make it, you'll hear bells by dawn. If they don't, their names will turn into toasts. You make 2 jokes about that in your head and decide not to say either one out loud, partly for taste, partly because you'd like those bells to be real. Night brings a quieter kind of rationing. You sit by the stove and count the things you can control. Firewood enough for 6 days if you treat warmth like a guest, not a roommate. Flour enough if stew stays thin and bread stays mean. The jug from old Jake a grudging inch. The dram you earned by waiting in line at the saloon, gone and still giving. You pour hot water into a mug and let it pretend to be tea. The mind is polite. It plays along. In the morning, the world is a freeze-dried echo of itself. Your first breath pinches, but then there, a far-off clinking, irregular, the way glass rattles in a wooden case. Bells follow faint as a dream. You step outside and see a dark comma of movement along the ridge, horses as sled men hunch small against the bright. The town exhales collectively. Children run and are immediately snatched back by mothers who remind them of drifts runners and the way hooves kick ice. The sled noses into Maine like a boat taking a dock it barely deserves. Frost glares off canvas. Two men step down, two stiff cheeks burned raw. The driver's beard is a museum of icicles. He grins, and you can see in the grin what it cost to get here nights stitched together with curses and a blanket stiff as wood. Roadside fires that refuse to be anything but smoke. Hatch appears, first list in hand, moving with the speed of a man who doesn't trust the miracle not to evaporate. The barkeep is a step behind him with a dolly and a prayer you can practically hear. Crates thump onto the plank. Someone cheers, not a whoop exactly, just a sound that shakes months of worry off its shoulders. You volunteer a pair of hands because there's no universe where you don't. Then the math lays its cold hand on the neck of the moment. Half the crates are feed and flour. A quarter are nails picks and a barrel of salt. Medicine gets one small wooden box with a broken hinge. Glass marked fragile rattles, the defeated sound of losses already incurred. The driver shrugs. Storm got us twice. Had to jettison weight at the creek crossing. Pick the heaviest, not the dearest. His logic is sound and also cruel. Winter often is. The barkeep pries, open a case with a screwdriver that used to be a butter knife. He lifts a bottle, holds it up, and the room's temperature changes by a degree that has nothing to do with the stove. Labels are unfamiliar. The freight agent coughs. A confession. Some of it's eastern rye, some territorial corn, some experimental. Everyone understands the euphemism. You do not ask follow-up questions. You will, however, watch what it does to the first man's face who tries it. Fact you file away, like kindling cold age's spirit more slowly. But the trip itself, barrel, jostled seams, weeping can temper harsh whiskey by accident. Some swear winter freight polishes a batch scrubbing off rough corners the way sand smooths glass. Others say that's just thirst talking through a scarf. Rationing returns, but now with arithmetic instead of despair. One bottle per household, or a shared bottle per pair of cabins that can prove they share watch and chores. The barkeep writes names for 2 hours straight, pausing only to pour drams for the worst coughers who are encouraged to drink on the spot where someone can steady an elbow. More than one person tears up when the liquor hits a raw throat. Part pain, part relief, part the relief of having pain acknowledged. You accept your allotment the way a man accepts a verdict, grateful it isn't worse, aware it could be better. The barkeep leans in and drops his voice. Guard it, he says, and don't keep it where the neighbors can see the light through the glass. He doesn't mean theft. This town doesn't steal. He means temptation, which is winter's left hand. You nod. He nods. 2 adults, 2 bottle watchers, 2 small conspirators against the calendar. Quirky practice you witness before you're out the door. The barkeep dips a splint in the new whiskey and lights it like a match. The flame gutters, but holds his rough proof test for not water, not poison, not too expensive to admit it's harsh. He snuffs it with calloused fingers and smiles. Doctor's orders. He says half joke, half blessing. You laugh the kind that fogs your scarf and clears your head. That night, the bottle sits on your table with a dignity it didn't ask for. You don't drink right away. You listen instead to the wind testing the chinking between logs, to the stove, whistling its small iron song, to a neighbor's door, thudding gently in the distance. When you finally pour, you do it just past stingy, just shy of generous. The smell is corn forward a little green, the kind of scent that tells you this liquor has seen more road than barrel. It goes down like a handshake with a man who works for a living hard. Quick, honest. Here's where the debate drifts into the room. Like a draft you keep meaning to fix. Did winter scarcity turn whiskey into a civic good, or did it smuggle trouble into homes under the label medicine? One historian would argue that these rations measured public equitably handed across a plank-stitched communities together when trails came apart. Another would say that dependence grew wherever the cork popped, that every dram poured against a cough also greased a slide towards spring debts and summer regrets. The truth you suspect sits where it always sits in winter, on a three-legged stool between necessity ritual and the stubbornness to see morning. You cap the bottle, wrap it in cloth, and tuck it into a wooden crate lined with wool, the frontier version of a safety deposit box. As you do, you catch your reflection in the glass-cracked lips, bright eyes, a person who has learned the price of warmth in at least 3 currencies. You smile at yourself, soft, a little crooked. Liquid gold, you murmur, and decide you're not wrong. You also decide not to mention you just called a farm-strong rye gold out loud to an empty room. That would be joke number 3 today, and the room deserves some dignity. Before sleep, you make one more circuit of the cabin the way captains do on ships, the way parents do in houses where children are finally quiet. You touch the window latch, the stove damper, the stacked wood, the little crate with the bottle. Everything in its place. Everything waiting for morning. You set a mug beside the bed, the honest kind, water not whiskey, because you've earned the right to wake clear-headed if you can. You slide under the blankets and listen for bells you know won't come tonight. Instead, you hear the town's new sound, the hush that follows a successful delivery. It's lighter than silence. It's a silence that chose you back. When sleep comes, it comes warm, not because a bottle can cure a season, but because a ration can sometimes cure a night. The trade routes are still frozen. Your last barrel isn't yours. But a measured pour turned the unknown number of tomorrows into at least one more dawn you'll get to see. Out here, that's not just a win. It's policy. By the 3rd week of snow, the horizon has stopped looking like a place you could ever reach. The white folds into the gray sky so smoothly that you can't tell where one ends and the other begins. Inside, the fire's steady crackle has become the clock you live by, and the jug, your other clock, is down to its last half-inch. The cold's been playing tricks on your body, fingertips numb 1 minute, prickling the next, joints aching like they're announcing storms before the clouds arrive. Your breath still rattles a little when you wake, and you tell yourself that a small swallow from the jug in the morning isn't indulgence, it's prevention. Fact: in many 19th century Western frontier towns, winter illnesses like pneumonia, pleurisy, and even the flu were treated almost exclusively with whiskey. Not because it cured them, though people swore it drove the chill out, but because it was often the only warming agent that felt immediate. Doctors were scarce medicines, scarcer and whiskey. Well, whiskey could be made, traded, and trusted to stay good all winter. You decide to risk a short walk to the mercantile. If anyone's heard about a new shipment coming in, it'll be the storekeep. The road is glassy under your boots, and each gust of wind feels like it could unbutton your ribs. You keep the jug wrapped tight in your coat, not for the liquor inside, it's empty enough not to matter, but for the hope of refilling it. Quirky tidbit: some saloons and stores in remote frontier towns had a medicine ledger where regulars could buy whiskey on credit during illness, promising to settle their debt come spring. It was as much about community trust as commerce, though a few folks made a winter-long habit of being unwell. The scholarly debate: was whiskey genuinely beneficial against cold weather ailments, or did it just mask symptoms long enough for the illness to worsen? Historians and medical experts remain split. The anecdotes are colorful, the science less so. At the mercantile, the answer is what you feared: nothing's come through the pass in weeks. The last train was snowed in somewhere west, and the next one's anybody's guess. You shuffle home every step heavier than the last, your breath a fog that freezes on your scarf. Back inside, you set the jug on the table. It makes a hollow sound. The snow outside is already erasing your footprints, like you never went anywhere at all. That night, the wind changes. You hear it before you feel it. Less of a howl, more of a slow, deliberate hum, like the land itself is shivering. When it seeps through the chinks in the cabin wall, the cold feels different, heavier, almost wet. You've lived here long enough to know what that means. Ice storm. The stove is hot, the wood pile still healthy, but the jug on the table is barely more than a memory. You swirl it once, watching the thin amber line catch the firelight. It would be easy to drain the rest right now. Let it bloom in your chest while the storm wraps the world in glass, but you don't. Not yet. You've learned that the last swallow always has more power than the first. Fact: in the West, an ice storm was more feared than snow by many settlers. Snow could be shoveled, packed walked on. Ice froze doors shut, snapped telegraph lines, and turned trails into death traps for horses and men alike. In some places, it even sealed saloon doors, trapping the warmth and the whiskey inside. You spend the morning securing what you can, banking snow against the cabin's base, to block drafts, hanging a blanket over the inside of the door, setting a pot of beans to simmer for the long night ahead. The jug sits where you can see it, a quiet promise you intend to keep. Quirky tidbit: some frontier folks used whiskey in their lamp oil during ice storms, claiming it kept the wick from freezing solid. It wasn't efficient, and it smelled terrible. But in the dark heart of winter, terrible sometimes ranked above none. The scholarly debate: did alcohol actually help people endure long stretches of being iced in? Or did it make the confinement harder by lowering morale when it ran out? Diaries from the period suggest both outcomes. Some families grew closer, others closer to madness. By afternoon, the storms arrived. Ice ticks against the windows like 1,000 impatient fingers. The world outside is already vanishing under a thickening glaze. You light the lamp early, watch the flame flicker in the draft, and finally allow yourself a small pour from the jug. It burns more sharply than you expect. Old Jake's brew never did mellow much, but the warmth that follows feels earned. You put the cork back in, set the jug beside the bed, and pull the blankets high. Outside, the ice is building its own prison bar by bar. Inside, you've got fire beans and one last measure of medicine for tomorrow. For tonight, that's enough. Morning finds the cabin in a shell of glass. The windows aren't windows anymore. They're pale, clouded stones. Your breath blooms on them in milky crescents when you lean close, and with every exhale, the frost pattern grows, new branches like a winter fern. You put a finger to the pane and feel nothing. The ice is thick enough to erase your own warmth. The stove clinks and settles behind you, a polite little orchestra of iron. You lift the lid and feed in a couple of short splits, not the big ones. You're pacing yourself now, Same as with the jug. Rationing heat and hope feels like the only arithmetic you can still do in a season that has turned time into soup. You check the jug without touching it. The cork sits like a judge at a bench. That last swallow is almost comically small, a ribbon of amber holding its shape the way water won't in this air. You tell yourself you'll save it for true crisis, a chill you can't shake, a cough that goes deep a night so bad the wind seems to be speaking. Not for a while. Not yet. You go about the day in quiet loops. Beans. Fire. A stitch in the split seam of your glove. The annoying drip of melt finding its way under the eaves and freezing again in midair, a habit you envy for its decisiveness. By noon, the ice has cobwebbed the cottonwoods into silver cages, and the whole valley sounds like it's breathing through a cracked reed. When a gust hits you, swear you hear music. Thin, uncanny, the way a glass rim sings. Fact. On the 19th century frontier, ice storms often snapped telegraph lines for weeks. News stopped, the mail stopped, and with it, the small comforts, newspapers, letters, packages with the one bottle of something your sister promised to send. In some winters, the entire world narrowed to however far you could walk before your eyelashes froze together. After lunch, if you can call 2 spoonfuls of beans and a heel of bread a lunch, you unwrap your scarf and set it near the stove to dry. The wool smells like smoke and animal, a scent that somehow sharpens your hunger. Outside, a branch gives way with the slow, tired pop of a knuckle. You're about to settle in for another afternoon of staring at the same square foot of wall when the wind shifts again, and beneath it, you catch a noise that doesn't belong to weather, a hesitant knock, then another, then the scatter of boots on ice. You freeze, which is ironic, considering how much effort you've put into not doing that. Neighbors don't just drop by in an ice storm, not unless they must. You reach for the door, think better of it, and call through the wood. Hold on. Your voice sounds thin in the hush. With a poker, you pry the latch, then shoulder the door open. It sticks on a lip of ice. You put your back into it until the seal breaks with a sound like tearing cloth. The cold that comes in is a person rude, insistent with hands. 2 figures on the porch, breath fogging noses raw. You know them, even under scarves and misery. Tom from the claim, 2 gullies over, and his wife Mara, eyes red-rimmed from the ride. She clutches a parcel wrapped in a quilt scrap, something swaddled close the way you'd carry bread you can't spare, or a baby you can't lose. "We heard you were still stocked," Tom says, voice hoarse, by which he means you might have wood, maybe beans. Maybe his glance flicks to the table, maybe that. You step back to let them in, and the cold follows nosy and nosier. The stove protests with a flutter of sparks. You give them the good spots without pretending not to be doing it. Mara near the oven vent, Tom on the stool that keeps your knees from locking up by dusk. You pour hot water into a cup and pretend it's tea by throwing in the last 2 fennel seeds you've been saving for nothing in particular. The smell becomes a story of tea, and that tonight will do. They thaw in increments. Fingers first, ears later. Faces last, as if the skin needs permission to trust the room. When the shivering has moved from violent to conversational, you ask the question you've been trying not to ask since you saw the parcel. Who's sick? Baby's fine. Mara speaks quickly, as if her voice might fall apart if she lingers. It's Tom's chest. She pats the bundle. It's a hot brick from their stove wrapped in cloth, losing its heat by the second. Started in 2 nights ago. Little cough. Last night, deeper. Tom doesn't deny it. He just leans forward and coughs twice into his scarf, the kind of cough that sounds wet and low, a cellar door cough. The room tightens. You think about your rules for the last swallow. Standards are good, and all in theory. But in practice, rules are what you create to survive, until the moment a person you know looks at you across a table and asks you not to keep them. You take the jug slow, so you won't rush the decision and make it feel smaller. You uncork it with the ceremony it deserves. Not because whiskey is holy, but because out here, intention is the closest thing to magic anyone can afford. Quirky tidbit. Plenty of frontier households swore by whiskey and onion syrup for a chest-cold slice, an onion layer with sugar if you had it, or molasses if you didn't pour whiskey over the heap and let it sit by the stove until the onion surrendered its tears. A spoonful every hour. It tasted like a dare, but desperate people have a high tolerance for dares. You don't have sugar, haven't for months, but you have an onion softening in a corner of the cellar like a candle giving up. You fetch it, peel the papery skins that sound like summer, and layer the slices in your one decent mug. The whiskey sloshes amber over white crescents. Your cabin smells instantly like a saloon that went to church and couldn't decide which to leave early. You set the mug near the stove where it can warm and meld. In the meantime, you pour the tiniest splash straight for Tom. Sip, don't swallow, you say, because a quick gulp is only bravery for the tongue. He obeys like a chastened schoolboy, and you remember, with a little shock, that he's no older than you, just wintered harder. Fact, the kind you can't taste, but you can feel in your bones. Many patent medicines sold in the West in the late 1800s relied on alcohol as their active, or at least most obvious ingredient. Labels promised to cure rheumatism, colds, female complaints, and nervousness, and often delivered 20 to 40% alcohol per dose. With pharmacists scarce and doctors scarcer, a bottle with a confident label and a hot finish became doctor enough to pass a night. Mara eyes the onion mug like it might bite her. My mother swore, buy this, she says, and buy pepper on your socks, and buy bacon fat on your neck. You all smile at that, a little compulsory nostalgia to oil the fear. The scholarly debate was alcohol medicine, or just a socially acceptable anesthetic for the powerless months. You hear the phrase in your head like a line from a pamphlet, see both sides of it playing cards in a back room. Maybe the whiskey opens a throat enough for sleep to come, and sleep does more than sermons. Maybe it masks the fever's whispers until the fever wins. Settlers argued it by lamplight. Historians still argue it by daylight. The ice outside does not care either way. By late afternoon, the mug has turned from kitchen experiment into syrup onions, transparent, and tamed whiskey deep into something that looks like the color of old varnish. You fetch a spoon, the clean one, because ceremony again, always ceremony, and offer a measure. Tom takes. It makes a face that belongs in a different season, and then coughs in a way that sounds slightly less like he's drowning. He blinks, surprised by his own body's small truce. You send Mara to the stove to warm her boots. You add a couple more splits. Yes, the bigger ones this time, and pretend you're not doing the math of the woodpile with every stick. The room loosens. Not cheerful, not by half, but no longer a jury. Evening arrives earlier than it should, bear heavy and shameless. The ice skates the roof. When the lamplight takes over from the stove glow, the cabin becomes a stage with 3 actors who have long since exhausted their lines and are trying to improvise a way to the curtain. Conversation loops through weather cows, the way the river looked in August, an extravagance of water none of you properly appreciated at the time. Tom takes his spoon of syrup on the hour coughs in between, sips the plain, hot water you keep refilling. You pour yourself nothing. You're a steward, and stewards learn to live off the smell of things. Somewhere in the second hour of the lamp, Mara remembers a story that warms the room better than wood. The traveling doctor who came through in fall selling nostrum in cobalt bottles, his wagon painted with stars like a cheap circus. He'd had a fiddle player and a barker who promised the sick would stand up and call for pie by morning. The bottle tasted of cloves and something sweet and smoky. Do you know what was in it? Mara asks, her laugh brittle. Bravery, you say gently, and she smiles with her eyes more than her mouth. You think of the temperance women in town, well-meaning and fierce, who dragged the saloon crowd by the ear into winter lectures about virtue and thrift. You actually like one of them, Mrs. Faraday, because she loaned you a cookbook last spring and never asked for it back when your potatoes failed and your gratitude ran out. Even she conceded in a whisper behind her hymn book that a spoonful for the chest had its place, if only because the doctor's horse couldn't outrun a blizzard. Tom's cough shifts again, the way a bad song sometimes finds its key. He leans back exhausted, and the line of his shoulders eases under the coat he refuses to remove. You give him another spoon. And then, because you're not heartless, because you're exactly the opposite, you pour a thimble's worth from the jug into a second cup and hand it to Mara. For warmth, you say, and you both let the lie be beautiful. She drinks, coughs at the sting, then laughs a small surprised hiccup of joy, and you're reminded that simple laughter is the cheapest cure nobody bottles. The old debate about alcohol and cold creeps back to you like a stray cat at the door. Modern voices argue that whiskey dilates blood vessels, pulls heat to the skin, and tricks you into feeling warmer, while your core cools a dangerous trade in this weather. The old voices reply that used sparingly it takes the tremor out of the hands long enough to cut more wood. Doctor, a baby hold the spoon, for a man whose chest rattles like loose nails. You can hold both truths in your head at once the way you hold both the jug and the spoon and know when to choose which. By the time the lamp gutters, Tom is sleeping in your bed, boots off, scarf rolled under his neck, breath noisy but less frightening. You've set the hot brick by his feet again and tucked the coats over him, as if coats could be a mother. Mara sits in your chair like a sentry. You circle the room, putting small things to right, the knife here, the tin plate there, as if tidiness could discourage death. Thank you, she says, finally, not for the onions, or the syrup, or the wood, but for the look you gave her when she walked in the door, the one that said, you did the right thing coming here. You don't answer out loud. You don't want words to step on the fragile quiet Mercy has made between the seconds. You study the jug on the table lighter now by an amount even the lamp could count. That last swallow has become a ghost of itself. You decide along a nerve you didn't know you had that you won't touch it tonight. It has work to do tomorrow, and you've already wrung more out of the future than is polite. You'll sit up with the stove instead, feed it mean little sticks when it begs doze, with one ear open to Tom's breath and the other to the roof's slow ice music. Sometime deep, so deep, the night feels like an attic. There's a distant thunder, not made by sky. It takes you a second to remember what a river sounds like when it breaks free. Somewhere under all that glass, the water is insisting on being water again. You close your eyes and listen to it argue with winter. The sound is not a cure, but it is a promise. and those sometimes work longer. Before you drift, you think of the oddest, smallest things people did with whiskey when the world wouldn't budge, rubbed into boots to soften stiff leather, dripped into fountain pens when ink clotted from the cold, splashed on the ends of quilts to keep the moths honest, mixed with spruce tips for a tonic that tasted like a polite tree. In a season that denied you any impressiveness, improvisation became your inheritance. You write an inventory in your head, a lullaby of belongings, half a sack of beans, 4 decent splits, a handful of kindling, 1 onion, now mostly spirit a neighbor, his wife a jug with a horizon in it. You think not bad. You think for tonight enough. And when the lamp finally gives up in a ribbon of smoke, you keep the dark the way you've kept everything else this winter, carefully with both hands. By now, winter's been gnawing at the land for months, and you've been gnawing at whatever passes for dinner. The whiskey jug, once a dependable companion, is lighter in the hand than you'd like. You're rationing now, each sip measured not by thirst, but by the size of the storms still ahead. The day starts with a sound you know well, a frozen branch snapping under its own weight. Out here, that's not just nature's music. It's a reminder that the trees are giving up one by one under winter's siege. You pull on your coat, still smelling faintly of wood smoke and damp wool, and step outside. The snow has crusted over the kind that holds your weight for exactly 2 steps before it caves in and swallows your boot hole. Fact. On the western frontier, settlers often mark time not by dates, but by weather events. A long winter might be remembered for its blizzards, its blue northers, or the week the whiskey froze solid in the bottle. Yes, it could happen, especially with low-proof homemade batches. You head for the woodpile chisel in hand because the logs have frozen together like a single stubborn monument. It's tedious work, and you find yourself thinking about those railroad camps you passed last fall, the ones where men were paid in whiskey as often as coin. Not because it was generous, because it was cheaper than medicine, and it kept workers from noticing the cold quite so much. Quirky tidbit. Some frontier doctors prescribed whiskey vapor for chest colds, basically breathing in the fumes from a warmed bottle. The medical community was split between calling it a soothing inhalant and calling it what it was, an excuse to get tipsy while claiming health benefits. The debate lingers. Did whiskey genuinely stave off illness in winter, or did it just make people care less about being sick? Some historians argue that its value was more psychological than physical, a comfort ritual that helped people feel in control when nature made it clear they weren't. By afternoon, the wind picks up. It's that fine, sharp snow that stings your face without ever seeming to land. You retreat inside, hang your coat, and pour a stingy measure into your tin cup. It's the only warm thing you'll taste today, unless you count the beans reheating on the stove. Outside, the world's a smear of white and gray. Inside, the whiskey leaves a slow bloom of heat in your chest, a tiny rebellion against the cold that wants in. Tomorrow, you promise yourself you'll find another way to stretch what's left in the jug. But for tonight, you're not thinking about tomorrow. Morning comes with a silence so deep, it feels like the whole valley is holding its breath. No wind, no creak of trees, not even the distant groan of ice shifting on the river. Just stillness. You know better than to trust it on the frontier. Quiet usually means the weather's getting ready to make a point. You step outside and find the snow, glittering in the first real sunlight you've seen in weeks. It's beautiful, in the same way a sleeping bear is beautiful only from a distance, and only while it's still. Your boots break through the crust with a satisfying crunch, and you take the long route to the shed just for the sound. Fact: in Western towns during the 1800s, sunny winter days often lured people into thinking the worst had passed. Then by nightfall, the temperature could drop faster than a gambler's luck, and folks would rush to their stoves or their whiskey to keep from freezing. Inside the shed, you poke through the storage crates for anything that might be traded. A small sack of dried apples, a length of good rope, 2 candles. Not much, but maybe enough to tempt someone into parting with a bit of their own medicine. You tuck the apples into your coat and head toward town. Quirky tidbit: some general stores in isolated settlements held whiskey raffles in deep winter. The prize was often just a single bottle, but the entry fees paid in goods helped redistribute supplies without anyone having to admit outright they were running low. It was charity disguised as sport. The scholarly debate: did such raffles build community spirit? Or did they simply underline who had the means to gamble and who didn't? Some accounts praise them as good humor in hard times. Others describe simmering resentments long after the bottle was drained. In town, you find the saloon door propped open just enough to let in light, but not warmth. Inside, the barkeep is leaning on the counter, polishing a glass that doesn't need polishing. He eyes your apples, and you can see the decision flicker across his face before he even speaks. A straight trade: half the apples for a half pint. You shake on it, goods change hands, and you walk out with the small bottle tucked into your coat like contraband. Back home, you set it beside the old jug. Side by side, they look like family. One worn, one new, both carrying the same sharp scent of winter survival. You pour a splash into your cup, hold it up to the light, and take your first sip in days without guilt. Outside, the sky is turning the color of pewter again. You have the feeling the quiet is about to end. The wind is back, and it's changed its mind about direction again. All day, it's been combing the snow into new ridges, erasing yesterday's paths, and making the world look like it was just delivered, fresh from some careless sky. The little bottle from yesterday's trade sits beside the old jug on the table, 2 quiet conspirators waiting to see if you'll break your promise to stretch them both. By mid-morning, you hear a knock. Not urgent, just deliberate. It's Eli, the trapper who winters in the canyon. He's wrapped in furs that smell like campfire and fox, and when he steps in, the air around him carries the sharp tang of outside so strongly you half expect frost to form on the floorboards. Fact: on the 19th century frontier, trappers and hunters often carried whiskey not just for themselves, but as a trade item. It could buy everything from gunpowder to a hot meal, and in isolated areas it was sometimes more welcome than cash. A bottle in a saddlebag was as good as a handshake and twice as persuasive. Eli doesn't waste time. He eyes the bottles, then pulls from his pack a bundle of pelts, soft, thick, worth real coin come spring. "Trade?" he asks. His tone is casual, but you know the look of someone who's been out in the cold too long, without anything to warm him from the inside. Quirky tidbit: some trappers swore by bear fat toddies, a mix of melted bear fat whiskey and sometimes coffee drunk before heading into deep snow. It was less about flavor, which was questionable, and more about creating a layer of oily insulation in the belly before a long day outside. You weigh the offer. Pelts are valuable, but whiskey is survival currency in weather like this. You compromise half a pint for 2 good fox pelts. It's a fair deal, and Eli seems relieved. He pours himself a small measure before heading back out, and you can see the stiffness leave his shoulders almost instantly. The scholarly debate: did whiskey actually help trappers endure long freezing hunts, or did it simply dull their sense of danger? Some journals from the era read like endorsements. Others tell of accidents caused by dulled reflexes and misplaced confidence. As usual, the truth likely lived somewhere between necessity and recklessness. That evening you sit with the pelts in your lap, working your fingers through the fur as if touch alone could conjure warmth. The bottles on the table are a little lighter, but your trade has bought more than comfort. It's bought you a reminder that in winter, survival is rarely solitary. Every dram you pour is part of a web, and every web is what keeps a community from breaking apart when the cold comes to stay. Outside, the wind eases just enough for you to hear the trees settling under their frost. Inside, the fire pops the bottle's weight, and you let yourself imagine that spring might already be walking towards you, slow but certain. The next morning breaks with a strange smell, wood smoke, but not yours. You step outside and see a faint column rising from the far edge of town, where the mill stands shuttered for the winter. A little color in the air after weeks of white and gray feels almost like a holiday. You pull your coat tight and follow the smell. The mill's big doors are open just wide enough to slip through. Inside, a handful of townsfolk huddle around a makeshift still. Copper tubing snakes between barrels, steam rising in little bursts. Someone, probably Frank the miller, has decided that with the grain stores low and the cold deep, the best use for the last of the cracked corn is not bread, but whiskey. Fact. In frontier towns, small-scale distilling was often a seasonal affair, done in winter, when the air kept the mash from spoiling, and people had more time to tend a slow cook. While technically illegal in many territories without a tax stamp, the law's reach tended to shorten when the snow got deep. You watch them work the air, thick with the scent of mash and smoke. The sound is almost soothing, low bubbling, the hiss of steam, the clink of glass jars being set in a row. Frank catches your eye and grins, waving you over to warm your hands. Quirky tidbit. Some backwoods distillers would test the proof of their run by pouring a little into a spoon and setting it alight. A steady blue flame meant it was strong enough for medicinal purposes. A yellow flame meant it was better suited for cleaning wounds or lantern wicks. You learn quickly that the goal isn't just to make whiskey, it's to make enough to go around. This isn't saloon stock. This is for coughs, for frostbitten fingers, for easing the ache of joints that never thaw. The scholarly debate: was this home-brewed liquor truly a public health boon, or did it fuel the very troubles the temperance movement fought against? Many accounts suggest both medicine in the morning, mischief by night. By the time you head home, you've been given a jar, warm from the still wrapped in burlap, to keep it from cracking in the cold. It's raw, harsh, more fire than flavor, but it's proof that the town is still fighting winter in the only ways it can. Back at your cabin, you set the jar between the two bottles on the table. 3 guardians, now each holding a little more time against the snow. You stoke the fire, pour the smallest of sips, and let the heat chase a shiver out of you. Outside, the cold presses against the walls. Inside, you have your answer for it, one jar at a time. The storm that started yesterday hasn't let go, but something in the light has shifted. It's still gray, still heavy, but now it carries that faint, almost metallic brightness that tells you the snow might be thinking about stopping. The fire is low, but steady, and the 3 bottles on your table, the old jug, the traded pint, and the jar from the mill are lined up like a final defense against the season. You move slow this morning, not from laziness, but from a kind of cautiousness, as though quick movements might spook whatever fragile peace has settled over the cabin. Outside, the drifts are waist high in places, sculpted into shapes that look like they belong in another world. Fact. By late winter on the frontier, communities often gathered for what they called a thaw dance the first time the weather broke, even if it was only for a day. It was less about actual spring and more about remembering they'd once been able to feel their toes without help from a stove or a swallow of whiskey. You think about that as you tend the fire, then pour yourself the smallest taste from the mill jar. It's harsh, still carrying the raw edge of its hasty birth, but it's also warm in a way that goes beyond temperature, a reminder that you're part of something larger than your own survival. Quirky tidbit. Some folks mark the end of a hard winter by burying their empty whiskey bottles in the snowbank outside a kind of offering to the season that had taken so much from them. Come spring, they dig them up, wash them, and set them on a shelf as trophies or warnings. The scholarly debate: did these little rituals actually help people recover from the psychological grind of winter? Or were they just another way of pretending the hardships had been worth it? Historians point out that the line between coping and celebrating was thin and often blurry. You settle into your chair, watching the fire, feeling the heat from the cup in your hand. The wind still hisses outside, but it's a little less insistent, a little less sure of itself. You don't know if this is the beginning of the end, or just another pause before the cold comes back meaner. But you do know this: you've made it this far with your fire, your few bottles, and the quiet, stubborn will to see one more day. And for now, that's enough.